1st of November, 2023, 6:17 and 41 seconds AM. Chapter 2004, Chapter 2004, Battling the Emperor Realm Evil God Race. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2004, Battling the Emperor Realm Evil God Race. Kill, this brat must die. The evil god tribe's martial emperor roared in his heart. If such a genius were to grow up, he would be a great enemy of their race. His body burst with endless light, and his aura became stronger and stronger. A huge battle axe appeared in his hand. I'll block it from the front. Bubble, cooperate with me. You guys attack from the back. Box novel. Calm Lu Ming transmitted a message to everyone. The acupoints on his body glowed, and more than 10 holy weapons floated out and circled around him. Whoosh! Lu Ming cast the Chaos Finger of Tribulation again and pointed. And NBSP, a massive Chaos Finger of Tribulation shot toward RHE enemy. Kill! The evil god tribe's emperor to be bellowed as his burly body charged toward Lu Ming. His third eye once again shot out a destructive light. At the same time, he waved his battle axe and charged at Lu Ming. At this moment, bubbles pressed down with both hands and a transparent bubble enveloped RHE other party's body. At the same time, the surrounding space turned into many spatial blades that slashed towards the other party. Break! The evil god tribe's Marshal the Arch roared as his world energy erupted. The transparent bubbles trembled violently and could shatter at any moment. At the same time, he continued to slash out with his huge axe, destroying the bubbles' attacks. At the same time, the attacks from the others also arrived. A blazing phoenix spread its wings and flew toward the evil god tribe's martial sovereign. An ancient dragon-esque elephant stepped into the air and crushed forward. A star and a terrifying sword light charged toward the evil god tribe's martial sovereign at the same time. Then, Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang also made their moves. With so many people attacking together, the power was shocking. The evil god tribe's martial sovereign roared and slashed out with his giant axe continuously, breaking the attacks. Whoosh! The evil god tribe's martial emperor's third eye shot out another beam of destructive light that shattered the transparent bubble. Go to hell! The evil god tribe's martial sovereign roared. His third eye shone with a dazzling light, and endless energy in the world gathered towards that eye. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. At that moment, bubbles cast the space-time law on the power of space-time, enveloping Lu Ming and the rest, increasing their speed. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the evil god tribe's martial emperor's eyes shot out a dozen beams of light that shot toward them at an astonishing speed. Fortunately, each of them was shrouded in a space-time law. Their speed increased sharply, and they dodged RHE light attack in a flash. Lu Ming continuously dodged the attacks of the light rays. With a wave of his hand, 9 illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared and were blasted toward the evil god tribe's martial sovereign. Prison-suppressing steel. The evil god tribe's martial emperor cried out in shock. There was a hint of fear in his voice. He waved his battle axe and slashed at the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! Boom! With 9 consecutive booms, he destroyed RHE 9 shadows of the prison-suppressing steels, but he was also suppressed by the strange power of the steels and kept retreating. It's effective. Continue. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The prison-suppressing steel was indeed very effective against the evil god tribe. Lu Ming continued to cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Illusionary pieces of prison-suppressing steels formed and pressed down on RHE evil god tribe's martial emperor. At the same time, Bubbles and the others continued to attack the evil god tribe's martial sovereign. The evil god tribe's martial emperor was at a disadvantage for a time. Roar! Countless runes emanated from Lu Ming's hand and formed a true dragon that pounced toward the evil god tribe's martial emperor. The might of this true dragon was extremely shocking. Although it was blasted apart by the evil god tribe's martial emperor, it turned into countless runes that covered the evil god tribe's martial emperor's body and formed a sealing power. In the past, Lu Ming had not only achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he had also made great progress in other aspects. Now, he was able to combine the sealed scroll, the illusionary spirit scroll, and the annihilation scroll to launch an attack. The power of the three scrolls combined into one was extremely terrifying. It had a terrifying destructive power and also a sealing power. Moreover, when the three scrolls were combined into one, it allowed Lu Ming to cultivate the array Dao laws to 99% in one go. It could be said that the combined power of the three volumes was no weaker than the Chaos Finger Tribulation. After all, the evil god tribe's martial emperor had been severely injured, and his combat strength had been greatly reduced. On the other hand, Lu Ming and the rest were astonishingly powerful. Lu Ming's combat strength was enough to fight them head-on. In addition, Bubble's spacetime laws restricted the other party, causing the other party's combat strength to be reduced by a few percent. The attacks of others were aimed at the wounds of the evil god tribe's martial sovereign, worsening his injuries. Of course, the thing that hurt the evil god tribe's martial emperor the most was still the prison-suppressing heavenly art. After exchanging a few dozen moves, evil god tribe's martial emperor's injuries worsened, and his aura was much weaker than before. Destruction. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. At this moment, Lu Ming circulated all his holy power and pointed with all his might. An extremely huge finger materialized and descended from the sky, pressing down on the evil god tribe's martial sovereign. Moreover, the surface of the finger was not only covered in chaotic laws, but also densely packed runes. This was the ultimate move that Lu Ming had developed during this period of time. He had fused the power of the Annihilation Manual with the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. The Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger already had terrifying offensive power, and now, with the addition of the Destruction Scroll's destructive power, its might was even more terrifying. This already involved the fusion of two types of laws. Although it was not a complete fusion and only a superficial fusion, the power was already extremely terrifying. It had become Lu Ming's strongest killing move. Lu Ming named it Destruction. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. How can he be so strong? The evil god tribe's martial sovereign roared. The power of this finger had shocked him and he could feel a fatal threat. He couldn't imagine that an absolute saint could unleash such a terrifying attack. I'm going to block it. The evil god tribe's martial emperor circulated all the power in his body and exploded forth in an attempt to block the finger. However, at this moment, another transparent bubble enveloped him. At the same time, the space around his body seemed to have frozen and was crazily squeezing towards him. There was even a terrifying power of time acting on his wounds. This was the power of time acceleration, which made his injuries even more serious. At the same time, the attacks of the others arrived. The cooperation between Lu Ming and the rest was flawless. Roar! The evil god tribe's martial emperor roared and slashed out with his axe with all his might. However, his strength was greatly limited, and the power he could exert was limited. When the battle axe and the giant finger collided, a terrifying boom was heard. Buzz! The battle axe trembled. The evil god tribe's martial emperor could not hold on to the battle axe and was sent flying. The huge finger pointed at the evil god tribe's martial emperor, and the powerful force was about to blow him up. Boom! The evil god tribe's martial emperor's body smashed into the valley, causing the entire valley to explode. The entire area within a radius of a few thousand miles exploded, and countless rocks flew everywhere. The scene was extremely terrifying. The evil god tribe's martial emperor was severely injured by this move, and he was on the verge of death. Prison-suppressing steel, suppress. At that moment, Lu Ming's spine glowed and the prison-suppressing steel bloodline flew out. As soon as the prison-suppressing steel bloodline was released, it shone with a brilliant light and pressed down on the evil god tribe's martial sovereign. 1st of November, 2023, 6:17 and 40 seconds AM. Chapter 2005, Chapter 2005, Reappearance of the Huang family and the He family. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2005, Reappearance of the Huang family and the He family. One He bloodline of the prison suppressing steel was formed from the two fragments. At this moment, the two large words on the two fragments were shining brightly. They burst forth with a shocking suppressive force that pressed down on the evil god tribe's martial sovereign. No, the evil god tribe's martial sovereign roared in fear. He was already severely injured, but he struggled to get up and use all his remaining strength to block the prison-suppressing steel. Boom! Box novel. Khan, the evil god tribe's martial sovereign, raised both his hands and unleashed all his power. However, when his palms came into contact with the prison-suppressing steel, his body shook violently and the fear on his face grew even more intense. His body kept on exploding. In just a few breaths, the evil god tribe's martial sovereign's body had completely exploded and turned into ashes, leaving behind only a storage bracelet and a battle axe. Lu Ming waved his hand and grabbed the storage bracelet. The others heaved a long sigh of relief. It was impossible to say that they did not feel any pressure when facing a martial supreme. It was a good thing that the other party had been severely injured earlier, and his combat strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, even if they joined forces, they might not be his match. After all, a martial emperor was still a martial emperor. Even if he was just a void emperor, he was still extremely terrifying. Let's recover here first. After patrolling the valley, he did not find anything unusual. Lu Ming planned to recover here first and adjust his condition to the peak before returning. Everyone nodded and sat down cross-legged to recover. Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram and came to the celestial thearch's physical body. For the past 2 months, every time Lu Ming killed the evil god tribe and obtained their crystals, he would fuse the energy of the crystals into the celestial thearch's physical body. By now, the energy stored in the celestial thearch's body had exceeded 10%. Lu Ming could now fully control the celestial thearch's body. However, unless he had no other choice, Lu Ming would not use it easily. After using it, it was too difficult to accumulate so much energy again. It would require an astonishing amount of resources. Lu Ming took out the evil god tribe's martial emperor's storage bracelet. The next moment, a huge pile of crystals appeared on the ground. There are indeed a lot of resources for martial emperor powerhouses. Looking at the large pile of crystals, Lu Ming revealed a smile. Bang! 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 Then, Lu Ming circulated his cultivation technique. A large pile of crystals exploded and were absorbed by the celestial thearch's body. After all the energy from the crystals had been absorbed, the energy stored in the celestial emperor's corporeal body had reached 12%. I wonder how powerful it will be if one controls celestial emperor's corporeal body now. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. This was the celestial emperor's corporeal body. The power that erupted was absolutely unimaginable. Then, Lu Ming took out some rough stones, devoured them, and refined them to restore his condition to its peak. When everyone's condition had recovered to its peak, they returned to Heavenly Emperor City. During this period of time, the evil god tribe in Heaven Empyrean City had basically been wiped out. Heaven Empyrean City had started a large-scale reconstruction, and the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy had already convened once again. Alliance Master, the reconstruction of the Wei family has begun. I'll return to the Wei family first. If you're free, come to the Wei family as guests. Wei Xian smiled. Alright, I hope the Wei family can rise again. Lu Ming patted Wei Xian's shoulder. The Wei clan was originally a pretty good power in Heavenly Emperor City, and they had a true emperor in charge. However, the location of the Wei clan was very close to the original Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Initially, when the evil god tribe had attacked, the Wei clan had been the first to bear the brunt. In that battle, almost all of the Wei clan's upper echelons were killed, and all of their great emperors were killed by the evil god race. The Wei clan was almost completely destroyed. Only a few members of the Wei family were not in the family, so they survived. For example, Wei Xian was in the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy, so he was fine. Now, the remaining members of the Wei family were rebuilding the family. After Wei Xian left, Lu Ming and the group strolled around the Heavenly Emperor City. The Heavenly Emperor City had suffered a great battle and was severely damaged. Various historical sites had collapsed, and it was unknown how long it would take to repair it. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud boom and a few figures were blasted out of a collapsed hall. What are you guys doing? This is my Lu clan's residence. One of them roared at the palace. It belongs to the Huang family in the future, let us go. A cold voice sounded. More than 10 figures stepped into the air and appeared. The Huang family. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of Lu Ming and the rest. During the war, the Huang family had disappeared. Now that they had won the war and the evil god race had been annihilated, the Huang family had immediately come out. And from the looks of it, they seemed to want to invade the territory of other forces. Your Huang clan is simply despicable and shameless. Why didn't you do anything when we were fighting against the evil god tribe? Now that the battle is over, you've come out and even want to take over my Lu clan's estate. Despicable. In the Lu family, a young man shouted in anger. How dare you insult my Huang family? You deserve to die. An expert from the Huang family roared. A sword light burst forth and was about to slash at the young man from the Lu family. The person from the Huang family was a perfected absolute saint, so the young man from the Lu family couldn't stop him. Boom! A fist force crossed the void and destroyed the sword light of the Huang family's expert. It was Desolate Li who had made his move. His eyes were filled with anger. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the Huang family's business? You're looking for death. The Huang family's experts swept their gaze over the desolate power and then at Lu Ming and the rest. Suddenly, someone's expression changed and said, Lu Ming, he's Lu Ming, it's true that the Huang family is despicable and shameless. Can't you let others say it? Lu Ming said in disdain. Lu Ming, are you sure you want to interfere in the Huang family's business? One of RH Emperor-to-be from the Huang family looked at Lu Ming coldly. Get lost. Lu Ming suddenly took a step forward, and a violent pressure pressed down on the Huang family. The expressions of more than one Huang family members changed drastically, and they were forced to retreat under the pressure. They looked at Lu Ming with horror in their eyes. Lu Ming was becoming more and more terrifying. When an ordinary emperor-to-be faced with Lu Ming, it was as if they were facing a behemoth. They could not even summon the will to resist. Lu Ming, just you wait. An emperor-to-be from the Huang family left with his tail between his legs. Many thanks. The few people from the Lu family thanked Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming shook his head and did not say much. He left the place with Desolate Force and the rest. He understood that he could only help the Lu family temporarily. Since the Huang family had returned and wanted to swallow the Lu family would definitely not be able to survive. They continued to stroll around, but what they saw next filled them with righteous indignation. Not only had the Huang family returned, but the He family had also returned. These two overlords of the Heavenly Emperor City, Emperor-level forces, possessed extremely powerful combat strength. However, the two races were nowhere to be seen in the previous battle. Once the battle ended, the people from both races appeared. The key was that both the Huang family and the He family were taking the opportunity to swallow up the territories of other forces. In the past, the Huang clan and the He clan were enemies. The other powerhouses in the Heavenly Emperor City were also very strong. When they joined forces, they could still compete with the two clans. However, After the battle with the evil god tribe, many forces in the Heavenly Emperor city had suffered heavy losses, and they were unable to fight against the Han clan and the He clan. 1st of November, 2023, 6:17 and 39 seconds AM. Chapter 2006, Chapter 2006, Killing Everyone. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2006, Killing Everyone. Despicable. This is too despicable. Desolate Li had a bad temper and couldn't help but roar. The others' eyes were also filled with anger. Some of the people wanted to resist but were killed immediately. Their abilities were limited and they couldn't manage it. Not good, the Wei family is in danger. Box novel. Calm. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. Almost all of the great emperors in the Wei clan were dead, and only a few were left to rebuild the clan. There were no experts at all. The Wei clan's mansion and other resources would definitely be targeted by the Han and He clans. Wei Xian had just returned and was probably in danger. Thinking of this, the others' expressions changed. Let's go to the Wei family. Lu Ming took the lead and flew toward the Wei family, followed by the rest. At this moment, the Wei family was indeed facing a disaster, and the He family had their eyes on this place. Bang! An absolute saint of the Wei family was killed by an emperor-to-be of the He family. His body fell to the ground. Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Otherwise, you will die. A He clan emperor-to-be sneered and looked down at the remaining Wei clan members. There were only a little more than 100 people left in the Wei family. The strongest one was only at the emperor-to-be realm. It was impossible for them to compete with the He family. Your family is despicable. You were afraid of death in the previous war and didn't dare to fight. What kind of emperor-level force are you? You're worse than a dog's fart. Wei Xian had also returned to the Wei family. At this moment, he roared with anger. Brat, you dare to insult my He family and the great emperor of the He family. You will have a miserable ending. One promise. An emperor-to-be from the He clan walked toward Wei Xian with a cold look. I'm from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. You guys dare to touch me? Wei Xian said. So what if you are from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy? Kill him. The He clan's emperor-to-be shouted coldly as he charged towards Wei Xian. Let's go, Wei Xian. I'll stop them. A white-haired elder from the Wei clan roared and charged towards the He clan quasi-emperor. Old dog, you still dare to resist? In that case, the Wei clan doesn't need to remain in this world anymore. Kill them without mercy. An emperor-to-be of the He family gave the order. There were more than a dozen emperors-to-be and dozens of absolute saints from the He family. They were far more powerful than the remaining forces of the Wei family. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The Han family experts moved. A dozen emperor-to-be and a dozen absolute saints charged toward the Wei family. There were only 5 or 6 emperors-to-be left in the Wei family. The others were all absolute saints or below, so they couldn't resist the attack of the He family. Immediately, the Wei clansmen were killed one by one, and their screams rose and fell. All, die. Seeing the Wei clan members being killed one by one, Wei Xian roared with bloodshot eyes. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few emperor-to-be left in the Wei family, who were still resisting desperately. However, facing the siege of more than a dozen emperor-to-be from the He family, they were doomed. In a short while, all the emperors-to-be of the Wei clan were killed, leaving only Wei Xian. This was the other party's intention. Otherwise, Wei Xian would have been dead long ago. Your Jia clan will die a terrible death. Wei Xian roared, his eyes turning red from anger. Pa! An emperor-to-be from the He family slapped Wei Xian's face and sent him flying into the ruins of the Wei family. Buzz! The emperor-to-be of He clan moved and appeared beside Wei Xian, stepping on him. So what if he's someone from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy? You're still like a dead dog under my feet, haha. The emperor-to-be of the He clan laughed arrogantly. You'd better move your foot away. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death. At this moment, an extremely cold voice came from the distance. Then, a dozen figures flashed and appeared not far away. The dozen of people were Lu Ming and the rest. Alliance Master. Wei Xian bellowed when he saw Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with hope. It's Lu Ming. Someone in the He family recognized Lu Ming and exclaimed in surprise. The other members of the He family also changed their expressions abruptly. In the world of the lotus flower, Lu Ming had made a name for himself. Even the eternal Star River had been defeated by him. There was no one below the Marshal Supreme who was not afraid of him. I said, move your foot away, did you not hear me? Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he glanced at the He family's emperor-to-be who was stepping on Wei Xian. Step by step, he walked toward him. The emperor-to-be of the He clan said with a serious look, Lu Ming, this is the He family's business. You'd better not meddle in other people's business. It seems like you want to die. Lu Ming said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent bubble enveloped the He family's emperor-to-be and his body stiffened. The saint energy in Lu Ming's hands surged and condensed into a long spear. The long spear was covered with Formation Dao destruction runes. No, stop. The emperor-to-be from the He clan panicked and screamed in fear. At the same time, he struggled with all his might, but it was in vain. Whoosh! Lu Ming swung his arm and the long spear shot out like lightning, piercing through the other party's head. It carried the other party's body and flew tens of thousands of meters away, nailing him to the ground. Don't let a single one of these people off. Lu Ming's voice was heard. I've long wanted to take action. Desolate Li's eyes turned cold as he charged towards the experts of the He family. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others also attacked the He family. Lu Ming, you've already offended the Heng family. It won't do you any good to offend the He family. An expert of the He family shouted. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward and threw a punch. The force of the punch crushed a He clan emperor-to-be into pieces. In Lu Ming's eyes, these people from the He family were all scumbags who deserved to die. Let's go! The He family's experts roared. They knew that they were no match for Lu Ming. Their figures flickered and they dashed in all directions, trying to escape. However, they didn't get very far before they seemed to have hit an invisible wall and were all blocked. Bubbles made a move and sealed the space. Lu Ming, the He family's powerhouses have all returned to Heavenly Emperor City. There are many Emperor-level powerhouses nearby. If you kill us, you will die too. An emperor-to-be of the He clan shouted. Finish the battle quickly. This was Lu Ming's response. With a wave of his hand, 9 illusionary pieces of the prison-suppressing steel appeared and pressed down. The He family powerhouses were killed one after another. At the same time, Bubbles and the others also made their moves. It was a complete suppression. In the blink of an eye, only a few of the dozens of He family experts were left. Lu Ming, we've already sent out the news that you're dead for sure. The last He family emperor-to-be roared and was killed by Lu Ming with one punch. Let's go back to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Lu Ming waved his hand and saint energy surged. He wrapped Wei Xian up and flew towards the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy at the fastest speed. Not long after they left, a few figures appeared in the sky above the Wei clan, exuding an extremely powerful aura. The figures were all martial Emperor realm powerhouses. Obviously, they were the He clan's powerhouses. Lu Ming, you're courting death. Report to the higher-ups, this time, we must kill Lu Ming. A few cold and indifferent voices rang out. Then, they left. 1st of November, 2023, 6:17 and 39 seconds AM Chapter 2007, Chapter 2007 The He family comes. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2007 The He family comes. In the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, many places were almost fully restored. However, some cultivation places had not been restored yet. Right now, there were very few geniuses left in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The majority of them had already returned to their respective powers. Only a small number of geniuses and the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy were still present. Of course, due to the evil god tribe's remnants that had been wiped out in the Heavenly Emperor City, many powerful forces and experts were temporarily staying in the Heavenly Emperor City. For example, there were some experts from the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect who were temporarily staying in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Box novel. Calm Lu Ming and the rest returned to the mountain peak where they used to live and treated Wei Xian's injuries. Fortunately, Wei Xian's injuries were not serious and he recovered quickly. However, his eyes were dejected. The Wei family was almost exterminated, and he was the only one left. The He family. Wei Xian clenched his fists and his killing intent was endless. At this moment, a group of powerful existences descended outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. These were the experts of the He clan. The few people in the lead were true Emperor Realm experts, and He Qian was among them. Everyone, this is the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Please wait. Two teachers from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy appeared, blocking the way of the experts from the He clan. Is Lu Ming in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute? Tell him to come out and face his death. He Qian said coldly. He had long wanted to kill Lu Ming. Everyone, this is the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. No matter what grudges you have with Lu Ming, let's settle them outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. A teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy said. Since you're not asking Lu Ming to come out, well, go in and look for him. The other true emperor of the He clan spoke and stepped forward. Everyone, please wait. The teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy stretched out his hand and blocked in front of him. Get lost. The true emperor of the He clan struck out with his palm. The terrifying palm force sent the teacher of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy flying as he coughed out blood. This teacher of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was only a void emperor. He could not stop the other party at all. Let's go. The experts of the He family completely ignored the teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. They rushed into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and scanned it with their spiritual senses without any restraint, trying to find Lu Ming. Spread the news. The two teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy had ugly expressions as they spread the news. The Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy originally had 3 great emperors. The other powers didn't dare to act impudently in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, after the battle with the evil god race, the 2 emperors of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy had fallen. This news had already spread throughout the entire Yuan Mountain. This was why the He clan dared to barge into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy without any restraint. At the place where Lu Ming and the rest were staying. All of a sudden, Lu Ming and the group felt a powerful spiritual sense sweep over and stop on them. The people of the He family are here. Lu Ming's eyes darkened, revealing a cold glint. She didn't expect that the He clan would actually dare to search the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy without any restraint. Boom! Boom! In the distance, a group of experts stepped on the air and arrived, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for Lu Ming and the rest to breathe. Lu Ming and the rest rushed out of the room and stood in the air. He Qian. Lu Ming saw He Qian at one glance. He Qian's eyes swept towards Lu Ming and the rest. When his eyes swept past Lu Ming, they were filled with killing intent. When his eyes swept past Xiangxiang Bella, they were filled with greed. He had to get Lu Xiangxiang. Lu Ming, you killed many of the He family's experts for no reason. You must pay with your lives. He Qian was the first to speak, his voice filled with cold killing intent. For no reason. It was laughable. You said that a life for a life, but they killed so many people from the Wei family, so it's only a life for a life. Lu Ming sneered. How can the people of the Wei family be compared to the He family? He Qian retorted. Ha ha ha. This time, Lu Ming laughed maniacally. His laughter was filled with contempt, which made the faces of the He family members darken. Your He family still thinks so highly of yourself. In my opinion, your He family is not even as good as a dog. Lu Ming sneered. What did you say? You're looking for death. You dog thing that doesn't know death. The people of the He family were instantly furious. You guys still have the face. Let me ask you, when the evil god tribe invaded, where did your He clan go? In order to protect the Yuan mountain, the others have risked their lives and fought a bloody battle against the evil god tribe. What about your He clan? You're like a turtle hiding in its shell. When the battle is over, you're out to reap the benefits. Are you still human? Aren't you worse than a dog? Lu Ming's mocking voice rang continuously. He thought of the great emperors fighting to the death, and in the end, Chaos Sky Great Emperor and Sky Fire Great Emperor might not even be alive. There were also some other powers who had suffered heavy losses and lost many experts in the war against the evil god tribe. But now, the He clan and the Huang clan had come out to snatch the territories of these powers and even killed the people of these powers. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's anger was burning. What nonsense are you talking about? You're courting death for insulting the He family. You have a sharp tongue. You must die today. The people of the He family shouted one after another. Boom! 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 The people of the He family emitted powerful auras. Lu Ming, I'm telling you, no one can save you today, not even Emperor Notionless. Also, 111 help you take care of your disciple Xiangxiang, he. He Qian sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Old dog. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Buzz. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. At this moment, on the nearby mountain peaks, many figures flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming and the others. They were also exuding powerful auras. There were void emperors and true emperors. These experts came from Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and the Xinyuan Empire. And NBSP they had just wiped out the evil god race and had stayed here for the time being. You think you can stop the He family with your small forces? You're overestimating yourself. He Qian sneered. Following that, many figures flickered over from the distance. They were all terrifying experts. More powerhouses from the He clan had arrived. Most of them were at the Martial Emperor realm and some of them were at the True Emperor realm. The number of experts from the He family increased. The terrifying aura suppressed Phoenix Palace. The expressions of the experts from the Divine Elephant Sect changed drastically. The He clan was a great emperor-level force. They were too powerful and had many terrifying existences of the True Emperor realm. It was not something that forces like Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect could compare to. Today, one will personally take Lu Ming's head. He Qian said and stepped forward. His powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. The true emperors of the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, and Divine Origin Empire wanted to help but they were all locked on by the aura of the He clan's true emperor. If they moved, the other party would launch a thunderous attack. Lu Ming's expression was grave. He was locked in place by He Qian's aura and he could not move at all. The true emperor was too strong. He was not someone he could fight against. Lu Ming squinted his eyes, and they flickered. He was considering whether he should control the celestial thearch's physical body. Let's see how you're going to kill him. At this time, a figure flickered over. 1st of November, 2023, 6:17 and 38 seconds AM Chapter 2008, Chapter 2008, A bunch of things worse than pigs and dogs if audio player doesn't work. press stop then play button again. Chapter 2008, a bunch of things worse than pigs and dogs. A figure landed in front of Lu Ming and cut off He Qian's aura. The pressure on Lu Ming was instantly lifted. Senior ice screen. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The figure was Qiu Yue's master, Bing Mu. If you want to attack, then I'll kill you as well. Box novel. Calm. He Qian was incomparably overbearing. His palm was like a blade as he slashed down at the ice screen, wanting to destroy it. Ice seal. The ice curtain stretched out a finger and pointed. Instantly, with the finger of the ice curtain as the center, endless ice spread out as if it could freeze everything. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped rapidly. A terrifying cold chi not only sealed He Qian's blade light in ice, but also spread towards He Qian. Break, die. He Qian roared, and the power of his world erupted. A terrifying power blasted toward the cold chi. However, wherever the cold air passed, even the world power of the ice curtain was frozen. The terrifying cold air enveloped He Qian. In a flash, an ice mountain appeared in the sky, and He Qian was sealed in ice. One move to seal a true emperor in ice, shocking everyone. He Qian's shocked expression could be seen through the ice mountain. He didn't seem to have expected that he would be frozen by the ice curtain. Let's attack together. The true emperors of the He clan roared and attacked the ice mountain together. Boom! The ice mountain exploded, and He Qian appeared. He retreated frantically, his face pale and his body covered in a layer of frost. This person's cultivation level is very high. Let's attack together and kill her. He Qian roared. At the same time, he circulated the power of the world to dispel the cold energy on his body. The several true emperors of the He clan attacked at the same time. The combined attack of the true emperors was terrifying, but the ice screen wasn't afraid at all. It pointed its finger out continuously and the ice chi spread out. It actually blocked all the attacks from the true emperors. So strong. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The ice curtain was very powerful. The true emperors from the He family weren't ordinary true emperors. They were experts among the true emperors, but they were still blocked by the ice curtain. No wonder the ice curtain dared to attack the Youluo heaven sect alone. After exchanging dozens of blows, the He clan's true emperor was unable to do anything to the ice barrier and retreated with an unsightly expression. You are the ice curtain of the only holy temple. Someone from the He family recognized the ice curtain and said seriously. Not bad. The ice curtain didn't deny it. Ice curtain, are you sure you want to be the enemy of the He family? It's not good for your only temple. He Qian said coldly. The He clan is an emperor-level force, but they mobilized so many experts just because some emperor-to-be couldn't defeat a few juniors. Don't you feel ashamed? Ice curtain mocked. Many people of the He family looked upset. It was true that some of the emperor-to-be elders in the great emperor-level force were no match for Lu Ming, a junior. Therefore, the He family sent so many martial emperor powerhouses to deal with Lu Ming. It was indeed a laughable act. Do you think that the He family sent so many experts and mobilized so many people because of this? A true emperor from the He clan said indifferently. Many people's expressions changed. Could it be that the He family had come here for other matters? Lu Ming, you impersonated a member of the He family and killed the disciples of the Huang family. Then, you impersonated a member of the Huang family and killed the disciples of the He family. You incited a war between the He family and the Huang family and caused the He family to suffer heavy losses. You deserve to die 10,000 times for your crime. A true emperor of the He clan said coldly. What? Many people were shocked. Such a thing actually happened. Back then, many people had heard about the war between the He clan and the Huang clan. The reason was that the true emperor expert of the He clan, He Qian, had embezzled one of the Huang clan's treasures. The Huang clan had been indignant and sent experts to kill the disciples of the He clan. The He family retaliated by sending experts to kill the Huang family's disciples. Because of this, the conflict between the two sides was completely aroused, and they started a great war. Could it be that Lu Ming was really the one who did this? Lu Ming controlled the laws of chaos. Other than the kingly laws and the ultimate laws, he could transform them all. In that case, it was possible. Almost everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. If this was true, Lu Ming's methods were truly shocking. He had single-handedly caused two emperor-level forces to suffer heavy casualties. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and did not say a word. He already knew that this matter could not be hidden for long. Back then, the Huang family and the He family had fought because the two families had deep conflicts. They were like gunpowder that ignited at the slightest spark. However, as long as both parties calmed down and thought about it carefully, they would discover many loopholes and could easily speculate that it was Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you don't have to deny it. We've speculated in detail and negotiated with the Huang family. This is definitely your doing. A true emperor from the He clan said. Yes, I did it. Lu Ming spoke. Since he had already guessed it, there was no need to deny it. Little bastard, you deserve to die. He Qian shrieked loudly, wishing he could tear Lu Ming into pieces. Lu Ming had actually used his matter to provoke a war between the two races. It was really hateful. That's right, he deserves to die 10,000 times. At this time, a cold voice came from the sky. Then, another group of powerhouses descended. The Huang family. Ice Curtain said in a serious tone. The Huang family is also here. The faces of Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others were extremely ugly. After the He family, the Huang family also arrived. Moreover, the experts from the Huang family weren't any weaker than the He family. How were they going to fight? Lu Ming was the only one who looked calm. Lu Ming, how dare you sow discord and cause the Huang family to suffer heavy losses? You deserve to die 1,000 times. Hand over the Celestial Emperor's sword first, and he'll leave your corpse intact. One of the Huang clan's true emperors said with a cold and arrogant voice. Another bunch of cowardly things that are worse than pigs and dogs. Lu Ming said indifferently. Some people were shocked. In the face of such a situation, Lu Ming still dared to say such things about the Huang family. He was really bold. The Huang family experts were all furious. Lu Ming, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. You'll pay a terrible price for your words. One of the Huang clan's true emperors said coldly. You got angry so easily. It seems that you know how despicable you are, but you refuse to admit it. Once someone pointed it out, you have to suppress the other person with brute force to cover up your vileness and shamelessness. You are just deceiving yourself. Vileness is vileness. Lu Ming said calmly, his voice spreading throughout the entire area. The people from the He family and the Huang family looked extremely upset. When everyone else was fighting against the evil god tribe, they had hidden themselves. After that, they came out to snatch other people's territory. Whether they were despicable or not, they naturally knew it in their hearts. But they would never admit it, and they wouldn't allow anyone else to say it. Once they did, they would die. They were just a bunch of lowly, self-deceiving people. Lu Ming's words were exactly what they were thinking. There were even people from the younger generation of the two families who revealed a look of shame on their faces, but they quickly hid it. 1st of November, 2023, 6:17 and 37 seconds AM. Chapter 2009, Chapter 2009, Confrontation between two great emperors. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2009, Confrontation between two great emperors. Well said, a group of despicable people who deceive themselves. A voice was heard and the void trembled. Figures flickered and appeared beside Lu Ming and the others. He was a teacher of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. The teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy included both the Void Emperor and the True Emperor. Boom! Box novel. The auras of the teachers from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy clashed with the auras of the experts from the Huang family. A terrifying collision occurred, causing the air to rumble. The commotion here was too shocking, and it spread far and wide. Outside the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, many people felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. They all rose into the air and looked over. The experts of the He clan and Huang clan are confronting the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. It seems to be because of Lu Ming, He clan and Huang clan, they're really shameless. They came out now and even dared to attack the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy. They're just deceiving the two great emperors of the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy and the injured Emperor Wuxia. Many people didn't like the He family and the Huang family, but they kept their voices low for fear of being heard by the experts of the two families. So what if he was unhappy? The He clan and the Huang clan were great emperor-level forces with great emperors in charge. There were even more true emperors and void emperors. It's really lively today. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Then, everyone saw many beams of light cutting through the void like divine swords, flying towards the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Within each rainbow light was a powerhouse with an extremely shocking aura. So strong. There are so many martial sovereigns. Someone exclaimed with a grave expression. When the rainbow light faded, a group of experts descended into the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. They formed a triangular formation with the He and Huang families, surrounding Lu Ming and the rest in the middle. Youluo Heaven Sect. Someone exclaimed and gasped. The people of the Youluo Heaven Sect had also come, another great emperor-level force. Your Youluo Heaven Sect also wants to join in the fun. A teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy spoke. It has nothing to do with you. We're here to kill Lu Ming today. He killed the king body of the Youluo Heaven Sect. He must die. A true emperor of the Youluo Heaven Sect said coldly. The king physique he was talking about was naturally Luo Pokong. On Lu Ming's side, many people's faces turned even uglier. The Huang family, the He family, and the Youluo Heaven Sect were all emperor-level forces. Each of them was extremely powerful and had a deep foundation. Each of them was very terrifying. Now, the three major forces were working together to kill Lu Ming. Although there were some experts on Lu Ming's side, in addition to the teachers from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute, it was impossible for them to fight against the three major forces. There was a huge difference in power. If they fought, they would probably be completely wiped out. Today, since Lu Ming is in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy will definitely protect him. A teacher from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy said. In that case, they'll destroy the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy as well. A true emperor from the Huang family spoke. His voice was filled with killing intent. Today, the three great forces had arrived together, giving them confidence. Even if the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy was at its peak and the three great emperors were present, they wouldn't be afraid. Not to mention, there was only one great emperor Wuxia left. The people who were watching from afar were all shocked. If the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy wanted to interfere, they would even want to destroy the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. They were too tyrannical. Why are you talking so much nonsense with them? Directly annihilate them. He Hao shouted, instigating the crowd to attack. Suddenly, the powerhouses of the He family, the Huang family, and the Youluo Heaven Sect released their power. Their killing intent flashed, and they were about to launch a thunderous attack. Prepare for battle. One of the true emperors from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy roared. The experts on Lu Ming's side took out their sovereign weapons and prepared to fight. At this moment, a powerful pressure spread out. Even the true emperor's expression changed drastically when faced with this pressure. It was as if a great disaster was about to befall them. High up in the sky, the void split open, and a figure appeared out of thin air. Emperor Wuxian. Someone said with a grave expression. This figure was none other than Emperor Formless. This is the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. I won't let you touch Lu Ming. You can leave. Emperor Formless spoke in a gentle voice. It wasn't overbearing, but it carried a supreme dignity that no one dared to refute. Wuxian, I'm afraid you can't protect him today. As soon as Emperor Formless finished speaking, a dignified voice rang out. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This figure was shrouded in endless halos, but many people could still tell who it was with a single glance. The great emperor of the Han clan. The 3 emperor-level forces had come prepared. Now, the great emperor had arrived. He killed my Daoyuo Heaven Sect's king body. No one can save him. Then, another voice was heard. This voice was cold and overbearing, with a cold killing intent. In another direction, another figure appeared. This figure was shrouded in endless black light. The figure appeared and disappeared, but the strength of the aura was earth-shattering. The great emperor of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect. The emperor of the Daoyuo Heaven Sect was called Emperor Tianluo. The 2 emperors' auras were extremely powerful. They were like 2 universes that would never be destroyed. The pressure they gave off was too strong. It's over. Lu Ming is really over today. There's only one great emperor in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He can't protect Lu Ming at all. That's right. The great emperor of the He clan has yet to appear. Even if the 3 great emperors of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy are here, Lu Ming will still be in danger today. Lu Ming is finished today. He's going to die. It's a pity that he's a peerless hero of his generation. In the distance, many people sighed. At this moment, many people were on Lu Ming's side. The He family, the Han family, and the Daoyuo Heaven Sect were too despicable. During the war with the evil god tribe, the 3 major forces did not appear. Of course, they supported Lu Ming in their hearts, but no one would really help him. That would undoubtedly be courting death. However, it was a pity. Then he'll kill you first. Just as Emperor Tianluo appeared, another voice was heard. Then, a terrifying sword light flashed. This sword light was too dazzling and incomparably stunning. It came from beyond the sky and split the entire sky into 2. Emperor Tianluo's expression changed. With a roar, endless light shot up. He waved his hand, and a mysterious aura filled the air. It was the aura of the Great Tao. Great emperors controlled great Taos, the great Taos of heaven and earth. Boom! A huge seal floated in the air. It looked like Luo Kangqiang's divine seal of deprivation, but it was much more brilliant than it. The huge seal flew out and collided with the bright sword radiance. At this moment, the dazzling light was so blinding that many people could not open their eyes. When the light disappeared, an old man appeared in front of Emperor Tianluo. It was a very old man with a walking stick. He looked like an ordinary old man. Uncle Kong. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Uncle Kong had been paying attention to him. Now that Lu Ming was in danger, Uncle Kong still stood up for him. Who is this person? Could it be that the sword light just now was from him? How terrifying. He's also a great emperor, but I've never heard of him before. It seems like they're here to help Lu Ming. There's actually a great emperor behind Lu Ming. Many people looked at Uncle Kong in shock. 1st of November, 2023, 6:17 and 36 seconds AM. Chapter 2010, What did Lu Ming do? If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2010, What did Lu Ming do? On the surface, the number of great emperors in Yuan Mountain could be counted with one's fingers. However, in reality, there were definitely more than that. It was normal for Lu Ming to have a great emperor behind him. "Old man, it's you." Emperor Tianluo's gaze focused slightly as he looked at Uncle Kong. "Lu Ming is the hall master of the Great Yen Elixir Hall. I'll kill you if you dare to touch him." Box novel. Calm, Uncle Kong said slowly, but his voice was filled with killing intent. Many people were shocked. This old man was really overbearing and powerful. Since the Emperor of Tianluo wanted to kill Lu Ming, he would kill the Emperor of Tianluo. Could it be that this old man was that powerful? "Kill me? Even if you were at your peak, you might not be able to defeat me. Now that you're still injured, are you my match?" Emperor Tianluo sneered. Back then, in the battle with the evil god tribe, in order to send the evil god tribe's great emperor into the world-gazing gate, a few great emperors had been injured. Great emperor experts were protected by great Daos, so it was usually difficult for them to be injured. However, once they were injured, it was very difficult to recover. During this period of time, the Holy Emperor and the others were all in seclusion to heal. However, Uncle Kong and Emperor Formless injuries hadn't fully recovered in the past few months, and their battle power wasn't at their peak. This was why the Emperor of Tianluo had said this. Despicable. The few emperors were injured in the battle with the evil god tribe, but they're here to take advantage of us. Desolate Li couldn't help but shout angrily. Emperor Tianluo's gaze turned to Desolate Li and a cold light flashed across his eyes. Desolate Li was fearless as he glared at Emperor Tianluo. Buzz. Uncle Kong didn't say anything more. He directly unsheathed his sword and it howled through the 9 heavens. At this moment, Uncle Kong revealed a peerless sharpness. He turned from a bearded old man into a peerless swordsman. Boom! The Emperor of Tianluo didn't dare to be careless in front of Uncle Kong, even though he was injured. He circulated his power to the extreme, and a huge seal floated above his head. "I'm afraid the two of you can't save Lu Ming." At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A figure was floating above the heads of the He family experts. Many people's hearts trembled. He was the great emperor of the He clan. The great emperor of the He clan had indeed appeared. The experts from the 3 emperor-level forces were 3 emperors. Lu Ming was really finished today. The great emperor Formless and the nameless great emperor. Lu Ming's side had 2 great emperors, but they definitely couldn't stop the other side's 3 great emperors. Moreover, there were so many experts from the 3 major forces. On Lu Ming's side, if the great emperor did not come to his aid, he would be dead for sure. Many people sighed. Boom! Emperor Notionless erupted with an extremely powerful aura. However, Emperor Huang also erupted with his aura and locked onto Emperor Notionless, preventing him from helping Lu Ming. You're great emperors, yet you still need several people to work together against a junior. You're really disgracing great emperors. Emperor Wuxiang said. Lu Ming has to pay the price for sowing discord. Also, today, dealing with Lu Ming is secondary. There's one more thing one want to tell you, Wuxiang. From now on, the Heavenly Emperor City belongs to the He clan, the Huang clan, and the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Wuxiang, you'd better leave the Heavenly Emperor City. The great emperor of the He clan said coldly. What? Many people were furious when they heard this, especially Lu Ming and the others from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. They were furious. The Han clan and the He clan wanted to take the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy for themselves. The word despicable simply couldn't be used to describe their actions. Ha ha ha, what bullshit emperor. One think you are just a few old dogs, shameless old dogs. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and burst out laughing. Hearing this, the 3 emperors narrowed their eyes and looked at Lu Ming with sharp eyes. The other people from the 3 forces were furious. Lu Ming, what did you just say? You dare to insult the great emperor? You're courting death. The other members of the He and Huang families roared. Am I wrong? The way one see it, the 3 emperors from your 3 clans are even inferior to the evil god race. In order to protect the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, the 3 great emperors and a few other great emperors risked their lives and fought a bloody battle. The fate of Great Emperor Tianhua and Great Emperor Hun Tian is unknown. The other great emperors were injured because of this, but you guys took advantage of the situation. Not only are you afraid of death, but you also want to seize the territory of those who fought a bloody battle with the evil god tribe. What are you if not dogs? No, I was wrong. Even dogs are loyal. It's an insult to dogs to describe you as dogs. Lu Ming sneered continuously. He only felt a ball of fire burning in his chest. Many people's eyes were filled with anger, while the people from the He family, the Huang family, and the Daluo Heaven sect glared at Lu Ming with red faces. Humph, you speak so righteously, as if you've also made a great contribution. Lu Ming, what are you doing now that the evil god tribe is invading? A young man from the He and Huang families couldn't help but ask. I fought a bloody battle with the evil god tribe. Lu Ming said loudly. Fighting a bloody battle is a nice way to put it, but it's just an opportunity to kill a few random soldiers. What's the use of it for the overall situation? Don't put yourself so high. A young man from the He family mocked. Hee, it's true that like ancestors, like descendants. At this moment, Emperor Formless laughed coldly with a hint of mockery. Then, his voice suddenly rose, then, I'll tell you what Lu Ming did in the war with the evil god tribe today. Lu Ming was the one who sealed the void passageway that the evil god tribe opened. Emperor Formless' voice was loud and clear. Like a gust of wind, it blew in all directions and spread throughout the entire Heavenly Emperor city. What? Lu Ming is the one who sealed the void channel. How is that possible? How is it possible with Lu Ming's cultivation? Many people had incredulous expressions on their faces. That's impossible. You're clearly trying to elevate Lu Ming's status on purpose. With Lu Ming's cultivation level, how is it possible? Who would believe such a thing? Someone from the Huang family, and the Daluo Heaven sect immediately retorted the emperor. Lu Ming used the chaos laws to revive an ancient chaos stone disk. In the battle to seal the void passageway, it was us who helped Lu Ming and finally succeeded in sealing the void passageway. I swear in the name of the great emperor that this matter is absolutely true. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, the Yuan Mountain would still be in the midst of war. And now, they want to kill those who have contributed. Are you all going to do nothing? Emperor Formless' voice spread throughout Heavenly Emperor City. He didn't say this to the Huang family, the He family, or the Daluo Heaven sect, but to the other people in the Heavenly Emperor City. The gazes of many people changed. Emperor Formless spoke in the name of a great emperor, so there was no way he was wrong. He didn't expect that so many things had happened behind the scenes during the decisive battle. He didn't expect that the greatest contributor was actually Lu Ming, but Lu Ming had never brought this up to talk about. If it weren't for the 3 major forces forcing him to reveal the truth today, no one would have known. And now, the 3 great factions were going to kill the evil god race's greatest contributor to the war. Buzz. 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 Some people flashed and appeared behind Lu Ming and the rest, releasing powerful auras. 1st of November, 2023, 6:17 and 35 seconds AM. Chapter 2011, Chapter 2011, Chapter 2011. Fighting a Great Emperor. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2011, Chapter 2011. Fighting a Great Emperor. With a flash, many people joined Lu Ming's team. There were even true emperors and void emperors. They released their auras and helped Lu Ming and the rest to fight against the people from the 3 major forces. A bunch of small fries who think they can change the outcome of the bar tie. Emperor Tianluo said coldly. Wuxiang, you've said so much just to find a few more helpers, but what's the use of a group of small fish? Make your move and kill Lu Ming. Kill anyone who blocks your way. Box novel. Calm. The Emperor of the Huang clan spoke. Boom. Emperor Huang's aura exploded, and his powerful aura locked onto Emperor Formless. At that moment, RHE auras of the powerhouses from the three major forces locked onto everyone except Lu Ming. Whoever makes a move, lull Lu Ming. The great Emperor of the He clan spoke coldly. I'll kill him. From the He family, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s stepped out. Fliss' terrifying aura swept towards Lu Ming like a tide. This person was called He Qian. He was a small emperor, void emperor. He had just broken through to the small emperor realm and was a one-star void emperor. With such a good opportunity, he wanted to show off in front of the great emperor He. Perhaps, the great emperor He would reward him handsomely. Martial Emperor. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Luo Tianyi, and the others were shocked. The teachers of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, the Phoenix Palace, the Divine Elephant Sect, and the Ice Curtain all changed their expressions. They wanted to attack, but they found that they had all been locked on. The auras of the experts from the three major forces were locked on them. As long as they moved, they would be attacked by lightning. Moreover, the ones who were staring at them were very powerful. Buzz. Uncle Kong moved, and his sword Qi whistled. A terrifying sword light was about to slash at He Qian. Old man, your opponent is me. Emperor Tianluo shouted. The seal trembled and shot out a beam of divine light, blocking Uncle Kong's sword light. Then, the seal trembled and charged toward Uncle Kong. The sword Qi whistled as the battle between Uncle Kong and the Emperor of Tianluo broke out. The two exchanged a few moves before rushing into the dark void. Boom! At the same time, Emperor Formless and Emperor Huang exchanged a blow, and the two of them stood in confrontation from a distance. Emperor Formless couldn't spare any time to rescue him. He was originally a bit stronger than the Huang clan's emperor, and he had won the last time they had fought. However, he was still heavily injured and might be at a disadvantage against the emperor of the Huang family. Bang! Bang! He Qian stepped in the air. With every step he took, the air trembled. His aura grew stronger and stronger, like a storm, pressing down on Lu Ming. He was like a giant looking down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's your honor to die in my hands. Kill! He Qian's palm was like a knife as he slashed at Lu Ming. A white blade light filled with coldness caused the temperature to drop sharply. Fight! 11 die. Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. The aura in his body surged wildly, and all the saint power in his body gathered at the tip of his finger. Then, he pointed. The energy between heaven and earth gathered at Lu Ming's fingertips in a frenzy. Then, a finger force that had been condensed to the extreme burst out and collided with He Yan's saber light. Ding! Ding! A sharp collision sound rang out, and the force rolled in all directions. He Qian's saber light actually shattered and turned into nothing. It was blocked. Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes. The martial emperor's attack was actually blocked by Lu Ming. The most shocking thing was that Lu Ming did not even take a step back after blocking the other party's attack. Such terrifying combat strength, many people exclaimed in admiration. He Qian's eyes were filled with anger. Although he did not use his full strength in the previous move, Lu Ming was unscathed after that move. He did not even retreat. He felt that he had lost face. Moreover, he glanced around and found that the patriarch of the He family looked gloomy. His heart sank immediately. Could it be that the great emperor of the He clan had a bad impression of him? Damn it! It's all Lu Ming's fault. I'm going to tear him into pieces. He Qian roared in his heart, his eyes revealing an ice-cold lulling intent. Kill, die. He Qian shouted as the martial emperor's world energy circulated wildly. His palm turned into a dazzling saber light and slashed out with a howl, shaking the heavens and earth. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He moved his body, advancing instead of retreating, and rushed towards He Qian. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming continued to punch and pieces of illusionary prison-suppressing steels appeared, clashing with He Qian's saber light. The shadow of the prison-suppressing steel shattered, but the blade light was also blocked. The long song of the four seasons. After failing to take down Lu Ming in a few consecutive moves, He Qian was a little anxious and used the He family's divine skill, the Song of the Four Seasons. The momentum of his saber instantly changed. At first, it was like the snow of winter, then it turned into the thick feeling of spring, and in the next moment, it was like the scorching sun in the sky, unbearably hot. The saber's momentum changed and its power increased greatly. It shattered the prison-suppressing steel that Lu Ming had condensed in the void, and the saber light continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated continuously. Kill! As soon as Lu Ming retreated, He Qian's saber momentum became even fiercer and swept toward Lu Ming frantically. Chi. At that moment, Lu Ming cast the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. He pointed several times with his right hand, and the force of his fingers collided with He Qian's saber radiance. Countless runes appeared on Lu Ming's left hand. A true dragon roared and pounced toward He Qian. Small tricks, attack! He Qian shouted. A blade light burst out and destroyed the true dragon. However, the true dragon turned into countless runes and spread towards He Qian, trying to seal him. The combined power of 3 of the 9 scrolls of Array Dao was indeed very profound. He Qian's expression changed slightly, and the power of the world burst forth, shattering the endless runes. Next, the two of them exchanged more than a dozen moves. He Qian was indeed very powerful. Although he had broken through to the Void Emperor realm not long ago, he was still a martial emperor after all. His combat strength far exceeded that of an emperor to be. Every move contained the power of the world and was extremely powerful. Lu Ming relied on the use of 2 types of laws and barely managed to block it. But even so, everyone was shocked. Lu Ming was only an absolute saint, he had not even reached the perfection of the absolute saint realm. He was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm, but he could fight with a martial emperor and even block him. This was too shocking. Many powerhouses of the He family, the Huang family, and the Daoyuo Heaven sect were all shocked. With Lu Ming's combat strength, what kind of combat strength would he have when he broke through to the Void Emperor realm or even the True Emperor realm? What if he broke through to the Great Emperor realm? When they thought of this, their hearts were filled with a chill. Even the eyes of the emperors from the He family, the Huang family, and the Tianluo Heavenly Emperor were filled with coldness. The more talented Lu Ming was, the more he deserved to die. Die! Since the start of the battle, He Qian had not managed to take down Lu Ming. He was getting more and more impatient. Initially, he would not have done this given his character. The main reason was that he could not accept the fact that he could not take down Lu Ming after so many moves despite being a martial emperor. His saber momentum became fiercer and fiercer, and he could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Destruction. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly pointed his finger. This finger was Lu Ming's strongest killing move. It was the initial fusion of the Array Dao laws and the Chaos laws. 1st of November, 2023, 6:17 and 34 seconds AM. Chapter 2012, Chapter 2012, Chapter 2012. Slaying an Emperor with a single strike. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2012, Chapter 2012. Slaying an Emperor with a single strike. Lu Ming cast his strongest move. A huge Chaos Finger of Tribulation was formed, covered with Array Dao runes. The initial fusion of the Annihilation Scroll and the Chaos Finger of Tribulation. Bang! Bang! And NBSP, the Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger struck out, shattering He Qian's blade light with unstoppable force. He Qian's expression changed drastically as he roared. A world seemed to emerge from his body as he slashed out with his blade. The blade light seemed to contain a world. Box novel. Calm boom. The Chaos Finger tribulation was finally destroyed by He Qian, but He Qian's figure was pushed back 10 miles. The martial emperor had been forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Many people gasped and were too shocked to speak. He was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm, but he was able to defeat a martial emperor. No one would believe this. This kind of battle result could scare people to death. All, damn it. He Qian roared. He had lost all his face today. Even if he could kill Lu Ming, it would become a stain in his life and even a demon in his heart. This is the He clan's martial sovereign. Just this little bit of combat power. As expected, he's worse than a pig or a dog. Not only does he have a bad character, but his combat strength is also poor. Lu Ming sneered. He Qian was so angry that his chest heaved up and down, and he almost vomited blood. Calm down. He's provoking you on purpose. Use all your strength to kill him and wash away your shame. A voice entered He Qian's ears. It was the voice of the great emperor of the He clan. The voice of the He clan's great emperor seemed to have a magical power that calmed He Qian's heart. He understood that he had been too impatient just now and had not used all of his combat strength. Buzz. A saber appeared in his hand. The saber radiance pierced through the air and was extremely sharp. With the infusion of He Qian's world power, the saber's might grew stronger and stronger. The terrifying saber aura continued to press toward Lu Ming. This was a monarch weapon. The power of a sovereign weapon controlled by a martial emperor was completely different from that of someone under the martial emperor realm. Only a martial sovereign could unleash the full power of a sovereign weapon. Boom! A world was floating above He Qian's body. This world clearly hadn't finished its evolution. It was filled with chaos, but it still gave people a terrifying pressure. Kill! He Qian shouted and slashed down with his saber. The power of this blade was much stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He circulated his cultivation to the extreme and pointed his finger. It was still destruction. Primal Chaos Tribulation Finger. However, this time, the finger of tribulation of chaos was shattered when the saber light slashed down. A terrifying force rushed toward Lu Ming, forcing him to retreat rapidly. This is the true strength of a martial emperor. Lu Ming suppressed the boiling blood in his body and muttered in his heart. His strength was still slightly inferior to a martial emperor's. If he could reach the perfected absolute saint realm, he would be confident of fighting He Qian. It seems that Lu Ming is still no match for them. A martial emperor is a martial emperor, after all. Lu Ming is only at the peak of the absolute saint realm. The difference is too great. However, it's already terrifying enough that Lu Ming can fight a martial supreme to this extent. Some people were discussing. Lu Ming, one won't let you die so easily. He'll let you die from pain. He Qian approached Lu Ming step by step, his cold voice ringing in Lu Ming's ears. I was just playing with you earlier. Now, one can send you on your way. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly and a murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Just now, he had fought with all his strength just to test his limit. Many people were stunned. What did Lu Ming mean by this? Could it be that he wanted to kill He Qian? Send me on my way. Ha ha ha, you're really shameless. You want to anger me with this, right? Unfortunately, I can't let you have it. Kill, die. He Qian shouted. His body burst with brilliant light. His entire person seemed to have fused with the saber in his hand, turning into a terrifying saber light that charged at Lu Ming. The saber light tore through the air and the space howled. It was terrifying and shocking. Many people's hearts were in their throats. Perhaps, Lu Ming was going to die under this knife. In an instant, the saber light approached Lu Ming. Not good. At this moment, Feng Ling, Long Chen, and the others were shocked. At that moment, the powerhouses of Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Ice Curtain, and the others wanted to help. However, the powerhouses of the He family, the Huang family, and the Daluo Heaven Sect flashed and blocked their way. Master! Lu Xiangxiang shouted and wanted to rush over, but one of the experts on the other side burst forth with energy, and Lu Xiangxiang's figure was sent flying. Just when everyone thought that Lu Ming was going to be killed by this slash, they saw a sword gleam. Sword light shone from Lu Ming's hands and slashed at the saber light that He Qian had transformed into. Then, an unbelievable scene appeared. The sword light slashed and the saber light was cut in half. Bang! The saber light broke and shattered. Then, everyone saw He Qian's figure retreating frantically. He retreated 100 miles away, his eyes wide open as he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming. He Qian spat out these two words with difficulty. Then, a line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and quickly spread to his entire body. See La. He Qian's body was split into two and fell to the ground. He was dead. He Qian was dead. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Just now, He Qian clearly had the absolute advantage and was about to kill Lu Ming with one slash. Everyone thought that Lu Ming was in grave danger. But why was He Qian the one who died? Celestial Emperor's Sword. You can actually control the Celestial Emperor's Sword. One of the Huang family's true emperors shouted. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming was holding a stone sword in his hand. The Celestial Emperor's Sword. Many people's hearts trembled. Lu Ming could actually control the Celestial Emperor's Sword and unleash its power, killing He Qian with one strike. How could a mere absolute saint control the Celestial Emperor's Sword and exert its power? Naturally, they did not know that Lu Ming had the cultivation technique to control the Celestial Emperor's body. The Celestial Emperor's Sword had fused with the Celestial Emperor's body. Now, the energy stored in the Celestial Emperor's body had reached 12%. If Lu Ming could control the Celestial Emperor's body, he could naturally control the Celestial Emperor's Sword as well. Just now, Lu Ming had controlled the Celestial Emperor's Sword and easily killed He Xiao. Who else wants to kill me? Lu Ming held the stone sword and glanced at the He family, the Huang family, and the Daluo Heaven Sect. Humph, you're just an absolute saint. Do you think you're invincible just because you can barely use a trace of the power of the Celestial Emperor's Sword? The Celestial Emperor's Sword should belong to the Huang family. Hand it over. An expert from the Huang family stepped out, and his terrifying aura pressed toward Lu Ming. A martial supreme. This person was also a small emperor void emperor. However, this person's aura was many times stronger than He Qian's. He was probably an expert even among the void emperors. If you want the Celestial Emperor's Sword, then come and take it. Lu Ming held his sword and faced the powerful man from the Huang family. Boom! From a distance, the Huang family's powerhouse reached out his palm and grabbed at Lu Ming. 1st of November, 2023, 6:17 and 33 seconds AM. Chapter 2013, Chapter 2013, Chapter 2013. Sword pointed at He Qian. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2013, Chapter 2013. Sword pointed at He Qian. The powerful man from the Huang family was very cautious. He attacked from a distance. He reached out a hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. A huge claw formed and grabbed at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, holding the sword with both hands, and slashed down. A ray of sword light, like a crescent moon, slashed forward at an astonishing speed. Wherever the sword light passed, a dark crack appeared in the space. Box novel. Calm. The huge hand formed by the Huang family expert was cut in half by the sword light. However, the sword light did not stop and continued to attack the Huang family expert. Fast, it was too fast, so fast that the other party had no reaction. Quickly retreat. The emperor from the Huang family roared, but it was too late. Pucci. Blood splattered everywhere as the Huang family's expert was cut in half. His soul naturally vanished in the sword light. He had killed another martial sovereign. Moreover, this person was not someone He Qian could compare to. He was an expert among the Void Emperors, but he still could not block Lu Ming's sword. Many people looked at the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand with deep respect. Of course, there were also people who looked greedy. Lu Ming was only an absolute saint, but he could control the sword and unleash such terrifying power. What if a martial emperor controlled it? Damn it! How audacious! The other Huang family members reacted and roared. Ha ha ha, well done! Emperor Formless laughed loudly, causing the Huang family's emperor to have an ugly expression. Who else is here to kill me? The stone sword in Lu Ming's hand was pointed at the Huang family. The Huang family powerhouses all had unsightly expressions. They were filled with killing intent, anger, and fear. They did not know to what extent Lu Ming could wield the celestial emperor's sword. Therefore, no one dared to step forward. Didn't you all come to kill me just now? Now you've become a good-for-nothing. Lu Ming then pointed the stone sword at the Daluo Heaven sect, which made the people of the Daluo Heaven sect look terrible. But still, no one walked out. Finally, Lu Ming pointed the stone sword at the He family. He Qian, old dog, come out and face your death. Lu Ming shouted, his killing intent bursting forth. Today, he wanted to offer He Qian's head as a sacrifice to the Ice Dragon Valley Master. He Qian's face darkened. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming wanted to challenge He Qian. He Qian was a true emperor. Even among the true emperors, He Qian was not weak. He was considered an expert. With Lu Ming's cultivation base at the Absolute Saint realm and his control of the Celestial Emperor sword, could he really fight with He Qian, an old true emperor? He Qian, I challenge you. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, just say it. Lu Ming said loudly, his voice full of mockery. Little bastard, you should die. He Qian roared in his heart. He wished he could kill Lu Ming with a slap. However, he was not confident and even felt a little scared when facing Lu Ming, who was holding the celestial Arch sword. He didn't want to die. He still wanted to survive the Great Tribulation and live carefreely for hundreds of thousands of years. But now, Lu Ming, a junior, challenged him. If he did not accept the challenge, he would definitely lose face, not just him, but also the He family. Now, he was riding a tiger and couldn't stop. It seems that the He family is really cowards. They only know how to bully people with their power and use their absolute advantage to suppress others. Once the other party shows a trace of threat, they immediately run away. It's simply embarrassing. Lu Ming continued, his mocking tone growing stronger. The faces of the He family members turned red and they felt extremely humiliated. He Qian, make your move and kill him. The great emperor of the He clan stood with his hands behind his back and glanced at He Qian. He Qian's face immediately turned pale. Obviously, the great emperor of the He clan was furious. He had no choice but to obey the words of the great emperor of the He clan. Little bastard, he'll let you die an ugly death. He Qian's face was gloomy. He took a step forward, and the world divine light around him enveloped him. At the same time, several sovereign weapons floated around him. Among them, there were a few defensive monarch weapons that were protecting him. Ha ha ha, you're really afraid of death. You're facing an absolute Saint Junior, but you've already wrapped yourself like a turtle shell before you even start fighting. Desolate Li laughed. Did you see that? That's what a coward is. Huang Ling also spoke. A bunch of damned little bastards. He Qian roared in his heart. Being ridiculed in public by a few juniors, even if his skin was thick enough, he could not help but blush. Kill. He turned his anger into killing intent and took out a monarch weapon. The monarch weapon flew through the air and attacked Lu Ming. He still did not dare to get too close to Lu Ming. He controlled the sovereign weapon and attacked Lu Ming, intending to test the waters. Whoosh! It was a small silver knife. It cut through the void at an astonishing speed, and its power was even more terrifying. However, this saber move could easily kill any Void Emperor expert. Buzz! The celestial the arch sword in Lu Ming's hand trembled. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and slashed out. Clang! The stone sword clashed with the small silver knife, emitting a terrifying buzz. The small silver knife trembled and was sent flying. It's nothing more than this. He Qian's eyes lit up. He felt that although the Celestial Emperor's sword was powerful, it was not too exaggerated. He could completely block it. However, he was still worried. He controlled the small silver knife and turned it into a silver bolt of lightning, charging toward Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! The celestial the arch sword in Lu Ming's hands slashed out continuously, colliding with the small silver knife. After more than 10 consecutive collisions, the small silver knife would be sent flying every time. However, Lu Ming's figure also took a few steps back. You're just so, die. He Qian was finally relieved. He moved and pounced toward Lu Ming. A terrifying saber light burst out from He Qian's hand and slashed at Lu Ming. Retreat. Many true emperors and void emperors protected those with weaker cultivation and retreated rapidly. He Qian's combat power was really strong. If he used his full power, a large area would be enveloped by him, and it would be difficult to stand. Good. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He circulated the cultivation technique that controlled the celestial thearch's physical body. More energy burst out from the celestial the arch sword. Buzz! Buzz! The celestial emperor's sword trembled continuously, and a layer of terrifying fluorescent light appeared on the body of the sword. Following that, Lu Ming swung his sword and a shocking sword gleam burst out. A sword that glinted 19 prefectures. The sword light slashed down and collided with He Qian's saber light. Boom! A dazzling light burst out, and the endless saber radiance and sword chi swept in all directions. The entire sky was shaking crazily. Bang! Then, the saber light shattered while the terrifying sword light struck the defensive monarch weapon around He Qian. The violent force sent He Qian flying like a cannonball, his face pale. You didn't use your full strength just now. He Qian shouted in fear. Old dog, die. Lu Ming held the stone sword and seemed to have become one with it. The power in the stone sword gushed into his body. He took a step forward and caught up with He Yan, slashing down with the sword again. He Qian roared and exploded with all his strength. The power of the world surged wildly and fought against Lu Ming. However, when Lu Ming's sword slashed down, He Xiao was sent flying again. 1st of November, 2023, 6:17 and 32 seconds AM. Chapter 2014, Chapter 2014, Chapter 2014. Rockman appears. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2014, Chapter 2014. Rockman appears. Bang! He Qian was sent flying. Lu Ming's figure quickly followed and the celestial emperor's sword continued to slash. At this moment, the energy erupting from the celestial emperor's sword had already surpassed He Qian's. Many people were shocked. The power of the celestial emperor's sword was too terrifying. Just now, it did not even unleash its full power. Now that it was unleashed, it actually suppressed He Qian. The stone sword buzzed, and its sword chi was shocking. It continued to slash down at He Qian. Box novel. Calm He Qian gritted his teeth and controlled the monarch weapon. The small silver blade enlarged rapidly and he slashed out with it. Clang! The stone sword and the silver saber clashed, causing sparks to fly. A hole appeared on the silver saber, but there was no trace of it on the stone sword. He Qian was forced to retreat. Lu Ming followed closely behind and slashed his combat sword again. He Qian could only wave his saber to block. Clang! 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 The two of them kept clashing, and the sky rumbled. The two figures exchanged more than a dozen moves in an instant, and their speed was astonishing. Those with weaker cultivation could only see two afterimages. Bang! After more than a dozen moves, the silver saber in He Qian's hand shattered into pieces, flying everywhere. A true emperor weapon was broken just like that. Buzz! Lu Ming swung his sword again. He Qian could not care less about his heartache and controlled a sovereign weapon shield to block it. Thump! Yet another loud boom rang out as the emperor weapon shield was struck by a terrifying force and slammed heavily onto He Qian's body. He Qian let out a blood-curdling shriek as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Die! Lu Ming roared and manically activated the energy in the stone sword. The light on the stone sword grew brighter and its power became greater. He Qian's expression changed drastically as if he felt a fatal crisis. His figure flickered wildly as he charged towards the He clan Great Emperor. Great Emperor, save me! He Qian roared. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming turned into a flash of sword light and charged at He Qian at an astonishing speed. After the stone sword left the celestial thearch's body, it was under Lu Ming's control. Although its power was shocking, it was limited. At this time, Lu Ming had pushed it to its limit. This sword was enough to threaten He Qian. However, right at this moment, the great emperor of the He clan frowned and suddenly took a step forward. Boom! Because of this step, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. A giant foot stepped down from the sky, stomping toward Lu Ming. Despicable! Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others roared. As a great emperor, not only did he attack Lu Ming, an absolute saint, but he also attacked Lu Ming when he was fighting with someone else. He was too despicable. Boom! 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 The giant foot was completely made of energy. It was like the foot of a god. As it descended from the sky, Lu Ming felt that the space around him had frozen. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for Lu Ming to breathe. Slash! Lu Ming shouted. He held the sword with both hands and slashed at the giant foot. Boom! An earth-shattering boom was heard. Lu Ming's sword gleam only lasted for a short while before it collapsed under the giant foot. The giant foot continued to stomp down at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming held his sword horizontally in front of him. Thump! The giant foot stepped on the stone sword, and Lu Ming fell to the ground like a meteorite. Boom! The ground within a radius of thousands of miles trembled and cracks that looked like cobwebs appeared. A deep, pitch-black pit appeared where Lu Ming had landed, its depth unfathomable. Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the rest trembled in their hearts. How was Lu Ming? Lu Ming had exchanged a blow with the great emperor. That was a great emperor. If the heavenly emperor didn't appear, the great emperor would be at the peak. In the entire Yuan mountain, how many people could take a single move from a great emperor? Even a peak true emperor would die. Master. Lu Xiangxiang's eyes were already filled with tears and she was on the verge of tears. Boom! Within the endless dark void, a violent disturbance could be heard. The sword howls could be heard without end. That was Uncle Kong. Uncle Kong was still fighting against Emperor Tianluo. Countless gazes looked at the pitch-black cave. Was Lu Ming dead? Even if the great emperor didn't use much of his strength, He would probably be dead after a head-on clash with the great emperor. Buzz. He Qian arrived above the cave and revealed a ferocious smile. Little bastard, so what if you have the celestial emperor's sword? After all, you're just an ant at the absolute saint realm. You don't know your place if you want to fight with my He family. He Hao sneered. An absolute saint realm ant? Who was the one that was beaten up by an absolute saint realm ant? Huang Ling said sarcastically. Little girl, you have a sharp tongue. It'll make you regret what you're saying later. He Xiao glanced at Feng Ling coldly. Then, the power of the world gathered and formed a spear, which was thrown into the dark cave. Whoosh! The spear flew into the dark cave like a stone sinking into the sea. He Qian's expression changed and his body landed again. His eyes were filled with radiance as if he wanted to see clearly what was below. Boom! 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 At this moment, the ground suddenly began to shake and let out a deep rumble, as if a peerless beast had awakened from the depths of the earth. Quickly retreat. The expression of the He clan's great emperor suddenly changed as he roared. He Gao's heart trembled, he was about to soar into the sky. Boom! The ground exploded, and smoke and dust filled the air. An incomparably huge hand emerged from the depths of the ground and grabbed at He Qian. This giant hand was made of stone. It was huge and boundless, covering the sky and emitting a terrifying aura. With a single grab, it sealed off all of He Qian's escape routes. He Qian was frightened and wanted to escape, but he found that he had no way to escape. He was like a crawling worm that was about to be caught. Boom! At this moment, the He clan's great emperor made his move. With a palm strike, a huge palm print slammed down towards the giant stone hand. He wanted to save He Qian. However, the ground rumbled again as another giant stone hand stretched out and punched at the great emperor of the He clan. Boom! The giant stone hand shattered the palm print of the great emperor of the He clan. Buzz! When the giant hand closed in, He Qian erupted madly, but it was of no use. He was caught by the giant stone hand. Boom! 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 The ground rumbled and then collapsed. An extremely huge stone man rushed out from the ground. This is Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Someone shouted in shock. Here, many people had entered the Lotus world, entered the Ninth world, and seen the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. In the beginning, Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was controlled by the Eternal Star River. However, later on, when the Void Passageway appeared, Celestial Emperor's corporeal body and sword flew away to suppress the Void Passageway, and then they disappeared. He did not expect to appear here. Could it be that Lu Ming had obtained the Celestial Thearch's body? However, why was it Lu Ming and not the galaxy? In the beginning, wasn't the Celestial Thearch's body controlled by the galaxy? The experts of the Huang family, especially the Emperor, had bright lights in their eyes. The people on Lu Ming's side were stunned. They could not figure out how Lu Ming had turned into a stone golem and rushed out after being blasted into the depths of the earth. He Qian, I said that you must die today. The giant golem's voice was buzzing, but from the tone, it was clearly Lu Ming. Many people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming and the Celestial Thearch's physical body had fused into one. 1st of November, 2023, 6:17 and 31 seconds AM. Chapter 2015, Killing He Qian, Battling the Great Emperor. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2015, Killing He Qian, Battling the Great Emperor. He Qian was gripped in Lu Ming's hand. He was terrified. He struggled frantically, trying to break free. However, this was the Celestial Thearch's physical body. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Release him. The He clan's great emperor looked at Lu Ming, or more accurately, at the celestial thearch's physical body. His eyes flashed with greed. The celestial thearch's corporeal body and combat sword were both supreme treasures. Laughable. Box novel. Calm, Lu Ming said indifferently. The stone golem's indifferent eyes swept towards the He clan arch. Then, it squeezed with force. The terrifying force almost crushed He Qian, causing him to scream in pain. Boom! The He clan's great emperor made his move. His entire body was enshrouded in endless multicolored light. Wisps of multicolored light were like divine swords as they charged towards Lu Ming. That was the light of the world, incomparably terrifying. Buzz! The stone sword had been stuck in the back of the celestial thearch's physical body. At this moment, with a thought from Lu Ming, the stone sword buzzed and flew out. It enlarged rapidly and swept out. After the stone sword merged with Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, its power increased dramatically. It slashed out horizontally and took all the attacks from the He clan's great emperor. He shall send you on your way. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. Don't. No, He Qian shouted in fear. He didn't want to die. He had exhausted all his efforts to survive the Great Tribulation and continue to be carefree. But now, he was about to die before he even crossed the Great Tribulation. He was extremely frightened. Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fist and a terrifying force gushed towards He Qian. He Qian could not withstand this force at all. In Lu Ming's palm, his body exploded inch by inch, leaving only his head. He wasn't dead yet, and his soul was still there. At this moment, he was constantly shouting, "Spare me, spare me." Whoosh! A stream of energy rushed into He Qian's sea of consciousness and destroyed his soul. Then, Lu Ming threw He Qian's head and it flew out. It landed in front of a large tomb on a mountain. It was the tomb of the Ice Dragon Valley Master. Back then, Lu Ming had sworn to offer He Qian's head as a sacrifice to the Master of Ice Dragon Valley. Now, he had done it. Many people were shocked. A true emperor had been killed just like that. He was killed mercilessly by Lu Ming in front of the great emperor. Kill! At this moment, the great emperor of the He clan was furious. His long hair was dancing in the air and his chi was shocking. Bang! He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged toward Lu Ming. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Let's go up, let's go. Lu Ming said as he soared into the sky. The great emperor of the He clan followed closely behind and soared into the sky as well. At the same time, an extremely bright blade light burst out from his hand. It was as if the entire world was going to be split apart by this blade. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming was integrated into the Celestial Thearch's physical body. He controlled the Celestial Thearch's physical body, held the stone sword, and slashed. Clang! A deafening boom resounded, as if the world had exploded. The entire world shook. The people below only felt a bright light burst out in the endless sky, as if the sun had exploded. The two of them exchanged a blow, and their bodies swayed as they retreated a few steps. The He clan emperor's face turned gloomy. As he moved his body also grew rapidly. In the end, he turned into a giant that was as big as the heavenly emperor's physical body. Great emperors controlled great Taos, and the little worlds within their bodies were close to perfection. They could give birth to living beings, and the power of their worlds allowed them to freely expand or shrink their bodies. The He clan's great emperor clenched his hand in the air as if he was holding a great Tao in his hand and it had turned into a battle blade. The great Tao turned into a saber, emitting a brilliant light. With a slash, endless power gathered and slashed at Lu Ming. With a thought from Lu Ming, the energy in the Celestial Thearch's physical body exploded wildly, covering the Celestial Thearch's physical body with a layer of multicolored light. The stone sword's multicolored light was even more intense. Clang! Lu Ming swung his sword again and it collided with the He clan Great Emperor. This time, the two of them were still forced back, and the void trembled under their feet. But the next moment, the two of them continued to collide. Clang! 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 Their attacks were very simple, but each of them contained terrifying power. Each of their attacks shook the earth. If they had landed on the ground, no one knew what would have happened. After becoming a great emperor, one could control a great Tao and return to their original state. A battle might seem simple, but it was even more dangerous. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. I have to end this quickly. My energy can't last that long. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped on the void and dashed towards the great emperor of the He family at top speed. The great emperor of the He family then slashed again. However, this time, Lu Ming did not resist. He was betting that the celestial emperor's corporeal body could withstand the opponent's attack. Boom! The saber of the He clan's the arch slashed at Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled violently, but he managed to block the attack. There was not even a trace of a mark on his body. Lu Ming was overjoyed. After all, this was the celestial thearch's physical body. The celestial thearch was so powerful that he was much stronger than a great emperor. Their bodies were naturally sturdy and immortal. Ordinary great emperors couldn't even break through the bodies of heavenly emperors. Kill! Lu Ming roared and the stone sword slashed towards the He clan great emperor. Not good. The great emperor of the He clan was shocked as he retreated. However, he was still a step too late. His body was swept by the stone sword's sharp light, and a bloody wound appeared. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming bellowed and his attacks were like a storm, blasting towards the He clan great emperor. The He clan's great emperor also launched his counterattack. However, Lu Ming completely ignored his own defense and allowed the He clan's great emperor's attacks to land on his body. All he had to do was to attack crazily. For a moment, the great emperor of the He family was completely on the passive side and was being suppressed by Lu Ming. Below, many emperor-level experts could see the battle in the sky through the vast void. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. The He family thearch was actually at a disadvantage and was being suppressed by Lu Ming. What a powerful force. The celestial thearch's physical body is so powerful. It's a complete waste for Lu Ming to control it. If it were controlled by the great emperor of my clan, wouldn't he be able to sweep the world? The eyes of the Huang family's powerhouses were filled with greed, and they wanted to take the celestial emperor's body for themselves. As for the Emperor Realm experts from the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, they were ecstatic. How's it going? How's the battle above? Huang Ling asked anxiously. Those below the Emperor rank did not have the strength to see the battle above. Lu Ming has the upper hand, said Emperor Formless. He had been confronting the Emperor from the Huang family all this time and hadn't made a move. At this moment, he waved his hand and an image appeared in the sky. It was the image of Lu Ming and the Emperor from the He family fighting in the sky. At this moment, the great Emperor of the He clan had been completely suppressed and could only defend passively. Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Lu Ming's other hand landed a punch on the face of the He clan's great Emperor, sending him flying. Nice beating. Beat him up. When Desolate Li and the other youths of the Desolate race saw this, they cried out in excitement and joy. The experts of the He family were ashen-faced as they glared at Huang Li and the others. Beating up the great emperor. What are you looking at? I'm so happy. I'm waiting for the great emperor of the He clan to be beaten into a pig head. I'm going to record everything with the image exhaling stone. A great emperor being beaten into a pig's head is definitely worth collecting. Perhaps I can sell it to someone else for a high price. Desolate Li and the others glared back at him, then took out the aura image stone and copied down the image. You guys. You're looking for death. The experts of the He family were furious. However, what made them want to vomit blood was that many people at the scene took out the Shadow Breath Stone and made a copy. This included the Huang family and the Daoluo Heaven sect. Indeed, the scene of a great emperor being beaten into a pig's head was a rare sight. He believed that many people would spend a lot of money to buy it. This made the He family's people's faces turn red. In the sky, Ming chased after the He family the arch after he had sent him flying. He continued to launch a storm of attacks. The He clan's great emperor howled. A world floated out from his body. In this world, one could even see the birth of some strange creatures that lived and reproduced inside. The endless power of the world was controlled by the He family emperor. It merged with the great Tao of heaven and earth and turned into a terrifying killing technique that was aimed at Ming. However, Ming still did not care about his own defense. He rushed out arrogantly and slashed down with the stone sword. He broke through the world power and attacked the He clan's great emperor. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in a row. The great emperor of the He family was at a complete disadvantage. Ming found another flaw and slashed down with his sword. This sword directly slashed the face of the He clan great emperor. The great emperor of the He clan surrounded his body with the great Tao. The power of the world spread out as he set up layers of defense around his body. However, when the sword slashed down, the He clan's great emperor was still sent flying as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His body spun a few thousand rounds in the sky. He felt his head buzzing, and his soul was almost blasted out. Buzz. The next moment, Ming charged at the He clan great emperor and slashed down again. Bang! The great emperor of the He clan was sent flying once again. However, Ming did not penetrate the He family great emperor's defense. He only made the other party dizzy. The energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body is still too little. Its offensive power is still insufficient. Ming sighed in his heart. Only 12% of the Heavenly Emperor's energy was stored in his body. Although he was able to suppress the great emperor of the He clan with his unparalleled defense, it was still difficult to break through his defense. If the energy stored in the Celestial Thearch's physical body reached 20%, Ming was confident that he could break through the other party's defense and even kill him. However, even if he couldn't break through his opponent's defense now, he could still abuse his opponent ruthlessly. Buzz. Ming dashed towards the He clan's great emperor again and kicked him hard on the face. The He clan's great emperor groaned and his body was sent flying again. Then, Ming caught up with him and blasted the He family great emperor away again. The great emperor of the He family was sent flying everywhere by Ming's attacks like a ball. Great emperor, below, the powerhouses of the He family were all pale. Some of the onlookers were dumbfounded. As for the many people who were with Ming, they were all ecstatic. Ha ha ha, this feels good, too good. Hit his face. Yes, yes, hit him hard. Desolate Li laughed as if he was the one beating up the He clan emperor. At the same time, he did not forget to use the image exterminating stone to record the scene. On the side, Emperor Huang's expression was a little unsightly. If Ming could beat up the great emperor of the He family, then wouldn't he be able to do the same to him? Ah! In the sky, the He clan's great emperor had finally sobered up after being beaten up many times. He roared madly and the small world in his body seemed to be burning. Boom! Boom! He began to go all out. He launched a few terrifying attacks at Ming, bombarding his body. He finally forced Ming to retreat. At the same time, he frantically rushed into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Retreat! Then, the voice of the great emperor of the He clan could be heard. Many experts of the He clan had an ugly expression on their faces. However, since the great emperor of the He clan had left, they could only retreat. Instantly, each and every one of the He clan turned into a ray of light and fled in a sorry state. In the blink of an eye, he was careless. In the sky, Lu Ming looked at the emperor of the Huang family with a hint of excitement. Emperor Huang's expression changed. He knew that it was impossible for him to kill Lu Ming and take back the Celestial Emperor's sword or even the Celestial Emperor's physical body. Retreat! Emperor Huang shouted as his body flickered and he also left. As for the experts of the Huang family, they hurriedly fled out of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. Let's go! The void shook and the Emperor of Tianluo appeared. He glanced at Lu Ming unwillingly and left with the people of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. The three Emperor-level forces had come with great momentum, but they left in a sorry state. And all of this was because of Lu Ming. When they came, it was because of Lu Ming. When he retreated, it was also because of Lu Ming. It could be said that the three great forces were in a sorry state this time, especially the He family. Lu Ming had killed one of the Void Emperor and one of the True Emperor. Even the Great Emperor was beaten up by Lu Ming. They were destined to become a laughing stock. As for the Huang family, Lu Ming had also killed a small emperor. It's too terrifying. Lu Ming controls the Celestial Thearch's physical body and can suppress the Great Emperor. From now on, no one in the Yuan Mountain is his match. That's right. With the Celestial Thearch's physical body protecting him, Lu Ming will definitely grow up smoothly. One wonder how terrifying a son of chaos will be when he grows up. Many people were whispering. Some forces even started to consider whether they should befriend Lu Ming. After all, there was no need to doubt Lu Ming's character. Disregarding his own safety and working together with the Great Emperor to seal the spatial passageway of the evil god race. Just this point alone was enough to leave a good impression on others. Now, Lu Ming had the Celestial Thearch's physical body to protect him. He would definitely grow into a terrifying powerhouse in the future. It was not impossible for him to even break through to the Great Emperor realm. It was naturally best to befriend Lu Ming now. It's a pity that the stored energy is too little, and it's about to be used up now. With a single thought, Lu Ming walked out from the Celestial Thearch's corporeal Bodhis glabella. Then, the corporeal body shrank rapidly and was put away by Lu Ming. The energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's body had almost been used up during the battle with the He family's emperor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded torturing the Huang family's emperor and the Tianluo emperor. It was because his energy was depleted that Lu Ming did not pursue an attack. Otherwise, he would be done for if he was exposed. In fact, the He family's Thearch was scared of Lu Ming. If he had held on a little longer, Lu Ming would have been exposed. Then, the Huang family's Thearch and the Emperor of Tianluo would have joined forces and Lu Ming would be in danger. However, they did not know that the Celestial Thearch's physical body needed to store energy before it could be controlled. They did not dare to fight Lu Ming. Lu Ming descended from the sky and walked towards Huang Ling and the rest. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, it's so satisfying to beat you up. It's so satisfying. I've copied down all the skills just now. Let's enjoy them together when we have time. Desolate Li laughed, his eyes shining. Huang Ling, Long Chen, and the others also smiled. It's a pity that I didn't manage to kill a single great emperor. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. The treasure to save Qiu Yue. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. Many people were speechless. So Lu Ming still wanted to kill the great emperor. This little guy is quite ambitious, but it's not that easy to kill a great emperor unless you have an overwhelming advantage in power. Emperor Formless walked over with a smile. Then, with a flash of light, Uncle Kong appeared. Uncle Kong, are you alright? Lu Ming asked with concern. Uncle Kong had not recovered from his serious injuries and he had just fought with the Emperor of Tianluo. Lu Ming was worried. Don't worry, I'm fine. Uncle Kong revealed a warm smile and returned to his old man state. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone had seen Uncle Kong fight, they would never have thought that he was a terrifying great emperor. Uncle Kong didn't stay for long. After exchanging a few words, he left. After that, Emperor Formless also left. They were all injured and needed to recover as soon as possible. As for Huang Li, Huang Ling, Long Chen and the rest, they pulled Lu Ming along and set up a huge feast, euphemistically calling it a celebration. As they drank, they took out the image stone and watched Lu Ming beat up the He family emperor. In the next few days, there were people coming to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy to visit Lu Ming. It was obvious that these forces wanted to befriend Lu Ming. For example, the ancient Yang Sacred Land's Purple Flame Villa and the only Sacred Hall. Lu Ming had the physical body of a celestial emperor and the combat power of an emperor. He did not have to be afraid of the Daoyuo Heaven sect. Of course, they were willing to make friends with him. It was the same for some other powerful forces. They naturally didn't know that the celestial emperor's corporeal body couldn't be used as and when they wanted to. It needed to store energy. They also didn't know that the celestial emperor's corporeal bodhis energy had been exhausted. Lu Ming did not reject anyone and met with the powerhouses from many forces. If he befriended more forces, he would be of use in the future. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Heavenly Emperor City was also in the midst of rapid restoration. Since the last battle, the Huang family and the He family had restrained themselves and stopped invading other forces' territories. Many forces had been rebuilt. At this moment, Lu Ming had also left the Yuan Mountain Sacred Institute. He had just received the news that Vientiane Tower had reopened and he immediately rushed over. After entering the Vientiane Tower, there was still someone who led Lu Ming to a room. "What information do you want to know?" An old man with snow-white hair asked. "One want to ask if there is any way to condense a soul. One have a friend who is injured, and his soul is injured." Lu Ming then described Qiu Yue's symptoms in detail. Encountered a law of deprivation. Soul injured. The white-haired old man frowned. Lu Ming's heart was in his mouth. If Vientiane Tower did not know what to do, it would be troublesome. After a while, the white-haired old man said, "It's extremely difficult to recover from an injured soul. Can you let me take a look at your friend?" "All right." Lu Ming nodded. He waved his hand and the Dian elixir furnace appeared. "This is the Great Yen Elixir Furnace of the Great Yen Elixir Palace. Little fellow, you must be the son of Chaos, Lu Ming, whose name shook the entire Mount Yuan." The white-haired elder was indeed an expert of Vientiane Tower. He recognized the Dian elixir furnace at a glance. "It is this junior," Lu Ming said. He opened the Dian elixir furnace and Qiu Yue's body floated out. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would refine a batch of sacred elixirs into Qiu Yue's body. Although it had been a long time, Qiu Yue's face was still ruddy and normal. There was even a strong medicinal fragrance coming from Qiu Yue's body. The white-haired old man waved his hand and a stream of energy flowed into Qiu Yue's body. He began to observe her carefully. A moment later, the white-haired old man retracted his power. "The damage to her soul is severe. According to what I know, there is only one place in the entire primordial realm that has a treasure that can allow her soul to gather and recover," the white-haired old man said. "What place? What kind of treasure?" Lu Ming was overjoyed. As long as he could save Qiu Yue, he would find a way to get any treasure. "Little fellow, it won't be easy to use this treasure to save this little girl. That treasure is the national treasure of a super devil country in the land of myriad devils, the eternal demonic coffin." "The ancient demonic coffin?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "That's right. The eternal demon coffin of the eternal demon nation is a rare treasure. It has an unimaginable effect on the soul. As long as this little girl is placed in the eternal demon coffin, her soul will be formed in less than a month. However, the ancient demon coffin is the national treasure of the ancient demon nation. It'll be extremely difficult to borrow it for a month. The white-haired old man said. Many thanks, senior. Ming cupped his fists to thank the white-haired elder. He paid the consultation fee and put Qiu Yue back into the Dian elixir furnace. He had to make a trip to the ancient devil nation. The sooner, the better. The longer it took, the more disadvantageous it would be for Qiu Yue. No matter how difficult it was, he had to help Qiu Yue recover. After leaving Vientiane Tower, Ming returned to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. He planned to bid farewell to everyone and leave for the land of 10,000 demons as soon as possible. However, when he returned to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, he heard the news that Emperor Wuxiang was summoning all the geniuses of the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. It seemed like he had something to announce. Therefore, Ming stayed behind temporarily. He would only leave after the Emperor of Notionless finished his announcement. In the next few days, more and more geniuses returned to the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. However, the paragons of the He family, the Huang family, and the Daluo Heaven sect did not come. On the fifth day, Emperor Formless gathered everyone at the place where he had given his Tao lecture. Ming and the rest had also arrived. He discovered that there were a total of several hundred people here, but compared to before, there was a huge difference. Buzz! The void trembled, and Emperor Formless figure appeared. Greetings, Great Emperor. Everyone saluted. This time, one gathered all of you here because I have something important to announce. One believe everyone is very curious as to why Tianhua, Huntian, and I established the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy. Emperor Formless said. Everyone nodded. This point was indeed the question in everyone's heart. There are a few main reasons. One of them is related to the evil god tribe. The previous battle was only a regional battle. The evil god tribe has never given up on attacking the heaven realm and the primordial realm. Now, the situation in the heaven realm is very unfavorable. It's only a matter of time before the evil god tribe attacks the primordial realm. Therefore, the final battle will break out sooner or later. Emperor Formless spoke with a heavy voice. Everyone's heart sank, and their faces turned grave. After the battle with the evil god race, everyone understood how terrifying the evil god race was. However, that was only a battle of a small scale. If a decisive battle were to break out, how could they fight when the enemy had a large number of great emperors, or even heavenly emperors? At that time, it wouldn't just be the Yuan Mountain. No one in the entire primordial realm would be able to stay out of it. They would probably all fall into a tragic battle. Gotcha. Ming clenched his fists tightly. He had to become stronger, strong enough to protect his family and friends. He felt a sense of urgency. The Battle of the Ten Lands, however, when a world is in danger, the world itself will also be in a defensive state. Emperor Formless continued to explain. The world itself can defend. Everyone was confused. Could it be that the world itself also had a consciousness? That's right. Some powerful existences once speculated that the world itself actually has a consciousness. For example, when the heaven realm or the primordial realm is invaded by the evil god tribe, they will be in a defensive state. The space will become relatively firm and not easy to break through. The most important thing is that when a world is in danger, this world will give birth to a group of heaven's favorites. Many terrifying physiques will appear in groups. Just like now, in the heaven realm and the primordial realm, geniuses are like clouds, constantly emerging. All kinds of king physiques, and even the sons of God, are constantly appearing. In the past, it was simply impossible. In fact, this is the defense of the world. It gave birth to many heaven's favorites. When these heaven's favorites mature, they can defend against enemies. This is the golden age we have now. Emperor Formless continued to explain, and everyone's hearts were in turmoil. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. The gathering of Heaven's Pride experts, the King Physique competition, and the various scholars' competition for supremacy were actually a defensive state of the world itself. Therefore, all of you are the hope of the future, the hope to resist the evil god tribe. That's why the three of us established the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy to gather all of you together and do our best to nurture you. We hope that you will grow faster. Everyone came to a sudden realization. So this was the reason why the three great emperors convened a meeting at the Yuan Mountains Sacred Academy. The great emperor is truly selfless. Some people sighed, especially when they thought of the unknown fate of Sky Fire Emperor and Huntian Emperor. Some people felt sad. Compared to Emperor Formless, Sky Fire Emperor, and Huntian Emperor, Emperor Huang, Emperor He, and Emperor Tianluo were all extremely despicable and selfish. Of course, this is only the first point. The second point is that the Battle of the Ten Lands will be held soon. This time, it is said that there will be a great opportunity. Therefore, we want you to grow faster and seize the opportunity. Emperor Formless continued. The Battle of the Ten Lands. Everyone looked puzzled. They had never heard of such a thing. The Battle of the Ten Lands is a meeting held by many great emperors in the Ten Lands of the primordial realm. It will gather all the elites of the Ten Lands. When the elites compete, it will also be accompanied by great opportunities. The goal is the same. It will nurture this batch of elites and allow them to grow faster. Emperor Wuxiang said. Everyone's hearts trembled, and it was difficult for them to calm down. The Battle of the Ten Lands would gather all the geniuses of the Ten Lands. How many geniuses would there be in the Ten Lands? How intense would the competition between the paragons be? Such a thing had never happened before in history. This was the first time. This time, the battle will be held in the divine fated land, and there will be countless powerful cultivators participating. It will be accompanied by a great opportunity that will be of great help to your cultivation. If you want to rise before the war with the evil god tribe and have the ability to protect yourself in the future, you cannot miss this battle. Emperor Formless' voice caused everyone's hearts to stir. Great Emperor, when will the battle begin? Lu Ming asked. If Lu Ming wanted to break through and reach the peak, he could not miss such an opportunity. However, he still had to go to the land of infinite demons to save Qiu Yue. 3 years later. Emperor Wuxiang said. 3 years later. It's too late. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. 3 years later, the divine lands will gather. At that time, you will face the geniuses of the entire primordial realm. Therefore, if you want to stand out in the Battle of the Ten Lands and seize opportunities, you have to improve continuously in these 3 years. Otherwise, you will only be a foil. Do you understand? Emperor Wuxiang said. Understood. Everyone roared. All right. Now, Lu Ming, Lu Xiangxiang. You guys stay here, the rest of you may leave. Then, Emperor Formless named a group of people. After that, some people left, leaving only a few dozen behind. Lu Ming swept his gaze across them and realized that almost all of them had king physiques. Only a few of them did not have king physique. Bubbles, Huang Ling, Long Chen, Ouyang Wushuang, and the others were all there. At this moment, the space rippled, and a few more figures appeared. Uncle Kong and the Holy Emperor, the Emperor who was like an emperor. Several great emperors appeared at the same time. You are the most talented group of people in Yuan Mountain. In the next 3 years, we will send you to some strange places. Each place is related to the laws you have comprehended and will greatly help you in your cultivation. Emperor Formless continued. Many people's eyes lit up. The place the great emperor had chosen must be extraordinary and would be of great help to their cultivation. Great Emperor, I'm afraid one can't go. Lu Ming took a step forward and cupped his fists. No. You're going to the land of myriad demons, right? Emperor Formless nodded. Saving people is more important. But if you want to borrow the ancient demon coffin, you still have to rely on yourself. Those guys in the land of 10,000 demons, even if we show up, it won't have the slightest effect. It might even backfire. Uncle Kong said. Those demonic cultivators are all arrogant, humph. The Holy Emperor coldly snorted. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. I want to follow brother Lu Ming too, Chirpy. The bubble hung around Lu Ming's neck. Little guy, we'll take you to a place that will be of great help to your cultivation. Are you really not going? Emperor Formless looked at Bubbles. I'm not going. Bubbles shook her head vigorously. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Bubbles, go and cultivate with the great emperors. We'll meet again very soon. Bubbles was a spacetime spirit mouse and was blessed by the heavens. His talent was even stronger than the average child of God. If he continued to follow him, it would limit his talent instead. All this while, Bubbles had been following him and her cultivation progress had not been too fast. This time, Lu Ming planned to let Bubbles cultivate with the great emperor so that she could improve faster. Lu Ming felt a sense of urgency. He did not know when the evil god tribe would attack. All of them had to make the best use of their time to improve their abilities. If not for the fact that he had to save Qiu Yue, Lu Ming would have followed the great emperor to cultivate. But Bubbles can't bear to leave brother Lu Ming. Chirpy. The bubble hung on Lu Ming's neck and rubbed its small head against him. Be good, Papao. Go and improve your abilities. Otherwise, you won't be able to help brother Lu Ming in the future. Lu Ming touched Bubbles' small head. Don't. Bubbles must help brother Lu Ming. Pow Pow blinked her large eyes and finally agreed to go cultivate with the arch. Alright, they'll give you 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, we'll take you away. Emperor Formless said. After that, the other great emperors all left. Lu Ming, let's go for a drink, Desolate Li and the others walked over. After that, everyone drank to their heart's content and then gathered at the divine fated land to compete with the heavens' favorites from other regions. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Lu Ming left the heavenly emperor city alone with Qiu Yue. Chapter 2019 Setting off to the land of myriad demons. The land of myriad demons was one of the 10 lands of the primordial realm. It was close to the Yuan mountain and had a vast territory. Lu Ming stepped into the teleportation array and first came to the teleportation area outside the ancient Yang sacred land. Then, he flew to the land of infinite demons. The ancient Sun sacred land was the sacred land closest to the land of 10,000 demons out of the 9 sacred lands of Mount Yuan. After flying for more than 10 days, the demonic qi gradually became denser. Then, Lu Ming saw a large river in front of him that stretched across the land. This was the ancient Devil River, which separated the land of myriad devils from the Yuan mountain. It was unknown how long it was, but it was 8,000 miles wide. The strange thing was that the water of the ancient Devil River was black. Only by crossing the myriad Devil River could one reach the land of myriad devils. Lu Ming did not stop. He rose into the air and flew to the other side of the primeval demon river. The ancient Devil River was rich in devil qi and bred some strange demonic beasts, some of which were very powerful. These demonic beasts were filled with dense demonic qi and were called demonic beasts in the land of 10,000 demons. In the process of crossing the river, Lu Ming ran into some trouble. He was attacked by some demonic beasts, but he managed to get past them all. The most dangerous time was when he even encountered a huge shark at the Martial Emperor realm. Fortunately, Lu Ming used the divine breath technique to hide his aura and luckily avoided it. It took Lu Ming 3 days to cross the 8,000-mile distance and reach the territory of the land of myriad demons. Such dense demonic qi. Lu Ming discovered that the demonic qi in the land of infinite demons was extremely rich. Demonic qi was actually a type of energy of heaven and earth. Warriors could absorb and refine it, but if they were not cultivating demonic techniques, it would be very difficult to absorb and refine it. It was much slower than absorbing the natural energy. However, if he cultivated demonic techniques, he would be like a fish in water when he absorbed demonic qi. His cultivation would be faster. Therefore, the land of infinite demons was a heaven for demonic cultivators. Most of the warriors here were demonic cultivators. No matter what laws they comprehended, their true essence and saint power all contained demonic power. The land of infinite demons is said to have thousands of devil nations. Among them, there are two strongest devil nations, and the ancient devil nation is one of them. Lu Ming pondered and started to plan his next itinerary. There were countless devil nations in the land of 10,000 devils, and they were divided into low-tier devil nations, middle-tier devil nations, high-tier devil nations, and super devil nations. The ancient devil nation was a super devil nation. It was extremely powerful, even stronger than emperor-level powers like the He clan and the Han clan. It had been around for countless years. It wasn't going to be that easy to use the ancient devil nation's national treasure. First, he had to get to the eternal devil nation and get to know the upper echelons of the nation. Only then would he be able to find a way to use the eternal demonic coffin. Lu Ming took out a jade card and sank his spiritual sense into it. A map automatically appeared in his mind. This was the map of the land of myriad demons. This was the map given to Lu Ming by Emperor Notionless. As a great emperor, it was not strange for him to have a map of the land of myriad demons. On the map, the territories of tens of thousands of devil nations appeared. Lu Ming watched for a while, then rose into the air and flew into the distance. Boom! Boom! After flying for a short while, Lu Ming heard a roar coming from ahead. There were figures fighting. There were more than a dozen figures fighting each other. Demonic qi surged and saber lights flashed. The people fighting were divided into two sides. However, it was obvious that one side was stronger. With a flash of the blade, someone was killed. In a short while, all the people on one side were killed. The rest of them were all dressed in black robes and carried demonic blades on their backs. Their eyes were fierce and filled with ruthlessness. Demonic cultivators, due to the influence of demonic qi, had very strange personalities. Some people were ruthless, some were brutal, but they all had one thing in common. Those who cultivated in the demonic path would not be soft-hearted, and their attacks were decisive and ruthless. Collect these guys, storage rings, quick. One of the leaders shouted as he collected the interspatial rings of those who were killed. Commander, there's a kid over there. Someone saw Lu Ming and cast a cold gaze at him. He'll just have another source of income. Kill him. The leader of the group sneered. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. In an instant, 7 to 8 burly men in black surrounded Lu Ming. Brat, hand over your storage ring and 111 leave your corpse intact. A black-robed man said coldly. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He did not expect to encounter a robbery the moment he arrived at the land of myriad demons. Before he came here, he had heard that the land of myriad demons was very chaotic and that most demonic cultivators were warlike. It was common for them to kill each other if they didn't agree with each other. Today, he saw that it was indeed so. However, the strongest of these people was only a bright saint. The others were all half-saints. It would be too overconfident to rob him. Get lost, let's go. Lu Ming shouted, and the aura of an absolute saint exploded. The terrifying aura caused the expressions of the 7 or 8 black-robed men to change drastically. Absolute saint, it's an absolute saint. Senior, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We will immediately get lost. The 7 or 8 burly men revealed an expression of extreme fear. They were almost scared to death. This was only the border of the land of infinite demons. Normally, there wouldn't be any experts here. Why were they so unlucky to meet a young-looking man who was actually an absolute saint? They broke into a run and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He could not be bothered to attack these people with their cultivation. This was just a small interlude in Lu Ming's journey to the land of myriad demons. He continued to fly, but to Lu Ming's dismay, he would encounter robbers every once in a while. Some of them were reckless and wanted to attack Lu Ming, but he killed them easily. After that, Lu Ming's absolute saint stage cultivation was undoubtedly revealed as he flew. Many robbers fled as soon as they sensed Lu Ming's cultivation. After flying for more than 10 days, Lu Ming passed by a few low-ranked devil nations and found that almost all of them were at war. What made Lu Ming even more depressed was that these low-ranked devil nations did not have teleportation arrays. They could only rely on flying. After flying for a few more days, Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he stopped when he was passing by a vast demon mountain. He found a valley with an astonishingly dense demonic qi. Such dense demonic qi is perfect for the celestial thearch's body to absorb some energy. Lu Ming pondered. Now, the energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was almost empty, and he needed a large amount of energy to replenish it. The dangers of this trip to the Eternal Demon Nation were unknown. The stronger he was, the better. If the Celestial Emperor's body could recover to 10%, then his chances would be much higher. Lu Ming moved and headed toward the valley. Roar! Just as Lu Ming approached the valley, the roars of beasts could be heard. A few pitch-black giant wolves pounced on Lu Ming. He has the cultivation of the great saint realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These giant wolves had the strength of a great saint. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch and a few giant wolves shrieked in pain. They were sent flying and fell to the ground, unable to move. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the valley was in an uproar as howls and roars rang out. Chapter 20 Devil's Pool. In the valley, the roars were endless, as if there were hundreds and thousands of beasts. At the same time, the earth trembled, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging out of the valley. The strongest is an emperor to be. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. He took a step forward and entered the valley. In front of him, a pack of giant wolves charged at Lu Ming. There were at least a few hundred of them. There were bright saints, great saints, and even absolute saints. The giant wolves' bodies were pitch black, and they emitted a thick demonic aura. Their eyes were filled with ferocity as they pounced at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming waved his hand and his saint energy condensed into long spears. Whoosh! 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 The long spear pierced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Instantly, the giant wolves were nailed to the ground by the spear. No matter if it was an absolute saint or a great saint or a bright saint, they were all the same. They were killed in one move. In an instant, dozens of giant wolves were nailed to death. The other giant wolves could not help but pause and stop. After reaching the saint realm, the giant wolf naturally had a high level of intelligence. It looked at Lu Ming with fear. If you don't want to die, get lost, die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His eyes were like two black vortexes as he cast the soul illusion. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a god of death in the eyes of the giant wolves, slaughtering all living beings. Woo-woo! The rest of the giant wolves all cried out in fear and slowly retreated. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from the depths of the valley, shaking the entire valley. Lu Ming saw that there was a huge cave in the depths of the valley. At that moment, an exceptionally huge wolf was walking out of the valley. This giant wolf was at least 100 meters tall, like a small mountain. Its entire body was pitch black, as if it was cast from steel, and its demonic qi was incomparably dense. Emperor-to-be. Lu Ming had sensed that the giant wolf was at the Emperor-to-be realm. It was obvious that this giant wolf was the king of this pack of giant wolves. It took a step forward and swept its cold gaze across the pack of wolves, causing the other giant wolves to tremble and prostrate themselves. Human, you're looking for death. Giant Wolf King looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold voice. The next moment, Giant Wolf King kicked its 4 legs and its huge body pounced toward Lu Ming, casting a large shadow. In the blink of an eye, the giant wolf pounced in front of Lu Ming, its claws as sharp as knives, slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His holy power surged and his figure suddenly rushed out like a beam of light at an unbelievable speed. Buzz! The next moment, Lu Ming was on top of the giant wolf's head and he punched it. Boom! The punch landed directly on the wolf's head. The wolf wailed and its huge body fell to the ground. The ground shook and the valley rumbled. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Roar! Lu Ming had not used his full strength in this punch, so the giant wolf did not die. It roared and struggled madly. Lu Ming stomped down and the giant wolf wailed. Its head hit the ground again, creating a huge pit. If you continue to resist, it'll kill you. Lu Ming said coldly, his entire body exuding an icy cold killing intent. Giant Wolf King shuddered. It knew that it was far from being Lu Ming's match. If Lu Ming wanted to kill it, it would be as easy as turning his hand. Human, what are you trying to do? Giant Wolf King asked. I'm going to cultivate here for a while. After a while, 111 leave. You guys just stay outside. If you don't agree, it'll kill all of you, and one can still cultivate here. Lu Ming said coldly. Are you really going to leave after a while? Giant Wolf King asked. Nonsense, who would be willing to stay in this broken place? Lu Ming pursed his lips. He took a step forward and walked toward the cave in the depths of the valley. In that cave, the demonic qi was rolling and extremely dense. And NBSP Giant Wolf King howled a few times, but in the end, he had no choice but to stay outside the valley with his wolf pack. Such dense demonic qi. Lu Ming walked into the cave and raised his eyebrows. The demonic qi here was thicker than he had imagined. It was almost tangible. That's the demon origin fruit. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a small tree growing on one of the walls of the cave. On the small tree, there were 3 fruits that were as black as ink. The main focus of the Dian Elixir Hall was elixir refinement. Lu Ming had naturally read a large number of books in the Dian Elixir Hall. He was very familiar with all kinds of precious medicinal herbs and heavenly and earthly treasures. Naturally, he recognized the fruit at a glance. The demonic origin fruit was an extremely rare and precious fruit. It was very useful for those who cultivated demonic arts. Consuming it could purify demonic qi and increase one's strength. However, these 3 demonic origin fruits were clearly not fully ripe yet. However, it seemed that they were not far from ripening. According to the records, the demonic origin fruit can only grow in places with extremely dense demonic qi. It's extraordinary that the demonic origin fruit can grow here. Lu Ming thought to himself and then sized up the cave. The cave was huge and led all the way inside. Lu Ming followed the path and soon, he made a discovery. There was a small pond with water as black as ink, with bubbles constantly popping out. This water was an extremely dense demonic qi. This is the Devil's Pool. There's actually a Devil's Pool here. No wonder the devil qi is so dense. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. The Devil's Pool was the birthplace of devil qi. There would be an endless stream of devil qi gushing out. Although it was only a small devil's pool, the devil chi it contained was already very rich. No wonder it could produce the devil origin fruit. No wonder there was a pack of giant wolves guarding this place. With a thought, the celestial emperor's corporeal body appeared. Lu Ming activated his cultivation technique and controlled the celestial thearch's body to absorb the demonic chi. The demonic chi here was extremely dense, and the effect was better than directly absorbing the raw gemstones. The demonic chi in the surroundings gathered toward the celestial emperor's corporeal body in a frenzy, turning into energy for storage. Just like that, the days passed by. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed, and the energy in the celestial emperor's corporeal body had reached about 3%. This speed was already very fast. In the past, Lu Ming had spent more than half a year to store 12% of the energy in the celestial thearch's body. On this day, a group of people arrived outside the valley. These people carried demonic sabers on their backs and their bodies were filled with a murderous aura. Their eyes were as sharp as blades. Counting the days, the demon origin fruits here are about to ripen. It's time to pick them. The leader of the group, a burly man, spoke. This person had a strong aura and had the cultivation of an emperor-to-be. However, there's a pack of demonic wolves in this valley. It's not easy to deal with them. Another person said. What's so difficult about it? There's only one emperor-to-be MO wolf in this group of MO wolves. We have 3 emperor-to-be experts. It's enough to annihilate this group of demon wolves. The burly man in the lead said coldly. Not bad. Well, kill our way in a while. Another emperor-to-be said. These people started to wait outside the valley. However, they didn't know that there was another group of people looking at them from the clouds in the distance. Chapter 2021 Fight Young Master, it's the people from Fiend Blade Mountain. What should we do now? In the clouds, an old man asked a young master. This young master was dressed in silk clothes, and he had a dignified look. This isn't easy. Let's wait for the people from Fiend Blade Mountain to fight with the giant wolves in the valley first. We can just sit back and reap the benefits. The young master smiled faintly. Young master is wise. The people beside the young master immediately started to flatter him, which made the young master quite happy. Time flew by, and another half a day passed. Do it. At the entrance of the valley, Fiend Blade Mountain's leader waved his hand. Following that, his figure flickered and they rushed into the valley. Roar! Roar! As soon as they rushed into the valley, they were discovered by the giant wolves in the valley. Immediately, hundreds of giant wolves, under the leadership of Giant Wolf King, charged towards the people from Fiend Blade Mountain. Buzz! Buzz! On Demonic Blade Mountain, 2 emperor-to-be rushed towards Giant Wolf King, while the other emperor-to-be rushed towards the other giant wolves with the others. The valley instantly fell into a chaotic battle. Even though there were fewer people from Fiend Blade Mountain, their strength was clearly stronger. The people who came here were at least in the Great Saint Realm, and half of them were in the Absolute Saint Realm. Under the leadership of an emperor-to-be, a large number of giant wolves were killed. Giant Wolf King was also at a disadvantage against the 2 emperor-to-be experts. Lu Ming naturally heard the commotion outside. However, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He did not go out but continued to control the celestial thearch's body to absorb the demonic aura. Not long after, the sounds of the battle outside gradually died down. Under the siege of the 2 emperor-to-be, Giant Wolf King's head was cut off by the leader of the other side. More than half of the other giant wolves were also killed, and the rest scattered and fled the place. Demon origin fruit. The eyes of the leader of Fiend Blade Mountain revealed a greedy look as he looked at the cave where Lu Ming was. You want to obtain the demonic origin fruit with just your abilities? At this moment, a cold voice came from outside the valley. Then, with a flash, a group of people rushed into the valley. It was the group of people who had been in the clouds. The face of the chief of Fiend Blade Mountain changed. He looked at the young child and the others, revealing a trace of vigilance. Who are you people? Do you recognize this? A black token appeared in the young master's hand. The moment Fiend Blade Mountain's people saw this token, their expressions changed drastically. You guys are from the Eternal Devil Nation. The leader of Fiend Blade Mountain shouted. The ancient Devil Nation was a super devil nation. One should know that there were only 2 super devil nations in the entire land of myriad devils. Each of them was shockingly powerful and were true overlords. They were not something their Fiend Blade Mountain could resist. Oh, so you're an expert from the Eternal Devil Nation. Pardon my rudeness. Since you've set your eyes on the demon origin fruit, well, let you have it then. Fiend Blade Mountain's leader squeezed out an ugly smile on his face. He was very unwilling in his heart. Give way. The ancient Luo nation doesn't need you to give in. What I want, one will just take it. Attack and kill all these trash. The young master's indifferent voice sounded. Kill. The people around the young master immediately charged towards the people from Fiend Blade Mountain. Charge out. The Fiend Blade Mountain's leader roared and turned into a fiend blade, wanting to rush out. But the next moment, 2 figures blocked him. Emperor-to-be, the 2 figures were both Emperor-to-be. What made him desperate was that the other 2 Emperors-to-be of the demonic Blade Mountain were facing the same situation as him. They were blocked by 2 Emperors-to-be respectively. The young master had brought an astonishing number of experts, at least 6 Emperor-to-be. We've already given up the demonic origin fruit. Why are you still trying to kill us? The leader of Fiend Blade Mountain roared unwillingly. Haha, what a joke. You're born in the land of 10,000 demons, yet you still ask such a question. Kill. Kill. The young master shouted. His subordinates all charged towards the people from Fiend Blade Mountain. The young master's men were obviously stronger. Instantly, the people from Fiend Blade Mountain were killed one after another. There was no suspense in this battle. Not long after, the people of Fiend Blade Mountain followed in the footsteps of the giant wolf. They were even more miserable than the giant wolf. Not a single one of them escaped and all of them stayed here. In the land of infinite demons, such a battle was too normal. Especially when they encountered treasures, the battle would be even more brutal. Therefore, the fiendish cultivators in the land of myriad fiends were generally stronger in combat. In a battle of the same level, their combat strength was probably stronger than that of the people in the Yuan Mountain. And NBSP, the young master, kept the storage rings and smiled coldly. He didn't care at all and then led everyone towards the cave. Their eyes lit up as soon as they entered the cave. The 3 demon origin fruits are not ripe yet. However, they will be ripe in half an hour. An old man judged. Why does the demonic qi here keep flowing into the cave? Suddenly, some people discovered a problem. The demonic qi here had been gathering towards the cave. This was obviously not normal. They had once sent experts in to investigate and knew that there was a devil's pool in the depths of the cave. The devil qi should have been constantly spreading outside. There was someone inside. Everyone had the same thought. The young master's eyes flashed with killing intent. Let's go and take a look. The young master said coldly. The group walked into the cave. Soon, they arrived at the demonic pool and saw Lu Ming. The surging demonic qi was constantly gathering towards the celestial emperor's corporeal body. After more than 10 days of absorption, the demonic qi in the demonic pool had almost dried up. This golem is amazing. It can actually absorb demonic qi. The demonic qi in the demonic pool is almost dried up. It couldn't have been absorbed by this golem, right? It's a treasure. The crowd was in a heated discussion. The young master's eyes were filled with greed. Brat, you actually dared to secretly absorb the demonic qi here. You're really looking for death? The young man said coldly. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and casually glanced around before uttering a word, "Get lost." The young master's face darkened instantly. "Brat, you're looking for death. Young master, I'll go kill him." A burly man at the Absolute Saint realm said. "Let's cripple him first and see what secrets he has," the young master ordered. "Understood." The burly man at the Absolute Saint stage nodded his head. Then, his body moved like an eagle pouncing on its prey as he pounced towards Lu Ming. His claws were like blades as he grabbed at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. "Kill, sword light!" Lu Ming suddenly shouted. Two sword lights shot out from his eyes and rushed into the body of the burly man at the Absolute Saint stage. The burly man screamed in pain and fell to the ground. He twitched a few times and stopped breathing. He was dead. The expressions of the young master and the others changed. An Absolute Saint expert died just like that. What kind of technique was this? Young master, be careful. This kid is not simple. An emperor-to-be said with a serious expression. Chapter 2021 Kill them all, not simple. How old did he look? How strong could he be? How can he be stronger than an emperor-to-be? Let's attack together and destroy his cultivation. I want him to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy like a dog. The young master roared. Kill. As soon as the young master finished speaking, his subordinates stepped forward one after another. Their powerful auras pressed toward Lu Ming. He's really seeking his own death. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He had wanted to continue controlling the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body to absorb the demonic qi, but he had to stop now. With a wave of his hand, the Celestial Thearch's physical body was put away. Lu Ming stood up, and a powerful aura filled the air. You're only at the Absolute Saint realm. Die. An emperor-to-be shouted coldly. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, rushing toward Lu Ming. He moved quickly, but Lu Ming was faster. He pointed his finger. As this finger pointed out, a terrifying whistling sound rang out in the space, as if the space was about to be pierced. All the attacks and defenses of the emperor-to-be were fragile under this finger. No, the emperor-to-be was terrified when he saw Lu Ming's finger enlarging in front of his eyes. He wanted to dodge but he realized that it was too late. Lu Ming's finger touched the man's glabella. A terrifying force shot out and the man's head was pierced through. His soul was turned into ashes by this attack. Not only that, but the finger force continued to shoot backward with a trace of blood, piercing through a few more people. The rest of the people gasped and their expressions changed. One move to kill an emperor-to-be, such combat strength was too terrifying. Let's attack together. The young master roared madly. Boom! Boom! Everyone exploded. At least 7 emperor-to-be and some absolute saints attacked. All kinds of attacks were aimed at Lu Ming. Buzz! At that moment, a halo appeared on Lu Ming's body. It was the light of chaos. This is the light of law. Light of chaos, this person is the son of chaos. The son of chaos. Many people shouted in fear. It was simply unbelievable. The young man they had randomly met here was actually the son of chaos and had even refined the light of chaos. Lu Ming's chaotic light surrounded him. The attacks around him had no effect on him as they were all blocked by the chaotic light. Lu Ming moved his body and rushed toward the 2 emperor-to-be, pointing 2 fingers in succession. These 2 emperor-to-be followed in the footsteps of the previous emperor-to-be, being pierced by the finger force and dying here. Go, quickly go. Young master, run. The rest of the people shouted in fear. They did not dare to continue fighting with Lu Ming. The son of chaos, who had refined the light of laws, was too terrifying. It was impossible for them to be a match for him. If they stayed, they would only be met with death. At this moment, the young master was already scared out of his wits. He was being pulled by an emperor-to-be and was running away. "All of you, stay," Lu Ming said coldly. As his body flashed, he pointed his finger again and another emperor-to-be was killed. Lu Ming's speed was as fast as lightning. He could kill an emperor-to-be with each attack. An ordinary emperor-to-be would be killed by Lu Ming in seconds. The young master had brought a total of 8 emperor-to-be with him. In an instant, Lu Ming had killed 7 of them. Only one was left, and he was running away with the young master. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, Lu Ming pointed dozens of fingers in an instant. The entire sky was filled with finger shadows and finger forces. The finger force swept across, and the remaining people fell one by one. Since these people wanted to kill him, he did not show any mercy. Moreover, these people seemed to have an extraordinary background. It was Lu Ming's first time in the land of infinite demons. If he let these people go, they would definitely take revenge. It would be extremely disadvantageous to Lu Ming's future plans. Therefore, he could only kill. One by one, the figures fell to the ground. Soon, only the young master and the emperor-to-be were left. At this moment, the young master's face was as white as snow, without any color. Although the emperor-to-be had led him out of the cave, they were still intercepted by Lu Ming in the valley. "Don't kill me. I'm from the eternal devil nation. Killing me won't do you any good," the young master roared. "It's even worse for me if one don't kill you," Lu Ming said coldly. He pointed his finger and a huge chaos finger of tribulation formed, crushing toward the young master and the last emperor-to-be. The young man roared and unleashed his full power. He was an absolute saint in the upper tier, and his spiritual body was a top-tier earth spiritual body. He was a rare heaven's favorite. On top of that, he even took out a monarch weapon to defend himself. It was obvious that this person's identity was not ordinary. Then he shouldn't be left alive. And NBSP, the primal chaos tribulation finger, crushed over. The two's resistance was in vain, and they were reduced to dust. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he kept everyone's storage rings. Of course, Lu Ming also kept the young master's sovereign weapon. Lu Ming then waited there for half an hour. Half an hour later, the demonic origin fruit ripened. Lu Ming plucked the demonic origin fruit and soared into the sky, leaving the place. He couldn't stay here for long. Who knew if the other party's forces would come here? Anyway, the demonic chi in the demonic pool had almost been absorbed. The energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was close to 4%, which was a great harvest. After that, Lu Ming flew at full speed toward the nearest medium-level Devil Kingdom. There should be a teleportation formation in a middle-rank Devil Kingdom. The land of myriad demons was vast and boundless, not any smaller than the Yuan Mountain. If they flew there, it would take an unknown amount of time. After flying for a few more days, Lu Ming, who was flying, suddenly stopped. That was because there was a purple-black-red light flying toward them at high speed. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could see that it was a beautiful lady. She was wearing a tight-fitting purple dress, which revealed her hot figure. She was a woman full of temptation. But at this moment, this woman was a little panicked and was flying at high speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind the woman, streaks of light streaked across the sky, flying towards her. It was obvious that this woman was being pursued. At this moment, the beautiful lady also saw Lu Ming. She continued to fly toward him and said, "If you help me block those people behind me, I won't mistreat you." Although he looked a little panicked, there was a hint of cold arrogance in his voice. To Lu Ming, it sounded as if he was being ordered to do something. Lu Ming frowned. His figure drifted backward and flew in another direction, distancing himself from the absolute beauty. He was not related to this woman and he did not want to be a busybody. If you help me quickly, 111 definitely reward you handsomely. If you need anything, just tell me. The young woman called out anxiously when she saw Lu Ming retreating. Youluo Devil Kingdom. The young lady was being pursued by Rhe enemy. Although Lu Ming looked very young and might not be very powerful, as long as she could hold him off for a while, she would have a chance to escape. I'm sorry, but I don't have Rhe strength to help you. Lu Ming shook his head and retreated even faster, distancing himself from the stunning woman. Seeing that Lu Ming was not willing to help her, the beautiful woman could only grit her teeth and fly in another direction. Before she left, she cast a few hateful glances at Lu Ming, as if blaming him for not helping her. Lu Ming touched his nose. His goal was to go to Rhe Eternal Devil Nation and he did not want to be a busybody. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful woman disappeared from their sight, and the people who were chasing behind her also quickly followed. To Lu Ming, this was just an interlude. He continued on his way and flew toward the nearest medium-level Devil Kingdom. After spending a few more days, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the capital of this mid-sized Devil Kingdom. There was indeed a teleportation formation in this middle-rank Devil Kingdom. Where are you going? A burly man in charge of Rhe teleportation array asked Lu Ming. One want to go to the capital of the ancient Devil Nation. Lu Ming said. The capital of Rhe Eternal Devil Nation? Kid, aren't you from the land of myriad demons? We mid-tier devil nations don't have the right RO teleport directly to the capital of Rhe Eternal Devil Nation. If you want to go there, you have to go to a high-tier devil nation and go there from there. The middle-aged man said. There was such a rule. Lu Ming was speechless. It seemed that he could only go to the high-rank devil nation first and then head to the capital of the ancient devil nation from there. Alright, then I'll go to the high-rank devil nation first. Lu Ming said. The nearest high-rank devil kingdom is the Youluo Devil Kingdom. I suggest you go there first. The middle-aged man said. Alright, thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and paid the teleportation fee. He then stepped into the teleportation array. The next moment, Lu Ming disappeared from the teleportation array and arrived at another place. Lu Ming walked out of the teleportation array and asked around. He had already arrived at the Youluo Demonic Kingdom. This was a citadel outside the capital of the Youluo Devil Kingdom. The Youluo Devil Kingdom is one of the 10 high-tier devil kingdoms in the land of myriad devils. It's extremely powerful. Why don't I head to the capital of the Youluo Devil Kingdom first and find out more about the Eternal Devil Kingdom? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. The Youluo Devil Kingdom was one of the top 10 high-rank devil kingdoms in the land of 10,000 devils. There was no need to doubt its strength. Lu Ming could take a look at the strength of the top forces in the land of myriad demons. In this way, he could also have a judgment of the overall strength of the land of myriad demons. Furthermore, even if he were to go Rhe capital of Rhe ancient devil nation, he would be in Rhe dark and wouldn't know where Ro start. He couldn't just run straight to the capital of the eternal devil nation and ask for the eternal devil coffin, right? If that were the case, he would be lucky if no one killed him. Therefore, he needed to think about it carefully. At the thought of this, Lu Ming did not head to Rhe capital of the Eternal Devil Kingdom. Instead, he flew to the capital of the Youluo Devil Kingdom. The capital of Rhe Youluo Devil Kingdom was exceptionally grand and vast. Regardless of whether it was the city walls or the buildings inside, most of them were built with a kind of black stone, and they were filled with an overbearing aura. Lu Ming walked on the streets of the Youluo Demonic Kingdom and realized that there were many experts here. Each of them exuded demonic chi and their bodies were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming secretly sized them up and found that there were many Saint Realm experts and many Emperor-to-be experts. They could even see martial Emperor experts giving off Emperor might walking on the streets. Lu Ming discovered that the quality and number of experts in the land of infinite demons were higher than that in Yuan Mountain. "Kid, it's you." Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice was heard. At the same time, a cold aura enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned. The voice just now was obviously directed at him. However, it was his first time in the Youluo demonic kingdom and he did not know anyone. Lu Ming looked in the direction of Rhe sound. "It's her." Lu Ming was stunned. Not far away, a beautiful woman in a tight-fitting purple dress was staring at Lu Ming coldly. Wasn't this lady the one who was being hunted down a few days ago and had asked Lu Ming for help? He did not expect to meet her here. This was too much of a coincidence. Lu Ming was rather speechless. The young woman's aura was very cold and it enveloped Lu Ming. "It's Her Highness, the eldest princess." "Who's that kid? He seems to have made the eldest princess very unhappy. He's finished." Around them, many people stopped to watch and started to discuss. The eldest princess? Lu Ming was speechless. Could this person be the princess of the Youluo demonic kingdom? "Princess, is this the person who left us in the lurch?" a young man asked. There were a few people beside Rhe beautiful woman. "That's right, this is the person." One the eldest princess replied coldly. Back then, he was being chased by the enemy and met Lu Ming on the way. He asked Lu Ming for help, but Lu Ming did not save him. Fortunately, he met with reinforcements later and escaped from danger. He did nor expect Ro meet Lu Ming in the capital of the Youluo demonic kingdom. At the thought of Lu Ming's attitude back then, a cold glint flashed in Rhe eldest princess' eyes. He left the eldest princess in the lurch. 111 go cripple him. A skinny elder behind the eldest princess said coldly. He moved and pounced at Lu Ming. A demonic palm print blasted at Lu Ming, bringing with it gusts of strong wind. The eldest princess didn't stop him, only watching indifferently. "Ger lost." Lu Ming shouted coldly and struck a palm as well, matching the skinny elder's palm. Boom! With a loud boom, Rhe's skinny old man's body trembled violently. His body flew back at an even faster speed, and he fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming had been merciful. It was his first time here and he did not want to cause trouble. Otherwise, the other party would have been dead. Many people were shocked. The skinny elder had Rhe cultivation of an absolute saint, but he was injured by Lu Ming in one move. This young man's combat strength was not weak. Many people were thinking. How dare you fight back? You're looking for death. The young man beside the eldest princess shouted coldly. His gaze was as cold as a blade. Buzz. He took a step forward and his figure was like a phantom as he rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, a trace of anger rising in his heart. In the wilderness, he had met Rhe eldest princess. He was not related to the eldest princess in any way, so why did he save her? It was his freedom to save or not to save. But now, the other party wanted to cripple his cultivation and even kill him because of this matter. How tyrannical. Boom. The young man made his move. He struck out with his palm as well. The force of his palm was like an avalanche, pressing down on Lu Ming. This young man was very strong, many times stronger than the skinny old man. Not only had he reached Rhe pinnacle of the absolute saint realm, but he also had a superior class sky spiritual body. Get lost. Lu Ming frowned, Wei shouted and struck out with his palm as well. In his palm, dark lightning flashed. The palm and the other's palm print collided, and the result was almost the same as the skinny old man's. The young man grunted and his body was thrown far away. He fell to the ground and his body twitched. Black lightning was swimming around his body. The eldest princess guessed elder. Looking at the young man who was spasming on the ground, many people were stunned. This young man was not an ordinary person. He was very famous in the Youluo Devil Kingdom. He was the young master of the Youluo Devil Kingdom's Grand Marshal. His name was Ji Peng, and his name was well known throughout the entire Youluo Devil Kingdom. In the Youluo Demonic Kingdom, apart from a few king physiques, Ji Peng was considered a top heaven's favorite among the younger generation. In the past, someone had made a ranking list of the 10 strongest heaven's favorites in the Youluo Demonic Kingdom, excluding the king physique. Ji Peng was ranked 9th among the 10 great heaven's favorites. Of course, with the addition of the king physique, Ji Peng would be ranked a dozen or so behind, but it was still no small matter. But now, Ji Peng was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. Lu Ming's ability was definitely shocking. Who is this person? He looks very young, but he has such battle prowess, even stronger than Ji Peng. Could it be that he has a king physique? It's not a king body. When this person attacked just now, there was a flash of demonic lightning. It should be a demonic lightning law, not a king body. In the Youluo Demonic Kingdom, other than the king physique, this person can be ranked in the top 10, or even top 8. Some of the onlookers were discussing in low voices. Indeed, Lu Ming did not use the Chaos Law or the Array Dao Law. Instead, he used the Chaos Law to transform into the Demonic Lightning Law and covered the Saint energy with the Demonic Lightning Law, making him look like a demonic cultivator. The eldest princess looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming's abilities were stronger than she had imagined. Buzz! At this moment, Ji Peng flipped over and stood up. His body exploded with cold killing intent as he roared, "Brat, I didn't use my full strength just now. If you do it again, I'll kill you." Ji Peng roared, and his aura became even more violent. He had been too careless and did not use his full strength. He did not even use his sacred art, which was why he was sent flying by Lu Ming in one move. Lu Ming frowned. He had already shown mercy, but the other party did not know when to retreat. In that case, he could not be blamed for being impolite. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "All right, stop." At this moment, the eldest princess' voice rang out, causing Ji Peng's body to freeze. "Eldest princess, this person is extremely daring. He even dares to hit the princess people. Let me cripple him." Ji Peng's eyes were cold. He did not want to let Lu Ming off. He didn't use his full strength just now. If we really fight, you may not be his match. Both of you will only suffer. You guys leave first. I have something to ask him. The eldest princess said. "Eldest princess, if you let us leave, what if this brat makes a move?" an old man said worriedly. "You think he can hurt me?" The eldest princess retorted. The others didn't say anything. With the eldest princess' strength, how could this person hurt her? "Then take care, eldest princess." Ji Peng's eyes flickered. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, you're lucky today. I'll spare your life." Then, he left with the others. "Farewell." Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave. He instinctively felt that this first princess was not a kind person, and he was too lazy to be associated with her. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" The eldest princess moved like a ray of light as if she was weightless, and chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and shot into the sky. The eldest princess did the same and followed Lu Ming. "Eldest princess, what are you trying to do?" Lu Ming stopped and asked with a frown. "You're quite strong. One could sense that even if Ji Peng had fought you with all his strength, he wouldn't have been your opponent. Come to me and be my guest elder." The eldest princess spoke, her expression still carrying a trace of cold arrogance and superiority. "I'm not interested." Lu Ming turned around and left. "I won't let you be my guest forever. As long as you work for me for the next 3 months, you can leave." The eldest princess continued to speak, but Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. A cold glint flashed in the eldest princess' eyes. If not for the fact that she was in urgent need of talents recently and Lu Ming dared to treat her with such an attitude, she would have already taken action. One won't let you do anything dangerous. As long as you help me fight against the heaven's favorite of the Youluo Empire 1 month later, it'll be fine. Whatever conditions you have, just state them. The eldest princess continued to follow as she spoke. Oh. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly stopped. He looked at the eldest princess and said, I can state any condition. As long as it's not too much, you can mention it. The eldest princess said. One wish to get to know someone from the imperial family of the eternal devil nation. Are you able to introduce me to them? Lu Ming said. If the other party could introduce him to someone from the imperial family of the eternal devil nation, it would save him a lot of trouble. He could agree to it for now. Moreover, the other party was only going to be her guest elder for 3 months and only to compete with the geniuses of the Youluo Empire. This was not a big deal to Lu Ming. There was no harm in agreeing to it. And here one thought it was something big. Not long ago, the king of the eternal devil nation has just transcended another great tribulation of the heavens and earth. 3 months from now, he's going to hold a grand banquet for the entire world. Countless devil nations will be there to celebrate, including my Youluo devil nation. He'll naturally be able to introduce you to him then. The eldest princess said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. The king of the ancient devil nation had just survived a great calamity and was going to hold a feast. This was a great opportunity for Lu Ming. Alright, he'll agree to be your guest elder, but he'll only be your guest elder for 3 months. If you ask me to deal with a martial emperor powerhouse or something, he'll have to refuse. Lu Ming said. Don't worry. Why would I ask you to go against a martial emperor? Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the eldest princess smiled. Take this guest elder token. A token appeared in the eldest princess' hand and she threw it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out to take it and put it away. Come back to the princess manor with me now. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. He said. The eldest princess said. Lu Ming nodded. The princess manor was very spacious and had many palaces. The eldest princess had arranged a courtyard for Lu Ming. It was very big and quiet. On the way, Lu Ming also found out the eldest princess' name. She was called Yuning. The eldest princess left after arranging a place for Lu Ming to stay. In the next few days, Lu Ming secretly asked around and found out a lot of things. It turned out that the Youluo demonic kingdom was founded by 2 demonic Dao clans. However, the question of which family would be in charge of the Youluo demonic kingdom after the founding of the kingdom remained. The later rules stated that every 10,000 years, the 2 families would send out their young geniuses to compete. The winner would continue to rule the Youluo demonic kingdom for another 10,000 years. The eldest princess, Yuning, belonged to the Yu family. The Yu family had been in control of the Youluo devil kingdom for 20,000 years. In another month, the once in 10,000 years cycle would begin again. The prodigies of the 2 families would compete to decide which family would be in control of the Youluo devil kingdom. Therefore, during this period of time, eldest princess Yuning had been secretly gathering geniuses to increase her strength. Lu Ming finally understood why Yuning wanted him to be a guest elder. It was for this reason. Chapter 2024 Throw out in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. For the past 10 days, Lu Ming had been cultivating in peace in the Grand Princess residence. And NBSP his chaos laws had reached 97% and his array Dao laws had reached 99%. It could be said that he was already very close to perfection. However, the closer he was to perfection, the harder it would be to improve. Many people's nomological laws stopped at 99% maturity for hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of years. Even the stellar river had stopped for a long time. If he wanted to break through, he needed to accumulate experience. When his comprehension of the laws was sufficient, it would naturally come to fruition. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when Ji Ping brought a few people into the Grand Princess residence with a gloomy expression. They were walking towards Lu Ming's residence. Ji Ping's status was no small matter, so naturally, no one stopped him. When they arrived at Lu Ming's residence, Ji Ping kicked the door open and walked in with a dark expression. "Lu Ming, get out here!" Ji Ping coldly shouted. In the room, Lu Ming, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. Unhurriedly, Lu Ming walked out of the room and saw Ji Ping looking at him coldly. More than 10 days ago, Lu Ming had sent him flying with a palm strike in public, causing him to twitch on the ground and lose face. During this period of time, he had been brooding over it and wanted to find a chance to take revenge. Later on, when he heard that Lu Ming had become the eldest princess guest elder, he was even more furious. After holding it in for a few days, he finally could not help but bring Lu Ming here. "Brat, one know what you're trying to do. You want to become the princess guest elder and get close to her. You've got a good plan. Now, it'll give you a chance to get out of the princess manor." Ji Ping coldly spoke. "The eldest princess sent you here," Lu Ming said. "There's no need for the eldest princess to instruct us on this matter," Ji Ping said. "I'm the eldest princess foreign dignitary, not yours. Since the eldest princess didn't say anything, then who do you think you are? What right do you have to make me leave?" Lu Ming replied indifferently. These words made Ji Ping's face even gloomier. "Brat, you'd better get out by yourself. Otherwise, they'll break your 4 limbs and throw you out," Ji Ping said coldly. "Get lost." Lu Ming spat out the word coldly. He had already lost his patience. "Brat, what's with your attitude? How dare you talk to the second young master like that? It'll cripple you." A burly man beside Ji Ping rushed over and threw a punch at Lu Ming's dantian. This was to cripple Lu Ming's cultivation. This brawny man was in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. He punched out, and the terrifying fist force made the space howl. Zzzzzzzzz, Lu Ming circulated the chaos law and transformed it into the demonic lightning law. Lightning swam around his body as if he was wearing a lightning armor. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure moved and he threw a punch at the burly man. Zzzzzzzzz, the lightning spread and instantly destroyed the opponent's attack. The black lightning covered the opponent's body, causing him to tremble and retreat. Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and slapped the burly man. The burly man flew backward and fell to the ground, his body twitching non-stop. Ji Ping and the others' eyes suddenly narrowed. Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than they had imagined. A perfected absolute saint had been defeated in 2 moves. Even Ji Ping might not be able to do it himself. "Let's attack together." Ji Ping let out a furious roar. His body was like a ROC spreading its wings as he flew towards Lu Ming. With a shake of his arms emitted a mysterious light. They were like the wings of a ROC, but also like 2 heavenly blades. 2 rays of light burst out and shot towards Lu Ming. This was his divine power technique. When he exchanged blows with Lu Ming previously, he did not use his divine power technique. At the same time, the remaining 2 people also moved. The 2 of them were also in the great circle of the absolute saint realm. They used their divine abilities to attack Lu Ming. He was ruthless and merciless. If Lu Ming was no match for him, he would be killed. "You're pushing it." The cold glint in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. He condensed a long spear in his hand, which was covered with a layer of black lightning. Whoosh! 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 He stabbed 3 times in a row. There were 3 consecutive explosions. The attacks of Ji Peng and the other two were all blocked by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning. In a flash, he appeared in front of an elder in the absolute saint's perfection. The lightning spear stabbed out at an astonishing speed. It pierced the elder's dantian and shattered his saint heart. The man wailed in pain as his body flew out and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. This person's cultivation had already been crippled by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming moved again and appeared in front of the remaining absolute saint. He thrust his spear again and crippled his cultivation. After two people were crippled in a row, Ji Peng was so scared that his liver and guts were torn apart. He quickly retreated, wanting to escape, but he didn't dare to fight. However, with a flash of lightning, Lu Ming caught up to Ji Peng. Although Lu Ming had transformed the chaos law into the demonic lightning law, its power had been greatly reduced. However, Lu Ming's spirit body and his saint energy were far above Ji Peng's. Ji Peng was not his match at all. Although he tried his best, he was still crushed by Lu Ming. Gotcha! Lu Ming broke one of Ji Peng's arms with a palm strike and then broke one of his legs with a kick. Gotcha! Gotcha! After a few consecutive explosions, Ji Peng's 4 limbs were broken by Lu Ming. He lay on the ground like a dead dog. Get lost! Lu Ming kicked Ji Peng and a few of his subordinates a few times, sending them flying out of the courtyard. After all, this was the Youluo Devil Kingdom and the eldest princess residence. He couldn't kill Ji Peng. If he did, he could only run away. This was not Lu Ming's goal. He still needed the eldest princess to introduce him to the royal family of the eternal demon nation. Kid, just you wait. Ji Peng's sinister voice came from outside the courtyard. He had said that he would break Lu Ming's limbs and throw him out. In the end, his limbs were broken and he was thrown out like a dead dog. This made him furious. Lu Ming frowned. If the other party went too far, he would not mind killing him and leaving the Youluo demonic kingdom. He would think of other ways. The next morning, a group of people arrived at the eldest princess manor and met with her directly. Ji Peng was in the crowd. However, Ji Peng wasn't the leader of this group of people. His big brother, one of his uncles, had personally led his men here. General Ji, Brother Ji, please sit. In a large hall, the eldest princess received Ji Peng and the others. However, her gaze was only fixed on the middle-aged man in the lead and a young man with a cold expression. This middle-aged man was Ji Peng's uncle. He was the younger brother of the Youluo Devil Kingdom's Grand Marshal and also a Devil General of the Youluo Devil Kingdom. The young man was Ji Peng's elder brother, a top genius of the Youluo Demonic Kingdom with a terrifying king body. Eldest princess, we came here to ask for a person from you. Uncle Ji Peng said. You want to be alone. Who is it? The eldest princess was slightly taken aback and frowned. If the Ji family wanted someone, why did they have to come to her? King Physique, is it very amazing? Lu Ming, the little bastard who left the princess in the lurch. Ji Peng said coldly. Lu Ming. What's wrong with him? The eldest princess was puzzled. Eldest princess, Lu Ming crippled the cultivation of 2 of our Ji family's absolute saints in the great perfection for no reason yesterday. He even broke Ji Peng's limbs. He must pay for his actions. Ji Peng's big brother said coldly. Ji Peng's elder brother was called Ji Tian. There's actually such a thing. The eldest princess raised her brows and ordered her servants, call Lu Ming over. Lu Ming was cultivating when he heard the commotion outside. He got up and came out. Young Master Lu, the eldest princess has invited you. A middle-aged guard said. He came so quickly. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The first thought that came to his mind was that the Ji family had come looking for him. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He and the middle-aged guard went to the main hall of the eldest princess. As expected, it's the Ji family. Lu Ming saw Ji Peng the moment he arrived at the main hall. Ji Peng and the rest also looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Lu Ming, did you cripple the cultivation of a few of the Ji family's experts yesterday? The eldest princess sat at the head of the table and asked with a cold and arrogant expression. Not bad. Lu Ming answered. How dare you? You're even touched by my Ji family. Kill yourself and they'll leave your corpse intact. Ji Peng's uncle smacked the table and coldly said. What a joke. They wanted to kill me. Can't one fight back? Lu Ming sneered. Do you understand who you're talking to? This attitude. Ji Peng's uncle's eyes were like lightning as he swept his gaze over Lu Ming. A powerful pressure emanated from him. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Ji Peng's uncle was definitely a terrifying expert. It seems like the Ji family doesn't even care about the eldest princess. Lu Ming said coldly. Uncle Ji Peng's expression changed slightly, and he retracted his aura. After all, this was the eldest princess residence and Lu Ming was the eldest princess man in name. Without the eldest princess' consent, he would have crossed the line if he attacked her directly. Eldest princess, this person crippled the cultivation of our Ji family's expert and injured Ji Peng. He must be punished. Otherwise, how can our Ji family rule the army and convince the masses? Ji Tian said coldly. Lu Ming, what's going on? The eldest princess asked. Lu Ming's combat strength was not bad. He would be useful to her in the near future. She did not want Lu Ming to be crippled just like that. Eldest princess, yesterday, Ji Peng brought a few people from the Ji family and barged into my courtyard. They threatened to cripple me and attack me. I was only protecting myself. If one hadn't attacked, I would have been dead by now. Lu Ming recounted what had happened yesterday. I see. The eldest princess nodded. Ji Peng, you've gone too far in this matter. Lu Ming is my guest elder after all. However, Lu Ming's actions were too heavy. How about this? I'll take out some treasures to compensate the Ji family. Also, Lu Ming, you'll apologize to the Ji family in public. What do you think? Apologize to the Ji family. Lu Ming frowned. What did he do wrong in this matter? How could he apologize? No, we have to at least cripple his 4 limbs and make him apologize in public. Ji Peng called out. That's right, this person must be punished. Ji Tian followed. In my opinion, both sides should take a step back. Lu Ming will apologize in public and give some compensation. Then, this matter will be settled. How about it? The eldest princess spoke again. At the same time, she sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, Ji Peng's father is the Defender General of the state. The Ji family is extremely powerful. Bear with it, apologize to the Ji family, and give them some compensation. If you take a step back, you'll have a better life. Lu Ming sneered. What taking a step back would open up the world? This matter was not his fault at all. The eldest princess actually wanted him to apologize. It was obvious that she did not want to offend the Ji family. However, the Ji family obviously didn't want to let it go so easily. Princess, we can give you face today and not deal with him for the time being. However, Princess, you must drive this person out of the princess manor. Ji Peng's uncle said. Ji Peng, Ji Tian, and the others sneered. After being expelled from the princess manor and without the eldest princess protection, given the Ji family's strength, Lu Ming would die in whatever way they wanted him to. The eldest princess frowned. She naturally knew the Ji family's intentions. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was not bad. Since he could defeat Ji Peng, his combat strength was definitely above Ji Peng's. It would be of great help in the battle with the Luo family 20 days later. It would be a pity to give up just like that. Eldest princess, our Ji family has always been on your side. If this kid affects our relationship, I'm afraid it'll be a loss for you. Ji Ping's uncle said indifferently, his words hinting at something. The eldest princess' expression was somewhat unsightly. The Ji family was threatening her. However, she had to compromise. The Ji family was extremely powerful. If she helped the Luo family, it would have a huge impact on her. The most important thing was Ji Tian. Ji Tian had a king body, and the number of king bodies in the entire Youluo demonic kingdom could be counted on one hand. In the battle with the Luo family 20 days later, Ji Tian was of utmost importance as he could influence the outcome. Therefore, no matter what, she had to keep the Ji family in her hands and not ruin their relationship. Many thoughts flashed through the eldest princess' mind. Eldest princess, you have to consider this carefully. My big brother has the king physique and can decide the outcome of this battle with the Luo clan. Seeing that the eldest princess didn't say anything, Ji Ping coldly spoke. Having said that, he even cast a disdainful look at Lu Ming. What he meant was, so what if you have some combat power? Can he be compared to my big brother? Could it be compared to the king physique? The eldest princess' brows twitched slightly. Ji Ping's words made her very unhappy. But she couldn't lose the Ji family's support, so she muttered to herself and made a decision. The eldest princess looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you've gone too far this time. You've already broken the rules by hitting me so hard. So, please leave the princess manor. As expected. Lu Ming sneered. The eldest princess had indeed chosen the Ji family. In her opinion, Lu Ming was just a talent with some combat ability. He could not be compared to the Ji family. In particular, Ji Tian's king physique could play a key role in the confrontation with the Luo family this time. The people from the Ji family sneered. As long as Lu Ming left the eldest princess manor, he would be dead. All right. Lu Ming did not say much. He turned and left. Since the eldest princess had already chosen the Ji family, there was no need for him to stay. After taking a few steps, Lu Ming stopped and turned to look at Ji Tian. He said indifferently, King physique. Is it that amazing? With that, Lu Ming turned and strode away, disappearing from the hall. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. I'm afraid you don't even know how powerful the king physique is. Very soon, he will know how strong the king physique is. Some of the Ji family members sneered. Lu Ming's attitude made it seem as if he did not care about the king physique at all. They were very unhappy. The little princess Lu Ming did not stop. However, he did not leave the residence immediately. Instead, he circled the residence a few times before coming to a secret place. He cast the divine breath technique and transformed into a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was a guard in the Grand Princess Manor. The Ji family had asked the eldest princess to kick him out of the eldest princess manor. It was very likely that there were experts stationed outside the manor. As soon as he went out, he would probably be ambushed by them. He wasn't afraid of the younger generation, but he couldn't guarantee that the other party would send a great emperor. Lu Ming turned into a guard and swaggered out of the princess manor. When he walked out of the manor, he sensed a few spiritual senses sweeping past him. Two of them were terrifyingly powerful, and they were obviously great emperors. However, they could not tell that Lu Ming had the divine breath. Lu Ming turned around and glanced at the Grand Princess residence. Eldest Princess, we will meet again very soon. One hope you won't regret it. A faint smile hung on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. He then strode away. The Grand Princess residence was in the western part of the capital of the Youluo Devil Kingdom. Lu Ming headed straight for the eastern part of the capital. The eastern part of the capital was the territory of the Luo family. The Yu family and the Luo family were the two great families that had founded the Youluo Devil Kingdom. Since the eldest princess could not tolerate him, he could only go to the Luo family. The little princess of the Luo family, Luo Xian. Lu Ming muttered. There was a strange phenomenon among the younger generation of the Yu family and the Luo family. The most outstanding geniuses of the two families were all women. The most outstanding genius of the Yu family was the eldest princess, Yu Ning. She was the representative of the Yu family and the leader of the younger generation. The leader of the Luo family's younger generation was called Luo Xian. She was also an unparalleled beauty, just as famous as Yu Ning. However, she was a few years younger than Yu Ning, so everyone else called her little princess. Lu Ming was going to seek refuge with Luo Xian. If Yu Ning could introduce him to the imperial family of the eternal devil nation, Luo Xian could do the same. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived at a grand mansion. This mansion was the little princess, Luo Xian's mansion. At this point, Lu Ming had already restored his original appearance. Stop! Two burly men stopped Lu Ming at the main door. You too, am here to pay a visit to the little princess. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Of course I know you're here to visit the little princess. Every day, many people come to visit the little princess. Kid, I advise you to stop thinking too much and leave quickly. One of the burly men waved his hand and asked Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It turned out that the other party had thought that he was deliberately trying to get close to the little princess and wanted to woo her. I'm here to be the little princess guest elder. In 20 days, I'll help the little princess achieve victory in the battle with the Yu family. Lu Ming said. The two burly men were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming as if he was an idiot. They had seen many people who came up with all sorts of reasons to get close to the little princess. They had also heard all sorts of weird reasons. However, it was their first time seeing someone who boasted shamelessly like Lu Ming. Huh, brat, you're really boasting shamelessly. Help the little princess obtain victory. This reason of yours is quite fresh, but if you dare to fool the little princess, be careful of your little life, kid, we'll let you go this time. Hurry up and leave. The two burly men waved their hands repeatedly, signaling for Lu Ming to leave quickly. The two of you, you only need to inform me. What if what one said is true? What if I can really help the little princess win? If you stop me from going to the eldest princess side and help the eldest princess win, what will happen to you if the little princess finds out about this? Lu Ming was not angry and spoke calmly. The two big men's expressions changed. Although they were certain that Lu Ming was just boasting. But just in case. If Lu Ming really had the ability to do so, he would join the eldest princess side in a fit of anger after being stopped by them. By then, he would help the eldest princess achieve victory, and they would be sinners. The Luo family would not let them off. The two of them looked at each other and nodded silently. It wasn't a big deal to just pass on the message. If Lu Ming did not have the real ability and was just bragging, someone would naturally deal with him. Alright, you wait here. I'll go pass the message. A burly man said, and then hurriedly ran in to pass on the message. After a while, the burly man returned and said, the little princess wants to see you. Come with me. Lu Ming smiled and walked into the depths of the mansion with the burly man. Brat, you better have some real skills, or you'll be miserable. The burly man reminded him on the way. Many thanks. Lu Ming smiled. He looked calm and had a faint smile on his face. The burly man was puzzled. Could it be that this kid really had the real deal? The mansion was huge. After making a few turns, they arrived at a large hall. There were only 3 people in the hall. At the head of the hall sat a woman in black. She looked to be in her 20s. The woman was extremely beautiful. She was even more beautiful than the eldest princess, Yu Ning. At this moment, the lady was blinking her big eyes and sizing Lu Ming up curiously. A young man stood on each side of the woman. His eyes were like lightning as they stared at Lu Ming. "Your subordinate greets the princess." The burly man saluted the woman. "Yes, stand aside." The beautiful lady, who was also the little princess, Luo Xian, waved her hand, but her gaze was fixed on Lu Ming. "You said that you can help me defeat Yu Ning and the Yu family?" Luo Xian spoke, his voice clear and melodious. "Not bad." Lu Ming nodded. "Hey, I'm telling you, you're not allowed to lie to me. If you're lying to me, it'll make you miserable, you know that?" Luo Xian had 2 canine teeth, and as he spoke, his 2 canine teeth were exposed, making him look quite cute. Although she wanted to say it fiercely, it was a pity that she did not look murderous at all. "Little princess, well know if this kid has the ability after we try him. If he's boasting shamelessly, I'll throw him out and feed him to the dogs." On the left, a young man in a purple robe said coldly. At the same time, he took a step forward and pressed toward Lu Ming. Luo Xian didn't stop him. Instead, he looked on curiously. "Kid, show me what you got. Otherwise, you won't have a chance." The purple-robed young man said coldly. He turned into a purple light and charged at Lu Ming. He waved his palm and a purple sword light cut through the void, slashing at Lu Ming. Absolute saint in the great circle. Lu Ming's heart stirred. This purple-robed young man had the cultivation of an absolute saint in the great circle. Lu Ming could also tell that his spiritual body was a superior grade heavenly spiritual body, which was even stronger than Ji Peng's. The purple-robed young man had used 90% of his power in this attack, which was very powerful. However, there was still a faint smile on Lu Ming's face, as if he had not seen the purple-robed youth's attack. As expected, he's a boastful person. On the right, another young man sneered. However, at this moment, Lu Ming moved. He stretched out a finger and tapped lightly. Chapter 2027 Probing Lu Ming stretched out a finger and tapped lightly on the purple-robed youth's sword gleam. Bang! The purple-robed young man's sword light shattered in an instant. At the same time, dense runes spread out from Lu Ming's fingers and covered the purple-robed young man at an extreme speed. The purple-robed youth was shocked and quickly retreated, but it was too late. He hadn't retreated very far before his body was covered by a dense array of magical symbols. He felt as if his cultivation base had been sealed, and then he fell to the ground with a thump. The 3 people at the scene were dumbfounded. The purple-robed young man was defeated in one move. The purple-robed youth was no ordinary person. He was extremely famous in the Youluo demonic kingdom, and his reputation was even greater than Ji Peng. Apart from the king body, the Youluo demonic kingdom had 10 strongest heaven's favorites. Ji Peng was ranked 9th, while the purple-robed youth was ranked 5th. Such a prodigy was no match for Lu Ming and was defeated in one move. Array Dao laws, you have a king physique. At this moment, the little princess, Luo Xian, had already stood up from her seat. She looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. King physique. The other people in the hall were all shocked. In the entire Youluo Devil Kingdom, there were only a handful of people with king physiques. This young man actually had a king body. No wonder he could defeat the purple-robed young man in one move. Especially the burly man who was guarding the gate, he was secretly scared. Previously, he had thought that Lu Ming was boasting shamelessly and was just finding an excuse to get close to the little princess. Now, it seemed that they had made a big mistake. Lu Ming was really capable. Fortunately, he had come in to inform them. Otherwise, like what Lu Ming had said, if he went to seek refuge with the eldest princess, they would really be done for. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand and the runes covering the purple-robed young man disappeared. The purple-robed young man stood up and looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. Do you really want to join me and be my guest? The little princess, Luo Xian, looked at Lu Ming curiously. Of course. Why else would I be here? Lu Ming smiled. Why do you want to join me? The little princess continued to ask. Little princess, you're a famous beauty. If I don't side with you, who should I side with? Lu Ming replied with a smile. The little princess laughed in a sweet voice. She laughed so hard that her eyes squinted and said, I like your reason. However, Yu Ning is also beautiful. Why don't you go to her? The little princess continued to ask. She looked innocent, but she was actually very meticulous. To tell you the truth, one ruthlessly beat up Ji Ping yesterday, and was just chased out by the eldest princess. Lu Ming did not hide anything and told her what had happened. Lu Ming was very clear that this matter could not be hidden even if he wanted to. As long as the little princess sent someone to investigate, it would not be difficult to find out. Oh, there's actually such a thing. This time, Yu Ning has misjudged you. I wonder what kind of expression she'll have when she finds out that you have a king body during the competition. Interesting, interesting. The little princess laughed again and continued, there should be a condition for you to join me, right? I need the little princess to introduce me to the royal family of the ancient devil nation. Also, I'll only be your guest for a few months. Lu Ming said. Alright, that's easy. We'll be heading to the eternal devil nation soon. One do know a few princesses and princes of the eternal devil nation. I'll introduce them to you guys then. The little princess agreed without hesitation. Then, she looked at the others and ordered, don't spread the news about Lu Ming. Yes. The two young men and the guard nodded in agreement. All of you may leave. One will personally arrange a place for Lu Ming to stay. The little princess instructed. The two young men and the burly guard bowed and took their leave, leaving Lu Ming and the little princess alone in the hall. You didn't use your full strength just now, did you? You said you could help me win. I want to see how strong you are. As soon as the little princess finished speaking, her body floated toward Lu Ming like a black cloud. At the same time, the little princess waved her hand and a black ray of light enveloped Lu Ming. Peak of an absolute saint. As soon as the little princess attacked, Lu Ming could tell that her cultivation base was the same as his. They were both at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Roar! Lu Ming activated the Array Dao law and pointed his finger. A true dragon roared and pounced forward. It was completely condensed by the Array Dao runes. Boom! The black light of the true dragon and the little princess collided with each other, creating a loud boom. Then, countless runes spread out from the little princess' body. Judge! The little princess let out a soft cry, and black light burst forth, forcibly obliterating the endless symbols. The Law of Judgment. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Law of Judgment was also an extremely terrifying law of the way of the king. It was known to judge everything and had astonishing offensive power. Again. The little princess moved forward and fought with Lu Ming again. Lu Ming operated the Array Dao law and fought with the little princess. Lu Ming did not use his full strength as a human. Lu Ming's spirit body was definitely much stronger than the little princess. His saint energy was also stronger than the little princess. In the 3 scrolls of Array Dao, Lu Ming only used the fusion of the illusionary spirit scroll and the sealed scroll. He did not add the annihilation scroll. Even so, the little princess was still at a disadvantage after dozens of exchanges. Satisfying, satisfying. After exchanging dozens of blows, the little princess retreated and said in a tender voice, Lu Ming, you're not weak, but Ji Tian from the Ji family also has a king body. Moreover, his cultivation has already reached the perfected absolute saint realm. I'm afraid he's even stronger than you. How would little princess know? I used all my strength just now. Lu Ming said with a smile. You didn't use your full strength? So, you're looking down on me. The little princess pouted. Lu Ming could not help but touch his nose. This little princess' temper was really ever-changing. Lu Ming could not help but think of a person. Xian Yanqing. The little princess' temper was similar to Xian Yanqing's in the past. Little Qing, where are you now? Lu Ming could not help but sigh in his heart. Back then, the Ice Dragon Patriarch had escaped with Xian Yanqing. It had been a few years since then, and there had been no news of him until now. Lu Ming was very worried. Humph, Lu Ming, just you wait. I'm about to break through to the perfection of the absolute saint realm. I'll spar with you then. With that, the little princess bared her two canine teeth again and glared at Lu Ming fiercely. Let's go. I'll arrange a place for you to stay. The little princess' expression changed very quickly. One moment, she was threatening Lu Ming. The next moment, she was walking out of the hall with Lu Ming following closely behind. The little princess left after arranging a courtyard for Lu Ming. There were still 20 days before the competition between the Yu family and the Luo family. She wanted to reach the perfected absolute saint realm within these 20 days. In the days that followed, Lu Ming was very free and cultivated in peace. As for the Ji family, they had sent people to search for Lu Ming's traces in the entire capital, but they could not find a single clue. This made Ji Ping furious. Just like that, 20 days passed by in a flash. The battle for the imperial power between the Yu family and the Luo family, which happened once every years, had begun. Start. One move in the center of the capital of the Youluo Devil Kingdom, there was a huge fighting stage. There were many seats built around the fighting ring, as well as a large open space. On this day, the fighting ring was surrounded by a sea of people. The Youluo Devil Kingdom was founded by the two great clans. Every 10,000 years, they would decide which clan would take control of the Youluo Devil Kingdom. Therefore, this was the biggest event in the past 10,000 years, and countless people had gathered here. There were people everywhere. Lu Ming and the people from the Luo family were sitting on the grandstand on the east side of the fighting ring. The spectators' stand was filled with the Luo family's experts. At a glance, Lu Ming could see many void emperors and true emperors. The father of the little princess, Luo Xian, was also from the Luo family. He sat at the very front. On the west side of the fighting ring were the Yu family. At this moment, the two sides sized each other up. That Lu Ming actually sided with Luo Xian. Damn it! Ji Ping saw Lu Ming and immediately shouted angrily. Ji Tian and Yuning also looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. The Ji family is really useless. I've already chased Lu Ming out and I can't find him. Instead, he's relying on Luo Xian. Yuning's eyes flashed with a cold light as he roared in his heart. Lu Ming's combat strength was very strong and he could easily defeat Ji Ping. He would have some influence on this competition. When she chased Lu Ming out, she had already thought that Lu Ming might join Luo Xian in a fit of anger. However, she was also clear that once she expelled Lu Ming, the Ji family would not let him off. Lu Ming would most likely be killed by the Ji family and would not have the chance to rely on Luo Xian. He did not expect the Ji family to be so useless. Lu Ming had actually escaped and even successfully sought refuge with Luo Xian. I must kill Lu Ming if I have the chance during the competition. Yuning sent a voice transmission to Ji Tian, Ji Peng, and the others. Don't worry, if this kid touches me, it'll make him die a terrible death. Ji Tian spoke with a cold killing intent. If he touches me, it'll make him wish he was dead. A yellow-robed young man said coldly. This yellow-robed young man was called Huang Song. In the Youluo demonic kingdom, Huang Song was the strongest aside from the king physique. He was ranked first among the 10 strongest heaven's favorites after the king physique. He was much stronger than Ji Peng. Yuning, Ji Tian, and the others sized up Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Luo Xian, and the others were also sizing each other up. According to the old rules, each side will send 50 heaven's favorites to fight in pairs until the end. The winner will be the winner. Luo Xian sent a voice transmission to everyone. Lu Ming nodded. This rule was simple. This time, among the younger generation, our two sides have 2 king physiques each. Their cultivation levels are about the same, so the battle of king physiques will likely result in both sides suffering losses. Therefore, the battle of non-king physiques is very important. Luo Xian continued. The king physique he mentioned did not include Lu Ming. The fact that Lu Ming was a king physique had not been spread out yet. However, other than the king physique, there's one person you have to pay attention to. That is Huang Song. Although he doesn't have a king physique, his battle power is very strong. He has had a fortuitous encounter, so his spirit physique is stronger than ordinary spirit physiques. Furthermore, this person's divine arts are also very well trained. You have to be careful when you meet this person. Luo Xian warned. Many people nodded their heads. They were naturally aware of Huang Song's methods. At this moment, a figure flew onto the fighting ring. This person was very old and was an elder of the Youluo Devil Kingdom. He was also the judge of this competition. The participants of this competition, please go up the stage first. The doyen spoke, his voice like a great bell. Let's go up. Luo Xian rose to his feet first, followed by the rest of the people, and flew up to the fighting ring. Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others also went up the fighting ring. Each side had 50 people. As long as they were below the age of 50, they could participate. As soon as he stepped onto the fighting ring, Ji Peng, Ji Tian, and Huang Song looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. Kid, you better pray that you don't meet me. Otherwise, 111 make you die a terrible death. The first one to speak was Huang Song. His eyes revealed a cruel smile. On Luo Xian's side, some people's expressions changed slightly. Huang Song's methods were extremely cruel. Many of his enemies had died miserably. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have turned to Luo Xian. Yu Ning also spoke coldly. He, if I shouldn't join them, do one have to follow your wishes and be killed by the Ji family after being expelled? What a joke. Lu Ming said calmly. Sister Yu Ning, you don't like Lu Ming, but one treat him like a treasure. Don't give you a big surprise later on, he. Luo Xian laughed. Yu Ning's expression was cold, and he didn't say anything. Next, the founding members assigned numbers to them. On each side, it was number 1 to 50. Then, the board of patriarchs would place the 50 numbers on both sides into a box and draw at random. Whichever 2 numbers were drawn, the 2 people would fight. The number that Lu Ming was assigned to was 31. After the numbers were assigned, everyone returned to their respective stands. As for the founding member, he drew a number from each of the 2 boxes. Number 6 from the Luo family, number 39 from the Yu family. The elder announced his name. The next moment, 2 figures rushed up to the fighting ring and began to fight. There was no suspense in this battle. The Yu family had won because the person from the Yu family had a much higher cultivation. In just a few moves, he had severely injured the genius from the Luo family and blasted him off the fighting ring. The Yu family had won the first battle. Everyone in the Yu family was smiling. The doyens continued to draw numbers. In the second battle, one of the Luo family's people had a stronger cultivation base and won. The third round, Luo family's number 31, Yu family's number 5. The elder reported the number. It's my turn so soon. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He got up and rushed to the fighting ring. The one from the Yu family was a burly young man. However, when he saw Lu Ming, his face darkened. Just now, Yu Ning had sent him a voice transmission, telling him that Lu Ming had once defeated Ji Peng. He wanted him to exchange a few moves with Lu Ming to exhaust some of Lu Ming's saint energy and then admit defeat. Being able to defeat Ji Peng, the burly youth knew that he was no match for Lu Ming. "Brat, eat my axe!" the burly young man roared. He raised his battle axe and charged at Lu Ming. His purpose was to consume some of Lu Ming's holy power. Zzzzzzzzz, a sizzling sound came from Lu Ming's hand, and the black demonic lightning flashed. Then, Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and the demonic lightning formed a huge palm, blasting toward the burly youth. Boom! The burly young man's body was sent flying out of the fighting ring and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This kid has some strength. It'll be more fun to kill him like this. Huang Song licked his lips, and his malevolent expression became even more intense. As for Luo Xian, the purple-robed young man, and a few others who had seen Lu Ming in action before, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Demonic lightning law. Didn't Lu Ming use the array Dao law back then? How did it become the devil lightning law? Could it be that he has mastered two types of nomological laws? Luo Xian and the others revealed looks of disbelief. It was unheard of for a saint to control two laws. The battle between the big and small princesses. After defeating his opponent, Lu Ming moved and returned to the stands. Luo Xian's gaze swept over Lu Ming from time to time. He felt that Lu Ming was not as simple as he seemed. The competition continued. Luo Xian and the purple-robed young man attacked one after the other, easily winning. In addition, the Luo family also had a king physique. He was very powerful and defeated his opponent in one move. On the Yu family's side, Yu Ning and Ji Tian naturally won easily. Ji Peng also won. As for Huang Song, he was even more brutal. He showed no mercy and instantly tore a Heaven's Pride expert from the Luo clan into pieces. He stood on the fighting stage, bathed in blood, and roared like a murderous beast. On the Luo family's side, other than Lu Ming and a few others, everyone's expression changed. Soon, the first round was over. Both sides had 50 people, but after the first round, there was a difference in the number of people. The Yu family had been in charge of the Youluo demonic kingdom for 20,000 years and had a deep foundation. Naturally, there were more geniuses who submitted to them. Hence, after the first round, the Yu family had gained the upper hand. After the first round, the Yu family still had 28 people, while the Luo family only had 18 people. Why wasn't the total number of people on both sides 50? Because in the process of the war, some people were injured by both sides. Therefore, the total number of people on both sides was naturally less than 50. The second round of the competition was the same as the first round. The number of the remaining people from both sides would be placed in the box and the drawing of lots would begin. The two people who were drawn would fight. This way, the side with more people would definitely have an advantage. This was because the side with more people would not need to fight, and they could save their physical strength and holy power. In the second round, Lu Ming also appeared very early. However, the opponent he met was not strong and he was easily defeated. After that, Luo Xian and another king body also won. Yu family's number 3 versus Luo family's number 5. At this moment, the doyen's voice rang out again. It's the two of them. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Yu family's number 3 was Huang Song. Number 5 from the Luo family was the purple-robed young man who had tried to test Lu Ming previously. His name was Wu Shi. Buzz. Huang Song's figure appeared in the fighting ring. He looked at Wu Shi with a ferocious expression and shouted, Wu Shi, one didn't expect it to be you. Hurry up and get up here to die. Wu Shi stood up with a grave expression. Among the top 10 young experts other than the king body, Huang Song was ranked first and Wu Shi was ranked 5th. In the previous battles, he was definitely not Huang Song's match. If you can't defeat him, then admit defeat. It's more important to save your life. Luo Xian sent a message to Wu Shi. Wu Shi nodded and rushed up to the fighting ring. The two of them started to fight. Huang Song's combat strength was indeed stronger than Wu Zai's. Huang Song's spirit body seemed to be stronger than the average upper-class sky spirit body. His attacks were like a storm and a fierce beast, madly attacking Wu Shi. Wu Shi could only defend passively. However, after a few moves, he was clawed by Huang Song, and a piece of flesh was torn off his body. Die, haha. Huang Song seemed to be even more excited when he encountered fresh blood. His eyes revealed traces of blood-red light, and his attacks became even more violent. Die! Wu Shi roared. After using her most powerful attack, she rushed down the fighting ring. He knew that he wasn't Huang Song's match, and if he continued to fight, his life would be in danger. He could only rush down the fighting stage and admit defeat. However, Huang Song clearly did not want to let him off so easily. You want to leave? Die! Huang Song roared. Buzz! And NBSP whoosh. The sky was filled with claw shadows as they headed toward Wu Shi. Poochie! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. One of Wu Zai's arms had been torn off by Huang Song. Wu Shi endured the pain and rushed down the fighting ring. Humph, you're really trash. You don't even have the courage to fight to the death. One think you should just admit defeat as soon as possible. Huang Song sneered as he looked at the Luo clan's Heaven's Pride experts with ridicule. Many people's faces were ugly, but at the same time, they also revealed a look of fear. Even Wu Shi had been defeated so miserably. On their side, other than the two king physiques, no one could fight with Huang Song. If he encountered Huang Song, even his life would be difficult. The morale of the remaining people was somewhat low. Huang Song's gaze swept coldly over Lu Ming. He sneered a few times and returned to the stands. The competition continued, and not long after, the second round of the competition ended. The difference in numbers between the two sides was even greater. The Yu family still had 19 people, while the Luo family only had 9. In the second round, the Yu family had 10 people who did not need to fight. It seems that the Yu family still has the upper hand in this battle. The Yu family has been in control of the Youluo demonic kingdom for 20,000 years. They are getting stronger and stronger. Naturally, there will be more geniuses who will join them. That's right. Although both sides have two king physiques, outside of the king physique, the Luo family is far behind. Many people in the surroundings were discussing. Some of the Yu family experts were already smiling. The powerhouses of the Luo family looked gloomy. After this failure, the Luo family would have to wait another 10,000 years. Soon, the third round began. Among the remaining 9 people from the Luo family, they were all quite strong, so their chances of winning in the third round were high. Lu Ming did not know if he was lucky or unlucky. The opponent he met in this round was not strong and he was defeated easily. In this round, out of the 9 people from the Luo clan, 6 had won, and 3 had been eliminated. As for the Yu family, 6 people were eliminated, leaving 13 people. 13 against 6. Then, the fourth round began. Yu family's number 1 versus Luo family's number 1. The Youluo Devil Kingdom elder was stunned for a moment after drawing 2 numbers. Then, he reported the numbers. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene immediately went into an uproar. Many people were excited. Because the first ones on both sides were Yuning and Luo Xian. The eldest and youngest princesses of the Youluo Devil Kingdom were the 2 most outstanding women in the younger generation of the Youluo Devil Kingdom. Not only were they extremely beautiful, but their cultivation talent was even more shocking. They both had king physiques. Now, these 2 beautiful princesses were going to fight. Who would win? Many people were looking forward to it. The 2 of them stood up and jumped onto the fighting ring. Their eyes met, like divine swords clashing. Sister Luo Xian, it'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Yu Ning smiled, his face still cold and arrogant. This is exactly what one wanted to say. I will defeat you, defeat all of you. Luo Xian said, revealing 2 tiger teeth. Then, the 2 of them moved and started fighting. As soon as the 2 of them made their move, they used their divine abilities. The laws of the king path collided in the air, causing loud rumbles to ring out. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of moves, and neither of them had a clear winner. Sister Luo Xian, so that's all you've got? It looks like you're going to lose. Yu Ning smiled. Then, the aura on her body skyrocketed. Absolute Saint in the Great Circle. Princess Yu Ning has broken through to the Great Circle of the Absolute Saint realm. Just like Princess Luo Xian, she's been at the pinnacle of Absolute Saint all this time. I didn't expect her to make a breakthrough now. One wonder if Princess Luo Xian has made a breakthrough. Otherwise, shall be defeated. Many people cried out in alarm, especially the Luo family, whose faces revealed a heavy expression. If Luo Xian were to be defeated, then the Luo family would truly have no hope this time. Lu Ming vs Huang Song, Sister Luo Xian, how are you going to fight me now? Yu Ning sneered as he stepped forward. Waves of powerful aura pressed down on Luo Xian. A month ago, her cultivation had still been at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. However, recently, she had broken through to the perfected Absolute Saint realm. With this cultivation, she truly stood at the peak of the Youluo demonic kingdom. Ji Tian used to be known as the #1 prodigy of the Youluo demonic kingdom, and his cultivation was only in the perfected Absolute Saint realm. Do you think you've won for sure? At this moment, Luo Xian's voice was heard. Boom! Then, Luo Xian's body also burst out with a powerful aura. Luo Xian's cultivation had been at the pinnacle of an Absolute Saint before, but now, he had reached the perfected Absolute Saint realm. Yu Ning's expression suddenly changed as he exclaimed, your cultivation has also broken through, of course. Do you think you're the only one who has broken through? Luo Xian chuckled. So what if you've broken through? 111 still defeat you. Yu Ning said coldly as he charged towards Luo Xian. The 2 princesses started to fight again. Both of them had king bodies and could control the king path laws. Their cultivation had reached the Absolute Saint perfection, and their battle was extremely shocking. Ordinary emperors-to-be weren't their match. On the fighting ring, only 2 shadows could be seen clashing continuously. Some of the weaker cultivators couldn't even see clearly. It seems that no one can gain the upper hand. Lu Ming paid close attention to the battle on the fighting ring. He realized that Yu Ning and Luo Xian had the same cultivation and combat strength. Moreover, the 2 of them seemed to know each other very well. They were in a stalemate and it was difficult to determine the winner. Boom! Boom! Not long after, the 2 of them had already exchanged hundreds of moves. The 2 of them had been fighting for a long time, and they were both emitting white smoke. They had circulated their saint energy to the maximum and exchanged a few blows, but there was still no clear winner. Their breathing started to get heavier and slower. This was a sign of extreme exhaustion. However, the 2 of them were very persistent. Neither of them wanted to lose to the other, so they gritted their teeth and continued to fight. In the end, the 2 of them started to move slower and slower, as if they were in slow motion. Brother Luo, it's not good for them to continue fighting. Why don't we tie this battle? The Yu family head, who is also the current king of the Youluo Devil Kingdom, looked at the Luo family head. Alright, this round is considered a draw. The head of the Luo family nodded. If they continued to fight, both sides would only suffer losses. If they overexerted themselves, it would not be good for the 2. The masters of the Luo and Yu families nodded. The doyen of the Youluo Devil Kingdom moved and appeared in front of Yu Ning and Luo Xian, blocking them. This round is considered a draw. You can go back and rest. The elder said. Yu Ning and Luo Xian glared at each other unwillingly and snorted coldly. Then, they returned to the stands and swallowed the pills. They watched the rest of the competition while refining the pills. In the next battle, it was another king physique from the Luo clan's side who easily defeated his opponent. Yu family's number 3 versus Luo family's number 31. After the Luo family's king physique went into battle, the doyen reported the number. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was his turn. Also, isn't number 3 of the Yu family Huang Song? Lu Ming stood up, a cold smile on his lips. The eyes of Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others also lit up. Others might not know, but they knew that Lu Ming had a king body. He had easily defeated Wu Shi back then, and his combat strength was definitely above Huang Song's. I will take revenge for you. Lu Ming patted Wu Zai's shoulder and stepped into the fighting ring. Ha ha ha, I've finally met this kid. Huang Song was overjoyed. His expression was extremely sinister and excited. Since Princess Yu Ning wanted to kill Lu Ming, he naturally had to get rid of Lu Ming on her behalf. Huang Song, don't kill him so easily. It's best to let him beg for mercy miserably on the fighting stage before killing him. Ji Ping said to Huang Song as he glared at Lu Ming viciously. Ha, that's just what I want. Huang Song laughed and rushed up the fighting ring. He glared at Lu Ming with a ferocious look and said, Kid, kneel down and beg for mercy. One might let you die a quick death. He thought that he would see a look of fear on Lu Ming's face. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. He looked at Huang Song and said 2 words, how lamentable. What did you say, kid? Huang Song's face turned gloomy. I say, you're about to reach the end of your life, but you don't know it. How sad. Lu Ming added. Ha ha ha, kid, you're saying that you can kill me? I'd like to see where your confidence comes from. Die. Huang Song hollered. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure charged towards Lu Ming. His claws were like knives as he grabbed at Lu Ming. On Huang Song's hands, he was also wearing a type of glove. This glove was like mercury, wrapping around his palm and could change at will. His fingertips were extremely sharp. Zzzzzzzzz, black lightning flickered on Lu Ming's palm as he threw a palm strike at Huang Song. You're only at the peak of the absolute saint realm, yet you dare to fight Huang Song head-on. You're really looking for death. Huang Song's spiritual body is extremely powerful. Even an expert in the great circle of the absolute saint realm wouldn't dare to face Huang Song head-on. This brat doesn't know what's good for him. It looks like Huang Song wants to kill him. He's finished. The moment Lu Ming made his move, he attracted a wave of discussion. However, the next moment, all the sounds disappeared at once. This was because Lu Ming and Huang Song had already collided. Boom! A figure wailed and flew far away, falling to the ground. It was not Lu Ming as everyone had imagined, but Huang Song. Huang Song was sent flying 100 meters and fell to the ground. His entire body twitched non-stop, and his entire body was covered in lightning. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not move. How was that possible? Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at the peak of an absolute saint. How could he have sent Huang Song flying with one move? Lu Ming did not have the king physique. How is that possible? On the grandstand, Ji Ping roared, his face filled with disbelief. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong and he could defeat him, they did not think that Lu Ming could defeat Huang Song. Other than the king physique, Huang Song was almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Moreover, Huang Song's cultivation was even higher. Yu Ning's expression was extremely gloomy. Even Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were shocked. Although they had guessed that Lu Ming would be able to defeat Huang Song, the prerequisite was that Lu Ming had to use the King Path Law. However, Lu Ming had not used the King Path Law at all and he had defeated Huang Song. This was beyond their expectations. Of course, they did not know that Lu Ming's spirit body was far superior to an ordinary high-class heaven spirit body. Moreover, he had cultivated 2 saint hearts and his saint energy was far superior to those of the same level. It was not inferior to those in the absolute saint perfection. He could easily defeat Huang Song even without using the King Path Law. Lu Ming took a step forward and neared Huang Song. He looked down at the other party and said, "Didn't you want to kill me? Come." Huang Song looked at Lu Ming. His expression was no longer malevolent. Instead, it was filled with fear. He roared and rushed out of the fighting ring. He wanted to rush down the fighting ring and admit defeat. Lu Ming would not let him do as he wished. Whoosh! Lu Ming was like a bolt of lightning. In a flash, he appeared in front of Huang Song. The lightning in his hand flashed and condensed into a long lightning spear, which he thrust at Huang Song. The Law of the 6 Hells. Huang Song bellowed in rage and tried his best to block Lu Ming's lightning spear. However, the spear trembled as if it was indestructible. Qi La. The lightning spear pierced through Huang Song's attack and went through his shoulder, bringing Huang Song along as it slid out a distance. Huang Song shouted in fear. He rushed in another direction, wanting to rush down the fighting stage. He no longer had the heart to fight. At this moment, there was only fear in his heart. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. It had exceeded his expectations. His fighting spirit had already collapsed. In this case, he was even less of a match for Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming's figure flashed and the long black spear kept stabbing out. In the end, it pierced through Huang Song's left leg and pinned him to the ground. "You're just a piece of trash. You don't even have the courage to fight. Where's your arrogance from before?" Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped on Huang Song's face, looking down at him. Previously, Huang Song had been extremely arrogant. When he had defeated Wu Shi, he had called Wu Shi trash and said that he did not even have the courage to fight. But now, facing Lu Ming, he was the same. Now that Lu Ming had returned this sentence to him, it was really ironic. "Eldest princess, save me!" Huang Song roared, asking for help from Princess Yuning. "Lu Ming, don't overdo it." At this moment, Princess Yuning spoke. "Nonsense." Lu Ming looked at Princess Yuning and berated her, "Are you blind or deaf? Before this, when Huang Song was killing our people, why didn't you tell us to stop? Also, it was Huang Song who said he wanted to kill me just now, why didn't you try to stop him?" Lu Ming's sarcastic voice spread throughout the entire venue. Princess Yuning's face turned extremely ugly. "Impudent! Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to the princess like that? I'll cripple you!" An expert from the Yu family shouted and exploded with a powerful aura. "What are you doing?" The master of the Luo family said coldly. He glanced at the Yu family powerhouse, and the latter's expression changed. "Brother Yu, don't break the rules." The head of the Luo family said coldly. "Sit down." The Yu family master glanced at the Yu family expert, who could only restrain his aura and retreat obediently. The competition between the two clans happened once every 10,000 years. It had been countless years, so there were naturally rules. No one else was allowed to interfere. Otherwise, the Youluo demonic kingdom's senate would immediately declare the party who broke the rules as the loser. "This kid is interesting." The patriarch of the Luo clan smiled. Good scolding, good scolding." Luo Xian laughed out loud, as if he had vented his anger. This made Princess Yuning's face turn even uglier. Now, they'll send you on your way. Lu Ming looked at Huang Song. Don't. Huang Song struggled with all his might, his eyes filled with fear. However, Lu Ming's spear fell and pierced through the space between his eyebrows, killing Huang Song. Many people at the scene let out a long breath. Huang Song was dead. He had been killed by an unknown youth. The strongest heaven's favorite from the Youluo demonic kingdom, other than the king body, was killed after a few moves by Lu Ming. This made everyone fearful of Lu Ming's combat strength. This kid, how is he so strong, how is he so strong? Ji Peng was incomparably terrified. Don't worry, if this kid encounters me, he'll take revenge for Huang Song. Ji Tian said coldly, his cold eyes staring at Lu Ming. Lu Ming seemed to have sensed something. He turned back to look at Ji Tian, smiled faintly, and returned to the stands. There's hope. At this moment, the eyes of some powerhouses of the Luo family lit up. They saw hope. Although they were few in number, they now saw hope. That was because both sides had a king body. If the two king physiques of the two sides met before Lu Ming met Ji Tian, and both of them were injured like Yuning and Luo Xian, then they would have a chance of winning. If the king physique on both sides were injured, who else in the Yu family could be Lu Ming's match? Lu Ming alone could annihilate the other party. Obviously, the Yu family had thought of this as well, and their faces darkened. Because of Lu Ming, the situation that they were in control of had an unpredictable turn. Don't worry, they won't have a chance. Ji Tian spoke with great confidence. Could it be that you've already? Yuning seemed to have thought of something, and his face lit up. Not bad. Ji Tian nodded. Yuning was overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. This way, they were sure to win. If you see Lu Ming, kill him for me. Yuning sent a voice transmission to Ji Tian. If it was as Ji Tian had said, Lu Ming would meet Ji Tian sooner or later. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds, but the competition continued. When this round was over, there were only 3 people left on the Luo family's side. The Yu family only had 9 people left. A new round began. This round did not have a big battle that attracted too much attention. Lu Ming easily defeated his opponent, and so did the Luo family's royal body. However, on the Luo family's side, another person had also been defeated by the opponent's expert. In this way, there were only 2 people left in the Luo family. As for the Yu family, there were only 7 people left. Yu family's number 2, Luo family's number 2. When the founding elder announced the number, everyone was excited. Finally, it was time for the main event. The Yu family's number 2 was Ji Tian, and the Luo family's number 2 was the king body, Long Yan. The king physique of the two sides were about to battle again. In the past, Ji Tian was known as the number 1 person among the younger generation in Youluo demonic kingdom. His cultivation had long reached the perfected absolute saint realm. However, Long Yan wasn't weaker than him. His cultivation had long reached the perfected absolute saint realm. The last time the two of them fought was a few years ago. At that time, the two of them had fought for hundreds of moves, and in the end, Long Yan lost to Ji Tian by 1 move. However, a few years had passed, and anything could happen. Ji Tian might not be able to defeat Long Yan now. They finally matched. The eyes of the Luo family's experts lit up, and their faces were filled with joy. Finally, before Lu Ming met Ji Tian, the 2 king physiques went against each other. This was what they wanted to see and their only hope of winning. As long as Ji Tian and Long Yan were both injured, Lu Ming would be able to sweep away the remaining people of the Yu family and the Luo family would win this time. Long Yan, we don't seek victory in this battle. However, we can't let Ji Tian win either. The head of the Luo family sent a message to Long Yan. Long Yan nodded and stepped onto the fighting ring. Ji Tian also stepped onto the fighting ring. Long Yan, you were no match for me a few years ago. Today, you will not be my match either. Ji Tian spoke with great confidence and an invincible belief. Not necessarily. Long Yen said indifferently. Then, he took a step forward, and his body was covered in terrifying flames. This kind of flame was an extremely terrifying flame law. It was called the destructive heavenly fire law, and it was also a king path law. The sixth prison. Ji Tian said softly. 6 worlds seemed to have appeared around him. One was a sea of blood, one was filled with boundless demonic qi, and one was filled with killing intent, so it's the law of the 6 hells. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Chapter 2033 Victory and Defeat Decided. The laws of the 6 hells and the laws of reincarnation were actually somewhat similar. However, one was an ultimate law, while the other was a king path law. In terms of power, they were far inferior. The law of 6 hells was a bit like a simplified version of the law of reincarnation. The 6 worlds enveloped Ji Tian, making him look like a demonic god. Look at the burning laws of the 6 hells. Long Yen let out a long roar, and the flames soared into the sky like a flaming god of war. A flaming spear appeared in his hand and he charged at Ji Tian. He thrust his long spear forward, and a terrifying spear light pierced towards Ji Tian, trying to pierce through his laws of 6 hells. 6 Hell Divine Fist. Ji Tian stepped forward and threw out his fists. It was as if he was driving the 6 worlds. The 6 worlds turned into fist radiance and blasted toward the dragon flame. Boom! The spear and the fist radiance collided with each other, producing a violent boom. The destructive heavenly fire law of the dragon flame could burn everything. It had the power of destruction and was extremely terrifying. It was no weaker than the law of the 6 hells. With a boom, two of them retreated at the same time. But then, the 2 of them charged at each other again and started to fight. Their combat strength was almost on par. A few years ago, the 2 of them had fought for hundreds of moves before the victor was decided. It was the same this time. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of moves, but it was still a draw. There's hope. The eyes of the powerhouses from the Luo family lit up. If this went on, he might end up like the eldest Princess Yuning and the little Princess Luo Xian, both of whom would suffer. In the past, they were afraid of such a situation because they were no match for the Yu family under the king physique. But now, they were looking forward to such a situation because of Lu Ming. The Yu family's powerhouses were the exact opposite. This was extremely disadvantageous to the Yu family, and their faces were all gloomy. Ji Tian and Long Yen fought fiercely, and dozens of moves passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the 2 of them retreated. Ji Tian, I've said it before. You won't be able to defeat me in a few years. Long Yen opened his mouth. His voice was like a great bell, and the terrifying flames were about to rush into the clouds. His eyes were bright, as if he had vented his anger. Hee, Long Yen, you're really naive. At this moment, Ji Tian smiled faintly and his voice was filled with sarcasm. What do you mean? Long Yan's eyes narrowed. For some reason, he had a bad feeling when he saw Ji Tian smile. Could it be that Ji Tian had not used his full strength? Then I'll let you see my true strength. Ji Tian sneered and took a step forward. Buzz! A ring of light emanated from Ji Tian's body and surrounded him like a god descending to the mortal world. Light of Law. You've cultivated the light of law. Long Yan's pupils contracted sharply as he roared in disbelief. Boom! Boom! At that moment, powerhouses of the Luo family and the Yu family could not help but be shocked. They stood up from their seats and emitted a powerful aura. However, the feelings of the 2 families were completely different. Nomological light. It's the light of the King Path's nomological light. There's no suspense in this battle. The Yu family experts laughed in excitement. As for the Luo family, they were in disbelief. In the end, they sat back in their seats heavily, as if all their strength had disappeared in an instant. The light of law. Ji Tian had actually refined the light of law. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Long Yen was definitely not Ji Tian's match. They both had king physiques, but there was a huge difference between the light of law and the light of law without it. If Long Yen was defeated, Lu Ming would naturally be defeated. How did this happen? Luo Xian also spoke helplessly. At first, she seemed to have seen the light of victory. As Lu Ming also had the king physique, it was very likely that they would win this battle. However, she had never expected Ji Tian to have cultivated the light of law. It was extremely difficult to cultivate the light of laws with a king physique, but once it was cultivated, it would far surpass other king physiques. Ji Tian has indeed refined the light of law. At this moment, Yu Ning's face was full of smiles. She was secretly glad that she did not offend the Ji family because of Lu Ming. The Ji family not only had the Defender General of the state, but Ji Tian's talent was even more amazing. Although Lu Ming's ability was not bad, there was a huge difference between him and Ji Tian. At this moment, she was extremely relaxed. The trace of regret she had for kicking Lu Ming out had disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming could not influence the overall situation. The Yu family will definitely win. The surrounding spectators also sighed. It seemed that the Yu family would continue to rule the Youluo demonic kingdom. Boom! In the fighting ring, Ji Tian performed the light of law. His aura became stronger and pressed toward the dragon flame. Long Yen, do you still want to fight? Ji Tian asked indifferently, as if he was above everyone. Fight! Long Yen gritted his teeth and charged at Ji Tian with the flaming spear in his hand. You overestimate yourself. Then I'll let you see the power of the light of law. 111 Let you see the difference between not cultivating the light of law and cultivating the light of law. Ji Tian threw a punch, and the power of the light of law was added to the fist force. Boom! The punch collided with Long Yan's spear. Buzz! Long Yan's spear trembled and buzzed. The destructive heavenly fire law on it trembled. The next moment, Long Yan's destructive heavenly fire law was pierced through. The terrifying power made Long Yan retreat more than a dozen steps before he could regain his balance. Long Yan's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes revealed a trace of shock. He was no match for him at all, and was injured by his opponent in one move. Boom! Boom! Ji Tian threw 2 consecutive punches. Although the dragon flame tried its best to resist, it was no match for him and was completely suppressed. After 2 punches, Long Yen spat out another mouthful of blood. I've lost. Long Yen shook his head with a lonely expression. He moved and rushed out of the fighting ring. He knew that it would be useless to continue fighting. He was no match for Ji Tian and would only be humiliating himself. I lost again. The head of the Luo family and the other experts sighed helplessly. They had been defeated again, and the Yu family would continue to rule Youluo demonic kingdom for the next 10,000 years. They had been defeated 3 times in a row, and they were somewhat unwilling. If this continued, the Luo family would disappear, and it would be even more difficult to compare with the Yu family. The Yu family members were naturally ecstatic. Brother Luo, do you still want to continue? The Yu family master was all smiles as he looked at the Luo family master. Of course, he was happy. With the Yu family's victory, he would continue to be the king of the Youluo devil kingdom and dominate the region. In his opinion, Luo family only had Lu Ming left, so there was no need to compare anymore. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, could he possibly fight Ji Tian? Country ruler, according to RHE rules, this competition will continue until the end, until all the people on one side are defeated. Ji Tian cupped his fists and said to Rhu family master. He had yet to kill Lu Ming and take revenge for Huang Song. How could he let the competition end early? Chapter 2034 Come, King Physique, I'm confused. That's true. The competition must continue. The Yu family head laughed. Lu Ming also smiled. Even if the other party wanted to end the competition early, he wouldn't agree to it. The competition continued, but no one paid much attention to it. They all thought that the outcome had been decided and that continuing the competition was just a formality. If Lu Ming is smart, he will rush down the fighting ring and admit defeat when he's up against the others later. Otherwise, he won't stand a chance when he meets Ji Tian later. Yes, if I were Lu Ming, I would definitely do the same. Many people seem to have already guessed the outcome. Later on, Lu Ming would definitely rush down the fighting ring and admit defeat. The doyens continued to draw numbers. Lu Ming was up against a skinny young man from the Yu family. The two of them stepped onto the fighting ring. Brat, let me finish you off. The skinny young man was smug. He also thought that Lu Ming would take the initiative to rush down the fighting ring and admit defeat. Otherwise, Lu Ming would be finished if he encountered Ji Tian in the next round. Therefore, he daringly charged at Lu Ming and pounced on him. Then, he saw a fist rapidly expanding in front of his eyes, and then heavily hit his nose. Gotcha! The skinny young man's nose was broken. With a scream, his body was sent flying hundreds of meters away and fell on the fighting ring. Many people were stunned. They initially thought that Lu Ming would take the initiative to rush down from the fighting ring and admit defeat. They did not expect that Lu Ming would attack them directly. Perhaps he's just concerned about his reputation and wants to win one round before admitting defeat. If we're unlucky and we encounter Ji Tian in the next round, he'll definitely regret it. Some people sneered. Buzz. Lu Ming moved and rushed to the side of the skinny young man. He kicked the skinny young man off the fighting ring. Lu Ming won this round. However, the people of the Luo family only shook their heads slightly. Whether they won or not would not change the final result. This way, the Luo family was left with only Lu Ming, while the Yu family had 6 people. The competition continued, but the next number to be drawn was from the Yu family. Whoever was drawn would have a battle with Lu Ming. Yu family, number 47. The elder announced, and a young lady from the Yu family took the stage. Many people began to guess whether Lu Ming would admit defeat in this round. It was because the further they went, the higher the chances of him meeting Ji Tian. Many people felt that Lu Ming wanted to win one round and then admit defeat to save some face. However, Lu Ming made his move and blasted the young woman off the fighting ring in 2 moves. Still not admitting defeat, you really want face to the death. Let's see how Ji Tian regrets it when we meet him later. Some people sneered. The competition continued. The next person was still not Ji Tian. Naturally, he was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Perhaps it was luck, but the next few people were not Ji Tian. Lu Ming defeated them all. There were only 2 people left in the Yu family's arena. They were Ji Tian and the other person was Ji Peng. Lu Ming is still not admitting defeat. Does he really want to fight Ji Tian? At this point, some people had changed their minds because Lu Ming had not admitted defeat. If this went on, they would definitely encounter Ji Tian. How is that possible? He won't even have the chance to escape from the fighting ring if he fights with Ji Tian. He'll definitely be killed. I don't know what he's thinking, he's really crazy. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, but Ji Peng's expression was unsightly. If Lu Ming did not admit defeat, she would not have to face him in the next round. He kept praying in his heart that Lu Ming would meet Ji Tian in the next round. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Yu family, number 9, Ji Peng. The founding elder drew a number and called out. Detestable. Ji Peng roared in his heart. Why is he here? Why was Lu Ming always unable to touch Ji Tian? Many people were also speechless. Lu Ming was too lucky. It was strange that he could not meet Ji Tian. Lu Ming stepped onto the fighting ring and looked at Ji Peng. He smiled faintly and said, "Come down." Ji Peng's face was gloomy as he stepped onto the fighting ring. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, I advise you to admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death when you meet my brother in the next round." Right now, Ji Peng's heart was filled with complicated feelings. Naturally, he hoped that Lu Ming would encounter Ji Tian and then be killed by him. However, if Lu Ming continued to fight, he would be in a very miserable state. "You're actually thinking about me? I can't figure it out, I beat you up so badly back then." Lu Ming deliberately looked surprised. Ji Peng gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. "If I wasn't facing you in this battle, would I have thought of you?" But now, he could only go against his will and say, "What happened back then is in the past. I think you're still a talent. Quickly admit defeat." "Admit defeat? Forget it, my plan is to give you a good beating, and then go and give your big brother a good beating." Lu Ming smiled and even stretched out his fist. "You're crazy." Ji Peng roared in anger. Then, he suddenly turned around and rushed down the fighting stage. However, Lu Ming's figure moved and caught up to him. With a palm strike, lightning flashed and enveloped Ji Peng like a large net. Ji Peng tried his best to resist, but when the lightning struck, all his attacks were destroyed. Oh, Ji Peng's entire body was covered in lightning, which slithered around like little black snakes. "Pa!" Lu Ming then slapped Ji Peng's face. Ji Peng let out a blood-curdling screech as blood mixed with his teeth spurted out. At the same time, more lightning bolts covered Ji Peng's body. His hair stood on end, and white smoke came out of his 7 orifices as if he had been electrocuted. He looked extremely miserable. In the stands, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and Ji Tian's father, the Defender General of the state, all had extremely ugly expressions. In their opinion, Lu Ming's act of humiliating Ji Peng was equivalent to a slap to their faces. "He'll pay him back tenfold for what he did to Ji Peng," Ji Tian said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming clutched Ji Peng's neck and walked to the edge of the fighting ring step by step. Then, he threw Ji Peng off the grandstand. He extended a finger at random and pointed at Ji Tian. He curled his finger and said, "Come, King Physique." Buzz. Ji Tian couldn't help but rush up to the fighting ring. Anyway, he was the only one left in the Yu family, so there was no need to draw a number. This Lu Ming really wants to fight Ji Tian. Where did he get the guts? It's indeed strange. Could it be that Lu Ming still has a trump card? This is a fair fight. No monarch weapons are allowed. He doesn't have a king physique, what trump card would he have? Many people were in a heated discussion. They could not figure out what Lu Ming was up to. With Ji Tian's combat strength, Lu Ming would definitely die if he went up against Ji Tian. Why did he not admit defeat earlier? Why did he hold on until now? Was it just to humiliate Ji Peng? But it wasn't worth risking his life. Many people were curious. They looked at the fighting ring, wanting to know what would happen to Lu Ming. He has the king physique. Ji Tian's eyes were extremely cold. 6 worlds emerged and a terrifying aura kept charging at Lu Ming like a gale. Now, you don't have the chance to admit defeat. Ji Tian said coldly. Who said I'm going to admit defeat? It's really laughable. From the beginning to the end, I never said that I would admit defeat. Can you not make wild guesses? Lu Ming pursed his lips. That's good. 111 Make you kneel in the fighting ring and beg for mercy. Ji Tian said coldly. He took a step forward and the 6 worlds moved with him. He did not seem to be fast, but he was actually extremely fast. In an instant, he was in front of Lu Ming. Boom! With a punch, one of the blood prison worlds was blasted out along with Ji Tian's fist radiance. It was as if a sea of blood had enveloped Lu Ming, and the smell of blood filled his nose. Oh, Lu Ming's fist crackled and black lightning cauldrons filled the air as he threw a punch. Boom! The 2 fists collided, and the sky was like a huge drum, shaking violently. Rings of lightning and blood burst out in all directions. A figure flickered and stepped on the fighting ring, retreating continuously. The person who retreated was Ji Tian. The scene suddenly quieted down. Countless people were dumbfounded and looked at the fighting ring in disbelief. Lu Ming had actually forced Ji Tian to retreat with 1 punch in a head-on confrontation. How was this possible? What was going on? Lu Ming's cultivation base was only at the peak of the absolute saint realm, which was weaker than Ji Tian's. Moreover, he did not have a king body. How could he defeat Ji Tian? This was simply unbelievable. Ji Tian, don't be careless. Use more strength. At that moment, the Yu family master's voice spread throughout the entire area. What he meant was that Ji Tian was too careless and did not use his full strength. That was why he was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Many people nodded. That should be the case. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming have defeated Ji Tian? However, Ji Tian's eyes were extremely solemn, and his heart was in turmoil. The others thought that he had been careless. Only he knew how powerful Lu Ming's punch was. The saint energy was not any weaker than his. The power of Lu Ming's spirit body was even more terrifying. He did not use his full strength just now, but Lu Ming's strength had indeed shocked him. 6 Hell Fiend Fist. Ji Tian let out a long roar and the 6 worlds burst out with different auras, which turned into a terrifying fist force that rushed toward Lu Ming. Its power was indeed much stronger than before. Good. Lu Ming did not retreat at all. He stepped forward and threw another punch. Every punch was filled with lightning, wrapping around Lu Ming's fists. His fist radiance was like lightning. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them fought with speed and exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye. Their chi shot out and rumbled continuously. However, Lu Ming did not show any weakness. Instead, he seemed to have the upper hand. This time, everyone was stunned. Everyone, including the Yu family and the Luo family, was shocked. Even the patriarchs of the 2 clans and some of the true Emperor realm experts were extremely shocked. He did not have a king body and his cultivation was 1 level weaker, but he was able to fight with Ji Tian. Even they had never heard of such combat strength. So strong. Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were dumbfounded at first, but their eyes lit up soon after. They knew that Lu Ming had a king body and could control the king path law. Now that he did not use the king path law, he was able to fight Ji Tian. Once he used the king path law, he might really win. They had originally thought that there was no hope, but now, they saw hope. Yu Ning's expression was extremely ugly. She was very unhappy because Lu Ming was her man in the beginning but he was later expelled by her. It's useless no matter how strong he is. What I want is the final victory. Ji Tian still has the light of law that he has yet to use, so he will definitely win. I'm not wrong to choose Ji Tian. Yu Ning warned himself in his heart. Boom! Lu Ming and Ji Tian exchanged another blow and both of them retreated. The difference was that Lu Ming took 5 steps back while Ji Tian took 7 steps back. Ji Tian's face was particularly gloomy. He had a king physique, yet he had to fight Lu Ming to this extent. He had lost a lot of face today. Today, He would wash away his shame with Lu Ming's blood. Lu Ming, your combat strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. However, you're still going to lose, let's go. Ji Tian shouted. The light of laws emanated and surrounded him, making his aura stronger. Boom! With the support of the light of the law, Ji Tian's aura increased greatly. He threw a punch and the 6 worlds moved with the punch, pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his fist and collided with Ji Tian again. Bang! Lu Ming seemed to have been hit by a terrifying force and his figure drifted backward. What a pity! The Luo family's expert sighed. If Ji Tian had not cultivated the light of law, the Luo family would have had a great chance of winning this battle. However, Ji Tian had cultivated the light of law. Unless the Son of Heaven appeared or someone from the younger generation had entered the Emperor-to-be realm, no one was Ji Tian's match. However, how many children of God were there in the entire land of myriad demons? Even the Youluo demonic kingdom did not have any Emperor-to-be below the age of 50. The others also shook their heads slightly, thinking that Lu Ming would definitely lose. Kneel down. Ji Tian had gained the upper hand in one move. His momentum was like a rainbow as he continued to press down on Lu Ming. He wanted to defeat Lu Ming in one go. The light of law is indeed powerful. Lu Ming pursed his lips, his expression still very calm. At this time, he raised his hand and pointed with a finger. There was no black lightning. Instead, it was filled with countless runes. Roar! The endless runes formed a true dragon. The true dragon roared at the sky and pounced at Ji Tian. Boom! The true dragon's dragon claw tore apart Ji Tian's fist force, and dense runes filled the air. Ji Tian roared in shock, and the 6 worlds kept shaking. All kinds of auras burst out and blocked the endless runes. The law of the king path, you have the king physique. Ji Tian's angry roar resounded through the entire scene. Silence. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. The king physique. Lu Ming actually had the king physique. Then why did he use the demonic lightning law just now? A person who could control 2 types of laws. How was that possible? He wasn't a martial supreme. Many people realized that their brains had short-circuited. However, when they saw the dense runes surrounding Lu Ming's body, they could clearly recognize that Lu Ming really controlled the king path law and had a king body. The array Dao law of King Dao law, The master of the Luo family suddenly burst into laughter. Everything that had happened today was beyond his expectations. Lu Ming actually had a king body. He was already so powerful without using the king path law earlier. Now that he used the king path law, how powerful would he be? Wuhan, you already knew that Lu Ming has the king physique, right? The patriarch of the Lu clan looked at Luo Xian. Yes. Luo Xian nodded, although one knew that he had a king body, one didn't know that his combat strength was so strong. Indeed, how could an ordinary king body have such strong battle power? Do you regret it? Gotcha. Yuning crushed the white jade golden cup in his hand, his eyes extremely cold. She had never expected Lu Ming to have a king body. If she had known that Lu Ming had the king physique and such powerful combat strength, she would have considered it carefully back then. Ji Tian will definitely win. Yuning roared in her heart as she tried to persuade herself. However, her clenched fists showed how nervous she was. At this moment, Ji Peng had already woken up, but he was also shocked. King physique, there's nothing amazing about it. Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming, don't think that you can defeat me just because you have mastered the king path law. Without the law of light, everything is illusory. Kill. Ji Tian roared and charged at Lu Ming with all his might. The laws of the six hells, the light of the laws, and the arts of divine powers were activated to the extreme by Ji Tian. Let's end this. Lu Ming muttered and pointed again. Runes filled the air, and another true dragon condensed and pounced toward Ji Tian. This true dragon contained 3 of the 9 scrolls of the Tao of Formations. Lu Ming had only used the illusionary spirit scroll and the sealed scroll for the previous finger attack. Lu Ming had used the annihilation scroll, the illusionary spirit scroll, and the sealed scroll. The 3 scrolls were combined into one, and the power of this move was almost on par with the chaos finger tribulation. Boom! When the true dragon collided with Ji Tian, a terrifying force tore apart Ji Tian's fist radiance. Countless runes surged toward Ji Tian madly. Ji Tian's body trembled violently, and his body was thrown back. He was in the air and spat out a large mouthful of blood. He tried his best to resist the seal of the runes, but Lu Ming was already approaching him at high speed. Then, he pointed his finger again. This time, it wasn't a true dragon that had formed, but a giant elephant. The giant elephant's body was like a small mountain, and its legs were like heavenly pillars. It stomped toward Ji Tian. Bang! An elephant's leg stepped on Ji Tian's face. Ji Tian was instantly stunned. His body was like a huge rock, smashing heavily on the fighting ring, causing the ring to rumble continuously. Ji Tian lay on the fighting ring, twitching all over, and blood kept coming out of his mouth. Ji Tian lost and was beaten up like a dead dog. At the scene, everyone's eyes were wide open, and they couldn't react for a moment. Ji Tian used to be known as the #1 expert in the Youluo Devil Kingdom. Now that he had refined the light of law, his strength had become even more powerful. However, he had lost to Lu Ming despite his strength. Lu Ming's cultivation level was even lower. It was truly unbelievable that he could defeat Ji Tian even though his cultivation level was even lower and he had yet to refine the light of laws. Lu Ming stepped forward and came to Ji Tian's side. Although Ji Tian was severely injured, he still glared at Lu Ming as if he could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. What are you looking at? I've said it before, there's nothing amazing about the king's body, and the light of law is also nothing amazing. Lu Ming sneered with a hint of disdain. He then kicked Ji Tian in the face, sending him flying off the fighting ring. Lu Ming did not kill Ji Tian. After all, they were in the Youluo demonic kingdom. Ji Tian's father and many experts of the Yu family were present. If Lu Ming killed Ji Tian, the other party would not let him off. The celestial thearch's physical body was running low on energy. Furthermore, his goal was to head to the eternal devil nation. There was no need for him to cause any more trouble. Good, good. Ha ha ha. The master of the Luo family and many masters of the Luo family stood up and laughed. The Luo family had won. In the next 10,000 years, the Luo family would be in charge of the Youluo Devil Kingdom. Previously, when Ji Tian had displayed the light of law, they had thought that the Luo family would lose for sure. They had been in despair and planned to wait another 10,000 years before making a comeback. He had never expected Lu Ming to suddenly explode. He first revealed his powerful strength, then he revealed the kingly way law and defeated Ji Tian in one fell swoop, winning the battle. How could they not be happy and laugh at such an unexpected event? Luo Xian, Wu Shi, and the others were all smiling. On the other hand, the Yu family members were livid. It was supposed to be a sure-win situation, but in the end, it was lost. It was completely lost at the hands of one person. That kid. Some of the Yu family's experts and Ji Tian's father looked at Lu Ming with cold eyes. It was Lu Ming who had defeated them. What's the background of this kid? I've never heard of him before. Someone unwillingly said. Everyone was silent. Bang! The veins on Princess Yuning's jade-white hands were exposed. She had crushed the handle of her seat. She was furious. Lu Ming was originally her guest elder, but he was personally expelled from the Grand Princess residence. Sister Yuning, I really have to thank you. At this moment, Luo Xian looked at Yuning, and his clear voice resounded throughout the entire area. Many people were dumbfounded, not knowing what Luo Xian meant by this. Luo Xian, shut up. Yuning called out. What's wrong? Are you afraid that I'll lose face if I say it? But I have to say it. The corners of Luo Xian's lips curled up slightly. I heard that Lu Ming used to be your guest elder sister Yuning. However, he was personally expelled from the Grand Princess residence. That's why he came to me. What? At the scene, all the people who had no idea what was going on were stunned. Lu Ming was originally the eldest princess guest elder, but he was expelled from the princess manor by the eldest princess. It was only then that Lu Ming sought refuge with the little princess. Yuning, this was equivalent to giving up the victory. If Lu Ming was in the Grand Princess residence, there would be no doubt that the Yu family would win this competition. Yuning's expression turned even uglier. Many people from the Yu family also looked upset. There was actually such a thing. Moreover, one heard that Lu Ming offended the Ji family. In order to stabilize the Ji family, you expelled Lu Ming from the Grand Princess residence. Perhaps in your eyes, the Ji family, or Ji Tian's royal body, is more important than Lu Ming. Am1 right, Sister Yuning. Luo Xian continued to speak, revealing his two tiger teeth, which were filled with slyness. Yuning's expression made her very happy. So that was how it was. Everyone came to a sudden realization. It turned out that Lu Ming had offended the Ji family. In order to stabilize the Ji family, the eldest princess had expelled Lu Ming. After all, the eldest princess had needed Ji Tian's help to win the competition at that time. At that time, in the eldest princess' eyes, Ji Tian's value was probably far above Lu Ming's. But the truth? It was Yuning who had personally given the victory to the Luo family. On the other hand, Ji Tian, whom she valued highly, was beaten up like a dead dog by Lu Ming. How ironic was this? The Yu family's experts, Ji Tian's father, and Ji Tian's uncle all had extremely ugly expressions. Sister Yuning, one wonder what you're thinking now. Do you feel any regret? Luo Xian's voice sounded again. Enough. Yuning shouted and stood up abruptly. She cast a cold glance at Lu Ming and soared into the sky. This caused Luo Xian to giggle. She and Yuning had been fighting each other since they were young. Seeing Yuning's expression at this moment, she was extremely happy. Chapter 2037 Arriving at the ancient devil nation. The Luo family is the winner of this competition. For the next 10,000 years, the Luo family will be in charge of the Youluo devil kingdom. Then, the elder from the Youluo devil kingdom announced. The Yu family's face was extremely dark and he was extremely unwilling. However, this was a tradition of the Youluo demonic kingdom that had been passed down for countless years. Even if he didn't dare to do so, he would have to hand over the throne. Unless the Yu family's strength could crush the other forces in the Youluo demonic kingdom, he could not break the tradition. However, it was obvious that the Yu family could not do it. In the end, he could only hand over the scepter that represented the king. Lu Ming had nothing to do next. He sat in the stands and watched indifferently. The next step was for the head of the Luo clan to take over the scepter. After a series of ceremonies, he began to take control of the Youluo devil kingdom. After the ceremony ended, it was time for the grand banquet. By the time everything was over, it would be the next day. A few days later, Luo Xian brought a pile of treasures and said that they were Lu Ming's rewards. Lu Ming accepted them without any hesitation. The following days were peaceful again. Lu Ming stayed in the little princess residence and cultivated quietly. However, Luo Xian would often look for Lu Ming in the name of sparring. Of course, Luo Xian would return in defeat every time. Time flew by, and a month and a half passed. On this day, Luo Xian found Lu Ming. They were going to head to the Eternal Devil Nation. In half a month's time, the king of the ancient Devil Nation would be holding a huge banquet to celebrate his survival of the calamity of heaven and earth, granting him another 300,000 years to live. At that time, all the Devil Nations that were affiliated with the Eternal Devil Nation would have to send people over to offer their congratulations. The Youluo Devil Kingdom was a part of the Eternal Devil Kingdom. We're finally going to the Eternal Devil Nation. Lu Ming muttered. In this way, he was one step closer to the ancient demonic coffin. Yu Ning and the rest have already left for the Eternal Devil Nation a few days ago. Rahu said. Lu Ming nodded and followed Luo Xian to a teleportation array. The head of the Luo family personally led the team. There were hundreds of people in the team, including some young geniuses, who stepped into the teleportation array. First, they arrived at the citadel outside the capital of the Eternal Devil Nation. Then, they flew towards the capital. The ancient Devil Nation was one of the 2 super devil nations in the land of 10,000 devils. It was a true giant and its capital was exceptionally majestic. It was not inferior to the Celestial Emperor City in the Yuan Mountain. The land of 10,000 devils had 2 super devil nations and 10 high-rank devil nations. Naturally, they were divided into 2 camps, 2 super devil nations. They were enemies with each other, and each super devil nation ruled a large number of low-rank and middle-rank devil nations. There were also 5 high-rank devil nations under their control. As one of the 5 high-rank devil nations under the Eternal Devil Nation, the Youluo Devil Kingdom was naturally highly valued. The moment they arrived, there were people who received them and arranged their accommodations. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the capital of the Eternal Devil Nation for 3 days. Lu Ming, the young prince of the Ashen Demon King's residence, is hosting a banquet today to invite the paragons of various countries. Shall we go and take a look? Luo Xian found Lu Ming and said. The young prince of the Azure Demon King's residence. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. The Eternal Devil Nation is one of the 2 great devil nations in the land of 10,000 devils. It rules over countless small nations, and many of them are inextricably linked to the powerful families of the Eternal Devil Nation. The Ashen Demon King's residence is the most powerful in the entire Eternal Devil Nation. Our Luo family has a pretty good relationship with them. The young lord of the Ashen Demon clan is only inviting the geniuses of the other nations to his banquet to get closer to them. Luo Xian explained. Lu Ming nodded. As long as there were benefits in any place, there would naturally be a relationship of benefits. Furthermore, every time the king of the ancient devil nation overcame a calamity, he would hold a banquet to allow the younger generation of each nation to compete with each other. Those who perform well would be heavily rewarded. Therefore, it's only natural for the heavens' favorites of each nation to meet up and understand each other's strength. Luo Xian continued. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The king of the Eternal Demon Nation would have the geniuses of the other nations compete with each other. This was a good opportunity for Lu Ming. If he performed well and caught the king's attention, he might be one step closer to borrowing the eternal demonic coffin. Alright, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, Lu Ming and Luo Xian met up with the other supreme talents of the Youluo demonic kingdom, such as Wu Shi and the others, and headed for the Grey Demon King's residence. Of course, Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others were not with them. Yu Ning, Ji Tian, and the others had arrived at the capital of the Eternal Devil Nation before them. They had different networks of connections. Soon, they arrived at a vast mansion. Someone received them and led them to a wide courtyard. There were many tables and chairs in the courtyard. At this moment, many people had already arrived. They were all people of the younger generation. Greetings, Princess Luo Xian. When Luo Xian arrived, many young men bowed to him. The Youluo Devil Kingdom was a high-ranked devil kingdom and was one of the best among the 5 high-ranked devil kingdoms under the Eternal Devil Kingdom. These young men were all from medium-rank and low-rank devil kingdoms. Their status was far inferior to Luo Xian's, so they naturally had to pay their respects when they saw him. Luo Xian nodded with a smile before taking a seat at the table above. "Lu Ming, sit here." Princess Luo Xian smiled as she pointed to a stool beside her. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside Luo Xian. Wu Shi and the rest sat behind Luo Xian and Lu Ming. Many young men sized Lu Ming up with curious eyes. Who was this person? He was actually sitting next to Princess Luo Xian. "Ha ha ha, Luo Xian, long time no see." With a hearty laugh, a purple-robed young man strode over. This person was quite handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. Behind him, there were a few youths. "Greetings, young prince." Seeing this young man, all the young men hurriedly stood up and saluted. Lu Ming and Luo Xian also stood up and cupped their hands. This person was the young prince of the Azure Demon King's residence. The Azure Demon King was an extremely fearsome existence. It was said that he was of the same generation as the king of the Eternal Devil Nation. The relationship between the two of them was extraordinary. Hence, the Azure Demon King was extremely influential in the Eternal Demon Nation. As the grandson of the Azure Demon King, the young prince's status was noble. He was also a terrifying heaven's favorite. "No need to be so polite, please sit." The young prince waved his hand and turned to look at Luo Xian. He smiled and said, "Princess Luo Xian, it's been a few years since we last met, and your cultivation base has become even more profound. If this continues, I'm afraid that I won't be your match in a few years. You're too kind, young lord. Everyone in the Eternal Devil Nation knows of your talent. How can Luo Xian be a match for you?" Luo Xian replied humbly. The young prince's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. He was naturally curious about the fact that he could sit together with Luo Xian. However, when he took a closer look at Lu Ming, his face suddenly darkened. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Just now, he had sensed a murderous intent from the other party. Lu Ming was puzzled. It was their first time meeting each other. Why would the other party want to kill him? You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.